Twitch. Once again, I'm cartridgeblowers, and I'll be here with you for the first half of the Final Fantasy VII Remake speedrun coming right up. Before we get to that, wanted to let you know that SGDQ 2020 is brought to you by the Yeti. The Yeti creates amazing merch and apparel for video game culture, and they are the official merch supporter of GDQ events since 2011. They've donated over $1 million to our GDQ charities, and all profits from this event, SGDQ 2020 Online, go to Doctors Without Borders. You can go to shop at the Yeti's official SGDQ 2020 collection at www.theyeti.com. They've got a really fantastic FF7 shirt. If you haven't seen it, it's really neat. It glows in the dark. It's really cool. You should go buy it. And speaking of Final Fantasy VII, I think we are actually ready to take you back to Midgar really quick through FF7. It's Boring Borin with FF7 Remake right now.
All right. Hello. How's everything going? So I'm going to be the runner for tonight for FF7 Remake, and I'm going to be trying to do my best to complete this game as fast as I can. And I'd like to introduce my couch, foxydits, and Closetowar.
Hey everybody, I'm Tristan, or foxydits. I've been glitch hunting this game since it came out, basically. I'm here with you all tonight to explain how the glitches and skips work, and a little bit of perspective on how they were found. Also low-key to keep Borin focused and yell at him if he's forgetting to equip his revival earrings, but that's for later glitches. This game is developing at a crazy fast pace, and Borin's done an amazing job keeping up with all the new techniques that myself and the community have found. As you'll see, all the glitches and skips come with like a cost. Like Borin will be dirt poor and underleveled the entirety of the run, and this game is already pretty hard, if you all know. So chat, let's give him some good luck. Thanks everybody, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm Closetowar. I'm kind of like the guy who's been routing the game since it came out, and I focused on mainly normal, no major glitches, which we'll get into the differences later, but the run is the same about halfway through, and I know like all the mechanics and stuff. I'm going to try not to tell Borin what he's doing wrong as we go. And I'm excited for this. I'm ready to watch a good run.
All right, well, I think we are ready to go, so we will get started and on go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Borin.
All right. So we are starting off with the bombing mission. So we are going to be taking control of the character Cloud Strife. And we are going to be dispatching of some military soldiers here, and they are a part of the Shinra Corporation.
You're coming with us. Nice and don't think
and
so.
One quick thing that I'm going to be explaining about the mechanics of this game is that Cloud has kind of two modes to him. He has Operator mode and he has Punisher mode. And in each mode, he's kind of got these basic combos he can do. And in Operator mode, they're quick and snappy, and the tracking attack like goes quite a bit of distance and like snaps to the enemy that I'm currently locked onto. While Punisher mode is much slower and is harder to get to certain enemies, but does much more damage. We'll be using both modes throughout this entire run.
Yeah, so right away we're going to see, you can actually flee in this game. You don't have to fight every encounter. This is important. He's going to be fleeing wherever he can. Sometimes you want to kill a couple extra things, but it would be on the way for experience AP, which we'll get into later when that's important.
Mm-hmm. And so in this fight, we're going to use Dragon Attack and then go strictly into Punisher mode, and we're going to get Berserk here. And another property of the different modes is that we can hold down the square button and get a different attack out than just mashing square. And so in Operator mode, when I hold down the square button, it gives me kind of the spinning attack. While in Punisher mode, if I hold down the square button, it gives me kind of this thrust to the ground, and hitting with that thrust to the ground ends up giving me Berserk, and that increases my damage by about 30%. So we're going to be trying to keep up Berserk as well as that 30 extra damage whenever we can.
Yep, and you take a little bit more damage as well. And there was a small little tech thing that he did there, which kind of looked odd. He dipped into an alleyway, and that loads the elevator that you would normally have to wait for it to come back down. It just loads it right away.
It's like a strange
And,
little, almost like pseudo out of bounds. It's one of like the smallest little time saves, but it's just totally worth doing every.
Yeah, and something that's going on is these enemies have this like pressure you see underneath their HP, and when you fill it up, they become staggered, and the default damage you take when staggered is 165%, so we want to aim for that, especially on enemies that are very mobile, ones that we can't really knock back, like the dogs. These guys, they're chumps, we don't care about that.
Yeah, dogs are like 10 times stronger than humans in this.
Nothing to it.
Yeah. And even though it looks like you could maybe get through that door, you can't. There's an invisible wall, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, and so basically we're meeting up with Barrett, Biggs, Jesse, and Wedge, and they're Avalanche. And and Cloud is a different character. He's not a part of Avalanche. He's actually his own thing. He's a mercenary.
Damn, I'm good.
And we learned that he used to be a part of Shinra, and that
He's alone.
being a part of Shinra, like he ends up knowing quite a bit about these reactors. And so that's why they kind of hired him. They hired him to kind of take care of their tracks, as well as kind of know the layout of the reactor, which is kind of the power plant that the Shinra Corporation has. So we're coming up to a section where we're actually going to be taking control of Barrett for a bit. And this is kind of our introduction to Barrett. Barrett's kind of a simple character. There's no difference between tapping X and holding, or tapping square and holding square with him. But he has this overcharge ability that allows him to do quite a bit of damage. And every time we finish an attack animation, such as use a spell or just finish off our normal auto attack, we can charge that overcharge. And so his game plan is generally to use overcharge, to charge overcharge, to use overcharge again. And so that's kind of what I like about him.
Yeah, so something that Born's doing in here is he's using Thunder, and to do that you have to have an ATB. So this game, they kind of went with like a mix between turn-based and real-time, where your ATB gain goes up over time, and it's based off speed, which we don't really care about for the run, honestly.
Yep.
And when you fill up an ATB bar, you get to use a move, and that's what he did there.
So here we're kind of at these little laser section. And we kind of have to time kind of how we run through these just right, or we don't get hit by them.
That was good lasers. Changes every time. It's on a global cycle, so you can actually do this menu if you get stuck on them, and they'll just keep going through the cycle, and then it'll be gone when you get out of the menu.
Junk is a heavy weapons platform. If we rush in, we die.
And now we come up to a bigger, kind of like mid-sized enemy, kind of like our mini boss here, and we want to pressure it. We're going to stagger it. And we really have to do this because this thing takes forever to kill. And there's something that I should probably explain. We're keeping track of something for later in the run. We want to get a material called First Strike, and to do this, you have to fill an ATB gauge. It's really misleading. It's called Stagger Effect 1. You have to get 10 of these ATBs filled by using your unique ability, and what that means is not your commands, not like Braver, Focus Thrust, which Cloud has, but it means like the triangle abilities. So Barrett's Overcharge or Cloud's Punisher attacks, they count. Or if you switch back to Operator, that counts as well. And if you were to stagger the enemy at the same time, it counts. And Born's going to be going for a little extra just for safety and stuff like that.
There's a lot of things in this game that kind of like, once we were able to read the Ultimania guide, which is like the ultimate guide on this game with all the numbers and stats, we were like, oh, so that's how that worked. Okay.
Yeah, so
I was around before then, and I had to actually work out a lot of things manually, and it was awful, I tell you what.
So here I'm fleeing from these encounters, and we're getting up to our first fight here. And it's going to be Guard Scorpion. I'm going to make sure I eat their Barrett. And another thing that you're going to see me do a lot is I'm going to be menuing while I'm moving around, and that is just that way I can save time while replenishing my resources. So here I'm going to switch
the only
to
way
Barrett.
I'll
really
take
quick
over.
at this this part of the fight.
Yep. So everyone knows Guard Scorp, you know, from the original. And in the original run, you kind of just burn this guy down with lightning magic and use your limits. And Barrett says there's no other option. But Boren's actually going to focus on fire magic because Cloud just gains ATB way faster than Barrett. He's going to use some lightning magic, but for now, fire. So something he did there was he staggered the boss when he pushed him. And when you stagger something, you gain 1/3 of a limit bar. He's going to need his limit. So he's going to make sure to stagger the boss 3 times with Cloud. You also fill up limit when you take damage. That's not going to happen. Phase 2, the boss has a barrier. It's going to go behind, use a fire. It didn't miss. It can miss, which is awful. And then he's, again, going to fill up this bar, stagger it. Some fights, we're not going to bother with this, but for this fight, it's still the best thing we can do. The boss is going to jump down, he countered, that's good, we like that. And he's going to stagger right here.
Really missed that.
But that's okay. This fight gets wonky.
Yeah, this is one of the more complex boss fights in the game, too. I mean, there's like 4 different stages.
Yeah, it's like, technically it's broken up into 2 phases, but because we can't do enough damage, it's 4 phases. And this boss, so this game before it came out, there was a demo version. People ran the demo. I never ran it, Boren never ran it. And people really worked out how to do the first reactor, but it did have to be changed a little bit for a full run so we could get first strike. And here we have the tail laser phase, so you're supposed to go behind the debris to be covered, but because he was controlling Cloud at the start of the battle, the tail laser targets Cloud. If he was controlling Barrett, it would go for Barrett. So you can just keep shooting away and getting your ATB ready with Barrett, and then stagger with Cloud, and use cross slash, which does not inflict stop like the first game, but it does tons of damage, and it just pushes it just like that. On the final phase, it's going to heal over time, and we have these legs we can break. We're just going to break 1 leg. It does 4% of the boss's health when it's broken, but we have so much damage that we don't really care. And there we go. First boss down.
Nice chapter 1.
Good fight, good fight.
So I made a notice there in that Guard Scorpion fight that kind of the arena has kind of caught on fire, and the whole reactor is kind of about to explode. So we got to get out of here. And we've also planted a bomb, and it has a timer. We actually get control of that timer. We can either set it to 20 minutes or 30 minutes. And setting it to 20 minutes will give us some good rewards after the mission. I do not like to see that.
Okay, so I'm going to explain what happened there. So it's not just the characters who have ATB. At the start of battle, your ATB roll without first strike is pretty much random. It's still random later, but we're going to get between 0 and 0.5 ATB, and that fight right there changes a lot. With those 2 enemies, you'd think it's like whatever, but it changes based on your ATB. The enemies also start with ATB. Sometimes they start with a full ATB, in which case they do stuff right away, which is kind of annoying, but we roll with it. And this timer also, when it hits 0, nothing happens. It's still the same way for every timer. Just nothing happens.
Yeah, enemies seem to also have a sort of like an aggressiveness value that's just determined when it starts. It's not just ATB, I've noticed after testing things a lot. Like, sometimes they'll just go crazy, and sometimes they're extraordinarily docile. And I think, honestly, the developers threw in a little bit of randomness just to keep the fights not feeling the same over and over and over. It makes perfect sense.
I think it's nice. I mean, when you run RPGs, you want to have some RNG, you want to mix it up. I like it that way.
Yeah, this whole run seems to be like a grueling lesson in controlled RNG. You know, there's so many RNG elements, it's just all about how you can control it on the fly.
Yeah, and because of that, you have to do a lot of improv, which is why this run is so fun to do and watch.
And that's
here.
another reason why I really like this run is because you have to be able to react accordingly.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and
It's so many games. You know, a lot of the run is like avoiding enemies and like, you know, skipping large sections of the game. If you do that in this, you're severely underleveled. I mean, we already are. It's hard enough to beat this game as it is, but it's going to be really, really hard for Warren to complete the game here just because of how underleveled and how much you skip. So it's like you have to fight so much of this game just to get to this, to get to the point where you can actually defeat the final boss.
Okay, so here we're just gonna flee to the top, and you see that he's rolling. Rolling is actually faster than running. There's different values for every character. For Cloud, it's faster. For character we get later, it'll be the same value. He's gonna go into this corner here. He got hit by a laser, that's unfortunate. But he got the bear teleport. So when you swap to a character when you're far enough away, they can teleport. Sometimes it doesn't work, but it worked here, and that's good. And we kind of want to keep our characters in the corner because Barrett, as you saw, he rolls around and stuff, and we don't like that. We want to try to counter these guys. They dodge everything. They're a nightmare. The best way to handle them is just countering and magic. And that was a very good escape, honestly.
That teleport mechanic is really, really important later for several skips. Knowing when a character is going to teleport to you when you switch to them, and when they're going to actually like move the camera over to that character and keep them where they were, is a huge game or run-ending problem to solve. So you really got to know your stuff when you're trying to some of these skips.
And also, we saw in the shock trooper fight where, even though we all had him kind of in that corner, they were still spread apart. So I had to change where my lock-ons were and use my magic accordingly to be able to take them out. Like it wasn't the exact like optimal thing, but that's what I like about this game, is that there's so much that you can kind of adapt to and improve your play on. And so here we're getting to we've gotten kind of past the reactor now. And so we are meeting up with Avalanche again, and we're kind of here. They kind of discuss kind of what happened, as it turns out that the bomb that we planted wasn't meant to make that big of an explosion. It was kind of just meant to disable that reactor, but we ended up blowing it up and causing all this damage. And in the original, this part of the game was a couple screens, where in this game it's a full fleshed out map with a lot of things you get to see and kind of feel. And that's another part where I like about this game, is that it kind of expands on these short little moments that were in the original that were really good. Made him really, really good.
Was it the Mako density? The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey,
Yeah, like,
figure that out later.
they did a great job of making this game feel alive, and we're gonna see that later. And they're gonna go into the trio here, actually, Biggs, Wedge, Jesse, a lot more than the original, and we're gonna see more of their story, their character development later,
It's actually
which really sold the game for me.
kind of heartbreaking to skip some of these cutscenes that, you know, we got to go fast. But like, I think Boren was telling me in the practice run we were doing before that it's a shame that we skipped the intro. I almost wish the developers, and hear me on the next one, Square, made it mandatory to watch the intro. It's my guilty pleasure.
Oh man, you don't want to wish for that. I run so many games where you can't skip it.
Hey, I'm the glitch hunter. I don't have to care about that stuff. It's the runner's problem.
That's right. Okay, so he picks him an ether. He did get an ether drop in the reactor. Ethers are going to be so important for the run for recovering our mana.
Yeah, we were going to be using a lot of magic throughout this run, as you already saw in that Guard Scorpion fight. In chapter 1 in general, like I was penny pitching for my MP on Cloud. I had 0 MP leaving that reactor. So
Yeah,
having
it's-
more and more ether just makes the run less scary.
Okay.
It's very complex.
See you on the train.
And so there is a mechanic that was going on that I didn't get to go into, but you get 1 MP back every 20 seconds in battle. And that is part of that like little calculation where we know we're going to have just enough MP.
And as you saw there, Jesse ended up giving us some healing materia and kind of taught us about the materia system. We haven't quite touched it. We won't quite touch it until chapter 3.
Stations intact.
But also, we also gained a couple high potions and ether for setting the timer to 20 minutes. That is actually really useful for the beginning part of this run.
Couldn't be. But then
Yeah. So we're gonna see something weird here. So if you played the original, this might look a little different. This was not in the original. This is kind of like a weird. I don't really know how to even explain this, honestly.
Detour from what you expect.
He seemed
Yeah.
like Nibelheim.
Yeah, it definitely gets into kind of later parts in this game and kind of Cloud's backstory that kind of shown in the cutscenes before. Here, he grew up in Nibelheim with Tifa, and here we kind of see his home being burned down. And veteran FF7 runners will definitely know what all this means, but people kind of new to the game, this is kind of a pretty big spoiler. We don't quite get to this part until after part 1 of the remake. So we will be talking a little bit about some things that are kind of spoilery, just because this game kind of panders to FF7 veterans a bit and gives us a lot of info and gives us a lot of flashbacks to the original.
Yeah, how can we not? I mean, this game includes aspects of every Final Fantasy VII release and production that exists. We're talking Advent Children all the way into, the OG game into Crisis Core, right?
And a Dirge of Cerberus.
Yeah,
all,
and
all the
that's what I was trying to
compilation.
think of. I'm like, there's got to be that other one that I didn't play.
So yeah, this kind of melds all those games together in quite a good way and gives us a lot of lore, and there's a lot of things, a lot of theories going around about this game, and it's really exciting that even though this game is a remake of a 20-year-old game, we're still able to get excited and be able to kind of hype up what the next part's going to be and what's going to be in it. We don't know exactly what's going to be in it. We know things are going to be similar, but we don't know like everything already.
There's a really interesting touch there that I think is really interesting anyway. Speaking of like Advent Children, this is one of the themes from Advent Children, one of the main themes of it. And it's like the only time in the run that plays. And it just kind of, because that's a future timeline, that's like later in the story. So why are we hearing that theme when we're just like seeing this weird vision that's not supposed to happen of Sephiroth? It just like leads into some of the theories that all the community has worked out over the last 4 months since this game was released.
All right, so there we ended up meeting Aerith and getting a flower. As you notice, Cloud will now have a flower on his uniform. And here we're going to be taking a slight detour and picking up this chest over here. This chest has power wrist guards, and that will increase our damage by 5%. We will absolutely need that for this run.
let's do this. It's over.
See, this is where like I do different stuff, so this is interesting to watch. I like that. I like the double stagger. That was cool.
Oh yeah, they definitely gripped up perfectly that I could punish her into a fire and yeah, get the stagger and get the ATB charge for the first strike.
Yep. So you can't flee these encounters because there's going to be like this little mechanic where if you have to interact with the ladder, anything with like a blue arrow, you can't flee. You have to kill everything, and there is a ladder we have to go up. So we do have to do this little gauntlet here, which is fine. We're gonna get experience and stuff like that. And he's just gonna tear through these enemies.
I'm gonna hit these boxes because there's some Mako shards that are kind of around the arena and boxes and around kind of the overworld and boxes, and we pick those up. That way we can get a little bit of our MP back when we end up using it.
Yeah, MP management is the name of this game in so many fights. And the game does like to put you on rails like this for like little gauntlets, and there's just nothing that we can do to skip them. You just gotta like satisfy the quest trigger.
I didn't get that. Oh, potion.
Yep. So Boren used a potion, that way he can kind of keep track of, again, we're trying to get ready for first strike later by filling up ATBs, stuff like that. And it's a little bit of safety, so there's no problems on a little mini boss coming up. He's gonna get this chest. This has grenades. Grenades are not used as much as the original, but we are gonna use some.
But the rooftops look clear.
And they just do like 200 damage and like an AoE.
Yeah, one of the
They don't.
One of the sad choices in this game. Oh, sorry, boy. One of the sad choices in this game that the developers took is that you can't damage yourself, not without a specific material called enemy skill, which we don't get in this run. But you can't throw grenades at yourself. You can't do anything like that. So it's a little bit of a bummer for reasons you'll see later in the skips. But I'll let Warren come back to explain what's going.
So, one of the things to explain about the grenades, yeah, they don't deal nearly as much damage, but one of the better things about them is that most enemies, they will end up getting knocked off their feet if you use grenades, so we do use that if certain enemies, such as, we'll see enemies with these shields, and we can use that to knock them off their feet and then be able to finish them off. And there's other enemies that are quite difficult to deal with. And so we kill those 2 grenadiers to get some ATB and a little bit of EXP and gil, and that's because hopefully we can go all the way and flee, and our flee time is kind of random. So sometimes we can take our ATB into the next encounter, and that is what we just did.
Nice. This is the only part where we can actually do this. I try to think of other ways or other places, but really there's
so that just takes care of that entire group over there. So and I still need some ATV. We will throw another one at that guy. Luckily we got a Punisher off. All right. Oh what? That was unfair. I kind of mistimed my Punisher there, and that he ended up hitting me instead of me getting the Punisher off.
Yep, so it's not like a perfect invulnerability when you swap to try to get your counters off. You can be punished if it's mistimed, and there's going to be cases where that happens and where it doesn't happen.
I want to talk about elemental weakness.
Yeah. We only have fire right now, but throughout the run we're going to be making use of weaknesses. You know, elemental weaknesses, and this will give more stagger damage and more damage, and that's all we really care about too much. But it's important because in some fights you need the extra damage to kind of knock back the enemy and make them get into a pressured state. Every boss, mini bosses, even just enemies have like these specific conditions to where they can be staggered or pressured, and we do want to push enemies into a pressured state if possible, so they're not hitting us, as that's going to be even more important in 90%, because again, like Foxy said earlier, he's going to be really underleveled and he's going to be taking tons of damage, and we want to be safe. And Boren will be grabbing something later for that.
Mm-hmm. And we've already seen kind of 2 magics, fire and thunder, and yeah, we are going to be getting some other magics later on, and we are, and also one of the cool things about the last chapter is in the OG FF7, you kind of had these text boxes that you say that you could flee or whatever, and in the remake, you actually flee until you get to until you're actually surrounded. I kind of really like that. So here we're going to be getting off the train, and we are going to be entering the Sector 7 slums. And there we're going to be meeting, some characters that
childhood friend
that we've that Cloud knows, and that character knows Cloud.
Yeah, so here, after all the action, we finally get into a little bit of downtime. It's nice on your hands. I think a lot of runners would prefer to keep the action going though, but there's going to be downtime here, so it would be a good time for donations.
Absolutely. We have got a metric ton of them. So let me go ahead and start with $1,000 from Adam, who says, FF7 has been a favorite of mine, and FF7 Remake got me through the start of the distancing. Good luck to the runner, and glad to do something to help.
I don't know. Figure out how I screwed up.
We've also got $25 from Nanaki Emmy, who says, best of luck on the run, Boren. I have been looking forward to this run all week. Can't wait to see how the wider community reacts to the many ways we have broken this game over the last 4 months. Hope the skip gods are good to you, and if anything goes wrong, blame Foxy, and remember to be nice.
I was expecting that. Yeah, Emmy's been an excellent help to us in the community. She's optimized tons of these skips and made them runner friendly. Thanks for that.
She referenced the be nice, which we were actually coming pretty close to. Eventually, we'll get to kind of the story of Sector 7, but there's a scene where Tifa here, she ends up repeating that phrase quite a bit. And us runners kind of made a little meme about it just because of how much time we end up actually hearing it.
Yeah, chat, get your be nice panokos ready, okay? That's coming up in like 5 minutes.
Before we get on, there's an empty apartment. I was thinking the landlady.
And here's our childhood friend,
How was it up on the plate?
Taifa Lockhart.
It was chaotic.
And she's kind of like our martial artist character. She will be part of it. She's the quicker character. We don't have her yet.
I promise I won't do it
Yeah,
again.
And
Dangerous part
we'll
of the
be
job.
getting Tifa here very soon, and she is the absolute fastest playable character that we currently have. And so there's going to be some sections where we're going to want to flee from some fights. And so we're going to take control away from Cloud and put it back onto Tifa. That way she can flee from the fights much faster than Cloud or Barrett or Aerith can.
I'll give you that.
yeah, and story-wise,
I saw Sector
she tells
8
us
on the
that
news.
we have an apartment
like a
right
war
next to
zone.
ours
The
that
news
we
is
can
just
stay
another
at.
Shinra mouthpiece.
And the owner, the landlord, is a friend of Avalanche, which is the group we're in.
It
Kind
wasn't
of,
that bad?
It was.
I don't want to point them,
Oh,
like, paint them in a bad light, but they're eco-terrorists. It's true, but we're trying to fight the
And
good
here we
fight.
are. Good old
And
Stargazer Heights.
she's gonna
You're
let us
on the
stay for
second
free.
floor.
We're kind of fighting Shinra, this big mega corporation, energy
201 here is
conglomerate.
where I sleep.
And that's
Don't
kind of
have
what,
time
like,
for
all the
much else.
soldiers
What
and
with
stuff we've been
second fighting
fighting.
and
There's like these 8 big
Not even
reactors.
time
We
to
blew up
decorate.
one, as you saw earlier. And as Born is looking up, there's like this big thing with lights, and that's
Here's your
actually a
room.
giant
Don't
plate
worry.
over the city.
did?
If you
Yes?
played the original, you know what
Oh.
this is.
No.
There's like
And
the
this?
That one's,
higher class people that live up there, and then everyone else in the slums. And everyone just tries to get by, live their day-to-day lives.
Here we're kind of getting into another spoiler section. We learn about these hooded figures, and they and that they're somewhat connected to Sephiroth, because when Cloud opens that door, he ends up seeing Sephiroth and almost gets strangled by him. But then Tifa intervenes, and it just turns out to be some guy kind of in some tattered robes, and we're kind of Cloud's just kind of freaking out about what he just saw there.
Yeah, again, another divergence from the original. It takes it a little bit further and makes you go, wait, what? What's happening here?
Well, now.
Yeah, it is worth saying that this is not a remaster. It is a remake. So they do fill in plot holes. They go a little bit off the rails because this is kind of how they envisioned the game many years later. There were some issues in the original game with a lot of plot holes, and I'm sure they'll fill in all of that in this remake.
And make a few more.
Maybe they already have.
All right,
That's arguable.
So we're coming back to Sector 7, and we learn that Avalanche, kind of different from the original. Avalanche doesn't have the money on hand to pay Cloud. That's actually going to become something really big later on.
Thanks.
But essentially, we're going around with Tifa, and we're going to pick up money that she kind of does a service of water filters. We're going to end up picking up money here, and we're going to be using that money to supply Cloud with a lot of materia and equipment.
Hey, since we're collecting money in the game, it seems like a pretty good time to collect some money on stream too if we have any donations.
Suppose I could.
Absolutely, I'm going to help Cloud collect some money. This sounds great. Here's $20 from Very Serious Gaming, who says, thanks to everyone who made this possible, donating towards such an amazing cause and an exciting FF7 remake run. Let's get that Minecraft bonus game incentive. The incentive he's talking about is the bonus game number 6 minus Minecraft any % random seed glitchless that you've got less than 24 hours to get. We've got $15,000 out of $400,000 that you need for that. So get those donations in.
Oh,
Working?
And so here's the Be Nice section.
that I.
Be nice.
Get your be nices ready, everybody.
I'm doing my.
You're looking a good long.
A tried and true.
That you
Be nice,
think so.
guys.
Don't do any.
All right, so we're heading over to the weapons shop now, and we are going to be meeting up with some of the community members here in Sector 7. We're going to be meeting up with what is called the Neighborhood Watch, and
5 years,
kind
give or
of
take?
the stark contrast between the upper and lower plate is that the lower plate has to deal with monsters constantly roaming about, and so they kind of built this community that way they can deal with these monsters. So
We're so
Cloud's a mercenary, so he's looking for work.
My associate.
But because he's looking for work, we're gonna
Thank you
We're going to
very
be
much.
asking some of these neighborhood watch people to help us out,
Really know.
In
get our
that
name
case, if
across,
you're
that way we can
serious,
find some
it's not what
jobs.
you- Yep.
How do I start? Yeah. Okay.
Didn't see anybody yet.
Yeah, so this is going to start to open up our... we have one main quest to do here, but then it's going to open up some side quests and stuff. But this is the introduction to the quest system, pretty much. And we're going to get an introduction to the weapon upgrade system. So they kind of took a page from the FF13 book where you have like the Crystarium in that game, but you kind of have like a little
So
galaxy thing that you could go into. It's not worth upgrading yet. I did some recent tests as well, and it's really not worth it. I just wanted the exact numbers, and it provides basically nothing for what's coming up.
Scrap Boulevard is out west.
So we're not going to actually
Past the
upgrade our weapons yet.
barricades, supposed to keep the monsters out.
We're just going to ignore that
Anyway, we should
and go to
prepare,
the
just in case.
little dungeon here, the Scrap Boulevard. We have 4 encounters to do. And there's going to be 2 enemy types, rats, which don't really do anything, and they're going to be gorgers. Gorgers have an annoying ability called Feast. If they decide to hit you with it, they're probably going to get you,
Show me what you got, Cloud.
and it will introduce the bind mechanic, and that was good. There's no Feast. It's annoying because then you have to switch to a different character because you can't do anything.
So that's what
And
a
if you
soldier
like
looks
hit the
like.
enemy a few times or just kill them, it'll release your character.
Let's keep at it.
And luckily,
Those are nice.
these enemies are grouping up really nicely. That I can just finish them both off with just the Punisher combo. That rat got past me. We have Tifa here.
I got this.
She basically kills him with a single uppercut. So we kind of get to see kind of how Tifa's just a really strong 1v1 type of character.
Yeah, I liked how Closetowar put it. She's a glass cannon for sure.
it's a little surprising. No escape.
Yeah, and these are weak to fire, they're weak to ice, so he just blows it away with fire.
You won't stay
And
gone.
coming up, there's going to be something handy on the ground. It's
Trust
going to
me, it'll
be
do wonders for your rep.
ice materia, which is the 3rd element that we haven't had yet. There are 4, we'll get the 4th later.
And kind of similar to Final Fantasy 15, you have to be looking at the thing that you want to pick up or open or talk to. You can't just get close to it. You have to actually be looking at it. So you just kind of got to get used to manipulating the camera to pick up these items at times.
Camera manipulation is very important outside of battle and in battle. Outside of battle, if you look at like little cutscenes that Cloud would look at, you won't get like the little pause hesitation where he just kind of stops. You'll just keep
Come on,
jogging.
Vidu.
I don't know about that.
And in battle, there's like 2 different camera modes where you can lock on or not lock on. And to turn it when you're not locked on, you kind of move your analog stick in the direction you want to attack. It's really wonky. It is useful. Both ways are useful. But if like you're not looking at something and you, for example, cast fire, Cloud will shoot the fire into nothing. But if you lock on, it'll just like whip back around. It's kind of funny looking, but
The guy who traveled.
Where's
yeah,
he
we
at?
do manipulate the camera a lot. We knew when we started running the game that would be one of the biggest issues with it. And here we got a reward, the Iron Blade, our next weapon.
Take on it.
Actually extremely useful,
Thanks.
even through like the mid game. And he's gonna change it to it in a second. And we have a new character here, Chadley. This is like our it's actually a great character. I love this character. He gives us little goals, which is called the battle intel, which again we were keeping track of our first strike stuff, and it gives us other stuff and gives us rewards and materia, or you can fight summons and get new summons, which we'll go into later when we get to that point. I'm more just doing some setup here with materia for certain abilities. Is going to set some things to shortcuts, and the AP we get is going to matter. Your materia levels up through AP. Like for our level 1 elements, we need 300 AP to get to the level 2, and then 900 more, so a total of 1200 more to get level 3, so you to get like your Firaga. And here is a very special battle. It's the Assess battle. So we got a material called Assess, which lets us look at the weaknesses of elements, or enemies, not elements. And you need 2 different types to open up the shop from Chadley for our materia, and that was great. It could have been a little better. That Gorger is a little special where it won't use Feast, it will use Sickle Strike, and you can counter it, but that was still a great fight. I mean, I've had Tifa murder the enemies, and that feels so bad.
Cloud, you were the first.
Yeah, that's just the thing, because now you have up to 2 separate characters acting on their own behalf, and the AI can either go ham and like totally destroy an enemy, or they'll just sit there acting dumb for way too long, and so you have to be able to manage that, and that's half the battle. I mean, literally.
Yeah. So it looks like we're at 9 out of 10 for first strike, which is good. It's you might be at 10, you might be at 9, you might be at 8. As long as you're not like down at 6, it's kind of an issue. And we were kind of talking over it, but boy, that's one of the best lines. Cloud's kind of like that country boy.
And now we get Johnny, which is like one of the newer fleshed out characters. He's in the original, but you might have not noticed him, and he pops up all over the place. But here we get, you know, kind of, again, true to form Final Fantasy VII Remake, where they take something that they could have easily just glossed over and turned it into something kind of, you know, fun and endearing.
Yeah, and one more thing that we didn't go into, you do have to do 1 of the 3 side quests to continue. You are required to do 1, and luckily the Chadley one right there, we need it, and it is the fastest. The second fastest is like the cat one, but that takes like 2 minutes, and it gives you like 2 high potions or something. It's not good.
Yeah, and also if we complete the Chad side quest, we get about 500 gil, and that's gonna become it's gonna be really useful in the run. So yeah, we're getting a Johnny here, and the reason why we kind of have to babysit Johnny is because he actually knows Tifa. He used to be in a relationship with Tifa, and he knows about Avalanche. He knows about their identities, and so these soldiers are trying to get the Avalanche identities out, and so we have to kind of save them.
What was she thinking? I just had to say, what was she thinking? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Trusting Johnny of all people.
He's like your clown guy. He's nice. He's nice. We'll see more of him later. But yeah, we're gonna save him so that he doesn't leak any information, and we're gonna skip the cutscene where Cloud almost kills him after this, but instead he's just gonna let him go, and Johnny will take off and leave town.
All right.
We need to go before they wake up.
Now we are done with basically the first kind of half of chapter 3, where we're kind of done collecting money. We're done doing side quests. There's only like one more fight before we get into chapter 4.
I suppose
It's the Mako.
Yeah, this is another good time for donations before we get to that fight.
Absolutely, they keep coming in. I've got $100 from Papa Burgundy III Twice Removed, who says, so happy that this event was able to happen this year. SGDQ has become my most anticipated event of the summer by far. I mean, what could be better than a wonderful community marathoning for a week straight for such a great cause? Thank you for doing what you do. Good luck with this Final Fantasy VII run, and to the rest of the runners this weekend. Minecraft, please and thanks.
Here, here.
We've also got just a $7 donation from Ian Rice, who says, $7 hype train for Final Fantasy VII. If we got $7 from everyone in chat right now, we could break all sorts of records.
All right, so here you saw us pick up a music disc earlier, and that's actually required. We have to pick up that music disc, and we have to play darts to progress the story.
So if you didn't do it earlier, you'd have to do it here.
Exactly, but we don't actually have to play darts. Instead, we're just going to quit.
Yeah, so I will give a shout out to people who do darts %.
Yeah, darts percent.
I don't do it, but I know some people do, and we're showing them out.
It's fun.
Okay, so this next fight. This is a fight against 4 hoodlums. They work for Don Corneo, which we'll get into later in chapter 9, I guess. It's still chapter 9. And this fight, man, there's no set way to do this fight. This is like a lot of improv. It's kind of frustrating. These guys, sometimes you can knock them back, sometimes you can't. They might attack you, they might not. Hopefully we don't see a grab. They can grab you, so this bind mechanic is supposed to be for multiple characters, but these guys can bind you, and you don't have another person to swap to, so you lose 20 seconds if they grab you.
Yeah, it is.
And
It
you
is
can't be
not a
knocked out of
pretty.
it.
It is not a pretty time loss.
I have lost. I've actually like game overed on this fight sometimes, a couple times.
So-
And I was just so frustrated.
One thing that Born's doing here, which is useful to mention, is that he's using the NPC's movement to kind of push Cloud along slightly faster. You would normally follow along behind these characters, and there's a lot of circumstances in the game where you can get a nice little extra boost from a helping hand NPC.
Yeah, so for some reason, we slow down when we go up hills and up the stairs there, but they don't, and that's why it's really advantageous to stay in front. So let's see how this goes. He's pretty much going to be doing, you know, some attacks, some magic.
I want to target that guy.
And it's
And
really
that was
nice.
really
when you
nice
get-
so far.
Oh yeah, when you get 2, sometimes you can get 4.
All right, so that was
That was
just
a great
really
fight.
clean.
Wow.
Yeah, those guys, they have this buff, which they were trying to do, which
Not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on
it's
the
kind of
ground
like a
floor.
sedative in this game. A sedative makes you take less damage, but what they do is they actually up their max health and their current health. So they take way less damage, it looks like, but it's just to have a ton more health. That was just a great fight. That was really clean.
Husband decided to go to the
Yeah, so being able to get Berserk off and then cast fire on them just allows them to take care of them
Yeah.
before they get that health increase.
I don't think we mentioned it, but Berserk does affect all of your damage, including your magic damage. So your magic damage will do 30% more damage.
Awesome.
Also limits.
So story-wise, we get roped in by Jesse. We are not, as I mentioned earlier, Avalanche is kind of penny pitching to try and pay Cloud, and they don't have enough money to hire Cloud on for the next mission, the next bombing run. And so Cloud just went to go get some rest, and Jesse ends up hiring him to help her with the mission.
All right, here comes the hard part.
Yeah, okay, so we have our biking segment. This was not in the original. If you remember the original, there is one biking segment. That is way later at the end of the game. We will be doing that. But here we have one as well. A New Game Plus, you can skip this, but we can't do that. This is not New Game Plus. There are a few mechanics. Born just hit a ramp. When you hit the ramp, your triangle move at the bottom left, you see spinning slash, it filled up. Over time, this fills up, and when you deal damage, take damage, it fills up. So he used it on the first guy. You didn't see it, but the guy did spawn. He was there. We handled this differently. I haven't actually looked at how Born does this yet, so we'll see.
Yeah.
There's 1 guy, and then there's 2 guys, and then 3 guys. These are always the same, but their spawn locations are not the same. It's the next ramp. He's full. He's going to save that for the next wave.
Yeah, there's going to be like 3 or 4 different segments of this bike minigame, and how they kind of programmed it is they have a looping track, and to progress to the next segment, you actually kind of have to hit a trigger at the end of the track for it to happen. So there's a lot of timing involved, there's a lot of underhood mechanics, and you can't just be kind of like, you can easily lose 10 to 20 seconds just by being at the beginning of a track before it gets to the trigger.
Yeah, if you get like some unlucky drones for a part coming up here, then it's so frustrating. So these are the elite guys. These guys are a bit tankier than what we just took out. It would take 2 full combos plus a spin slash. Or, no, it's 2 regular, 2 full combos, or you can do a spin slash and 1 combo to deal with them. And there's a mechanic here where if you block, you also gain some of your special back, and you kind of keep your current speed, so it's not like he's just slowing down. Okay, that guy is down. And now we have 4 drones. These drones have 2 moves they can do. Luminous Blast, which they go far ahead. You can never catch them if they do this, ever. So you can like slow down if you want, whatever. Biggs on the side, he can shoot the enemies, and he can actually damage these ones pretty good. But a lot of times when Biggs shoots the enemies, they actually speed up, and if he keeps doing it, it is actually impossible to catch them. You'd have to burn the move, but usually he'll stop at some point. And then there is that stun move right there where they slow down and you can catch them, that little orb. And the drone are down. And now it's just a drive until we see a new character.
At this rate, Born, you're not going to get the Jessie kiss.
Yeah, to get the Jessie kiss, we have to have our HP above 80% when we finish this this section of the game. But sadly, because we
Tank damage.
because we take a lot of damage to build up our triangle meter, then it ends up.
There's 3 cutscenes. There's 2 where you pass, and then 1 where you fail. If you skip this, you get the fail. And it doesn't change anything. We skip the cutscene anyways. But that character we saw for a moment, we are gonna have to fight him in a little bit. His name is Roche. Can't wait for him to join the party in part 2. I'm totally expecting it.
Yeah, me too.
Get rid of... I don't know, get rid of Red. I don't know.
Ooh, those
We're
are
gonna-
fighting words.
We're gonna see Roche a little bit more here soon. We saw just a little introduction. And we're gonna meet him personally. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
So fun fact about Roche, she was actually intended to be in the OG version of the game, but it was taken out, and now we get to see the fleshed out version of him too. So it's kind of cool nod to things that were, you know, not quite in production for the original Final Fantasy, and the staff gets to come back and go, hey, let's put him in this now fully fleshed out version of the game.
I did not know that he was going to be in the original. Nice.
Now there's several characters
sure there
that were originally going to be in FF7, but they had to dump me out just due to time constraint. Like, I believe Leslie was one of them. I believe some characters like Chocobo Sam and Madame M were some of them. And anyway, we get to these 2 guys and we don't actually fight them.
Yeah, you can manipulate this so you can actually damage him. I haven't tested what happens if you kill one before this cutscene. It is possible, and I want to test it, but I bet it wouldn't change anything. But Roche comes in and he's going to just deal with these 2 guys. And we're gonna fight him. And he is a soldier, just like Cloud. I don't know, soldiers, I don't know if they are special, but they sometimes have trouble against rats and random gangsters. So maybe it's just the title, I don't know.
And this is kind of our
I've seen people
introduction
tie to
to soldiers outside of Cloud 2, where we kind of get to see that they're a little unhinged. They're not 100% all there mentally.
Yeah,
And as you see with Roche, he's kind of a blood knight. He's kind of seeking a challenge, which is why he seeks out Cloud and wants to duel him.
And maybe only ex-soldiers get killed by rats and gangsters close to war.
I see. Okay, so this fight. Mechanically, he opens up with the wind moves. You hit him when he's doing the wind, and it'll push him back a bit, and you can catch up to him. We're gonna keep fighting. He does the stomp. If he does the stomp later, and you don't use your spin slash to go through it, he can go into a second wind cycle, and that's the mechanic here. So it is good to save that in case he does it. When he gets to lower health, he's going to be pushed into the kind of next phase, which is the lightning phase. And this looks like a good first phase. He's not going to get a second wind cycle. There's all kinds of moves you can do here. We can't manipulate this. And here there are going to be 9 lightning bolts. If you block these, they will be right in front of you, which is great, blocks to get a move. If you don't block it, it'll be kind of sporadic, and you have to go like left and right. And yeah, and then he's gonna finish with a jump here. It's fine to take damage, it's fine to block it. And if you have your move ready, you use your spin slash. Here he's going to do, Roche is gonna do 2 moves, and then he can do another lightning cycle like we just got. Or he can choose to not do it, and we'll normally do it after a third in that case. But that was a great fight, no 2 cycles.
Yeah, so we were able to get him before he did another one of the where he's on the wall and just starts throwing the lightning. That just saves a lot. That just, we don't like to see a second one.
How are you feeling so far, Boren? I mean, looking like the run's on good pace.
Oh no, I'm enjoying it pretty good right now. I like this game. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be running. So here we're gonna have a little bit of RNG with Wedge here. He can either get in front of us, which he's trying to do, and that kind of wastes a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's not moving.
Yeah, sometimes we can kind of push him out of the way. Other times he's going to use all his girth against us, so just got to be careful about him.
So we're above the plate now. We're to like the more richy area, and Jessie's parents live here. She was born and raised up here. We're gonna be going over to her house, and it's not just a visit. We want to take her father's ID to kind of get us into a Shinra facility. Although we're not really gonna do anything there. Jessie's gonna do it. Her mom doesn't think anything weird about us showing up with armor and all this stuff, apparently.
It's part of the play she's in, right?
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
So I want to talk a tiny bit about this map, because this was one of the first maps that should have been skippable, because we found ways to completely get out of bounds, and it's really, really fun to explore the map out of bounds because the game gets all sorts of wonky, and you see lots of artifacting, and it's a lot of fun. But I guess the developers, did their job this day, because there's not a lot of opportunity to sequence break it. You kind of have to follow the quest triggers in order, otherwise the game just doesn't spawn in the chapter end. And this is one of the many examples of a chapter that's completely unskippable as a result of that, despite our best efforts.
And if you saw there, I got 360 Cloud. If I turn to face the direction where Cloud's supposed to lean, he'll actually spin in the 360 before he leans on the wall. Happy I got that. And so here we're going into the little section where Jesse kind of hired us for picking up the ID card that we can get into the Shinra warehouse. So this would be a pretty good time for a donation.
We've got $2,552.55 for a joke that kind of goes over my head here from Moradin. FF1 on the NES was one how I fell in love with RPGs 30 plus years ago. So glad that FF7 finally got remade, and for me, watching my friend play it on Twitch made the first weeks of the lockdown more bearable. An FF donation, XFFFF, for a great game and for the great runners and GDQ staff. Also, Pump It Up and Happy Feet was beyond amazing, and during a marathon, save the animals. It means we get a few more seconds of the super awesome Super Metroid.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. We can get one more.
Sure. I've got $50 from Greater 7. The FF7 remake only takes 6 hours to beat, but the original took like 40 hours. What a sham.
Careful, it's hot.
All right, so we finally got the ID card. So we're actually going to meet up with Biggs and Wedge, and they're actually going to explain kind of Jesse's backstory for us here. It's kind of how we manipulate cutscenes. Cloud has to be in certain spots, that way they progress their dialogue. And if you run this for the first time, it can be kind of wonky to get these guys going.
Happened while Jesse was doing a show with the gold saucer. What do you care?
Yeah, this game really likes to try to keep you on rails. I mean, there are these moments that you can break sequence, and then the game doesn't punish you for it. But yeah, like I was saying before, this chapter's pretty airtight as far as sequencing goes.
Right before opening night.
I didn't see if Wedge did any weird pathfinding earlier or not.
land in the worst possible place.
Yeah, one of the amazing things about this game is that the NPCs, every time they pathfind, they find a new way to walk the same
It's
path
ridiculous.
somehow. And I've actually gotten a soft lock here with Jessie. She actually ran into one of the railings and got stuck.
Thinks her dad's spirit
Like,
is stuck now.
that's just kind of how crazy this game is.
Don't
Just
tell
with
me
basic,
that. I've never heard of that.
I've never
basic
heard of that either.
NPC
You'll get caught up in the flow and poof.
NPC pathfinding.
What's so
No, it's
funny?
only happened to me once, and it was
Understand how you
on my
feel.
first casual run. I was like, wait,
Like most
what?
of the time.
What's going on?
I see.
But ever since then, it hasn't happened.
So this next segment, we're gonna have another gauntlet, kind of like how we did with the fountain, but it's gonna be in this base. It's gonna be
It's not something. Oh,
5 sets of fights,
She's serious.
including the boss.
this guy.
And
Hey,
I haven't
the
seen,
one
but
Justin was
I think
talking
Bourne's
about.
probably gonna buy some stuff here.
We rendezvous
Mm-hmm.
here when we
And there
found
are
what we
these,
came for.
you're going to be introduced to the vending machine mechanic, which is handy. And I want to point out something. In the very first reactor at the beginning of the game, we don't do it, but if you use magic, the guards are like, where did you get materia? But it's readily available from like every shop and vending machines. It's not rare at all. And it's just kind of funny. So he's buying materia for later, and now he's going to put on lightning. He's gonna need it, and he puts on the summon material Ifrit. So we're not allowed to use like the DLC stuff,
If you need a chick,
You can use that
but you
vending
can
machine
use
over there to stock
the
up.
one that we get in the run, Ifrit. And we're not going to summon. I'm sorry.
guess there's a
The
training center too.
mechanic is that there's this summon gauge that fills up over time, and then you can summon them. And it's got like this long like animation where the character dances around or something. And then to use the abilities, you have to expend ATB that would be better used elsewhere. And then when the character dies or the timer runs out, the summon would do a big, cool looking move, you know, like Ifrit would do Hellfire. But we want it for the stats. It's going to give us some MP. It's going to give strength because it's Ifrit, and that is really, really important. Later on towards the end of the game, it's going to be pumping out like 6 or 8
That's the
strength.
signal.
And each point of strength is actually kind of
according to
significant.
plan.
Like a good measurement is 6 is a lot.
Yeah.
That's how I like to look at it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no
first I was
real
like, whatever.
summonings this game. Usually, if you see a summoning in a speedrun for this game, it's a backup strat or a mistake.
Sometimes you go to do limit and you accidentally summon, and it feels so bad.
It's like an instant 15 seconds, and you're like, no.
See ya.
So here we've got a bunch of chumps he's got to take care of. They're just officers and grenadiers. A thing worth noting that Biggs is like shooting the enemies, but it does not hurt your experience or AP when this happens. It is okay if he kills steals. I've had Wedge kill steal a sweeper before, and we used to think like that was a problem, but then we actually looked a little closer, and it's actually fine for the experience.
Alright, so there's the
And,
first fight. And
Didn't explain it, but this weapon gives you a very powerful ability, probably the best ability in the game because of its utility and strength. Triple slash, or as we call it, the Tripolowski. So the second hit will do more damage than the first, the third will do more than the second. And then if your second hit hits the same target, it does 55% damage. The third hit, if it hits the same target, is 10%. But if you bounce it between enemies, you'll get the full damage. And there he takes care of a shield guy and a elite officer, and here we have an elite grenadier, which we're going to get rid of right away. They are a problem. And the shock trooper. The elite grenadiers can do like 3 grenade shots in a row, and it hurts. But we take it out right away, and it doesn't bother us at all. I didn't see, did you finish your first strike ticks?
I don't know. I'll be able to on the sweeper definitely.
Look at us.
I'll be able to definitely check it on there because I always get an ATB on them.
Yeah. We're coming up to a point where we're going to have to be ready to get first strike, so we have to make sure we finish here. He's going to turn around, hit these doggos. It's a little quicker to go over here and just murder them. I like to go into like this little corner and do some counters, and it looks cool and it's quick. But there's all these dogs, and these can actually do the bind mechanic, which is the throat clamp. It's not 20 seconds, it's like 10 seconds, but you get beat up during it, and it's dangerous. And that was actually a great set of dogs. And something else there, he got his limit ready.
No holding back.
I don't know if you do limit strats here. I do.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah,
High
so,
pop 4.
yep. The limit is nice because it does a lot of damage, and there's this mechanic in this game where each move and each enemy, they same with characters, we kind of have like this cut and keep value, it's called. A cut is like your ability to cut through the enemy's defenses and knock them out of moves. A keep is your ability to not be knocked out, and different abilities, we have like a giant spreadsheet of all of this and what they do. For example, like a regular attack, I guess, has 30 cut and 20 keep, so you can get knocked out of it really easy. One of these moves, that he's doing like focus thrust, 50 and 60, and then limits are at 70 cut, so they will cut through anything. They will knock bosses out of whatever they are doing, always. And here we have Roche again, which we saw earlier on the bike, but now we're actually going to be fighting in person. And he likes to dodge, and that's kind of the mechanic here. You can counter him, and he's weak to fire. We have 2 phases. You got the blizzard, and he's gonna get taken care of just like that. So we get pushed to the second phase, and here it gets a bit wonky. So there's a mechanic going on with Roche where people didn't know what caused pressure for a long time, and then we kind of sat down and worked it out. He has this like blue shield that when you do enough damage, it pops, and then you can pressure him. And if you don't pop it in phase 1 and he counters right away like he just did, you will always get the pressured state. And you can get it back again later, but it's weird. So there's going to be a lot of countering, a lot of fires. As Roche is weak to fire.
No escape. Time to burn. Calling fire.
And Roche was actually the next guy, and at the start of phase 1, he gave us an elixir just to heal us up. He's, you know, a gentleman, I guess.
That was
And
Roche.
just like that, he's down. And we get an elixir, which is very important. Wait, I guess not.
Yeah, I was
Well, you
gonna
don't-
say it used to be
Not
more
as
important.
much. It used to be more important.
So
Yeah.
kind of what
I mean, it's still important.
What Closetowar was referencing there is there's 2 major categories for any percent of this game. There's no major glitches, and then there's more of the true any percent, which is, you know, we get to use all the skips and glitches. One of the most recent skips in the game that was discovered was actually a skip for Chapter 11, which skips both bosses of Phantom, the Ghoul, and Eligor as well. And we used to be able to kill one of those bosses by just throwing 2 elixirs on it. So we don't need those 2 elixirs anymore, but as he stated, they're pretty important to have around.
Well, elixirs are just
Yeah.
good. They heal all your HP and all your MP. And so having elixirs is just really nice to be able to replenish all your MP generally. Generally, you use them as turbo ethers, but luckily I end up picking up a couple more elixir just for a little safety because they do come in handy in some really tough fights. So
Yeah,
I will.
and I mean, this is a marathon, definitely.
So I will pick up definitely a couple, even if I don't have to use them against the boss. I will definitely pick up a couple just for that little safety.
Yeah, if something goes terribly wrong, which it can, because I'll explain, like, there's a couple things that are against us here. The game is 30 FPS, so this means that sometimes our inputs get dropped, and it's frustrating. If this happens at a bad time in battle, you kind of need a backup plan, and there's a lot of improv that goes on, and having some way to heal up is nice, so you don't have to worry, oh crap, I'm gonna die. You can retry fights, but the loading screens are so long that you don't want to do that. Really.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then
That's
there's... Go ahead.
that's the thing is that like we could if we can finish the fight, if we can like even if it does go sour, if we can finish the fight, it is generally faster than trying to retry that fight. again, that's as he was saying. There's these load times that take a while, and even though I do have like an SSD on my PlayStation 4 Pro, the load times are still like 30 to 40 seconds long, and that is a lot of time
this
lost.
game, I had HDD. I didn't have an SSD, and it took forever. It took me 3 weeks throughout this game. It was during quarantine and stuff, so I had the time, but eventually I got SSD because I'm like, if I'm gonna keep routing, I need to save time. Like really, it's really important for routing. So he picks up a revival materia here. He's gonna sell that. That is one of the like special materials. So materia give you stats like we talked about Ifrit, and this would give us magic attack. Me personally, I use it, but I know Born is gonna use a 2 first strike route, whereas I would use 1 and keep the revival. But he's gonna have to sell that because first strike is expensive.
First strike is very expensive.
Yes.
We'll be seeing how much money I have and how much money I will have after I buy it.
Yeah, and then there is another mechanic that's against us, which I'll go into. It's called negative edge. It's typically in like fighting games. I don't know the exact specifics, but it's like when you press a button, you can get an input, and when you release it, you can get an input. And it has to do with like mashing. So if you're like mashing, and sometimes you tell a character to do a shortcut, they'll do it twice, or you'll go to use your own shortcut, let's say, like your triangle move, but you'll get the square input instead. And that's just the negative edge going on.
And one of the things that I've encountered is like I try to use a shortcut, a triangle shortcut on like a party member, and then the character I'm controlling uses their triangle at the same time.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
So it's important to not just mash away, right? You gotta kind of time things.
Anyway, let's head on over to
Gotta have that rhythm.
We are gonna get another reward in a second. It's Barrier from Jesse, and that's also gonna get sold. For me, I level
Jesse
up
of all
and sell
people.
it, but Born's gonna have to sell it.
Nah, it's all a game.
You lost me.
Life's a stage and loves the play.
Good old
Life's a
lines.
stage and loves the play, everyone.
Yeah, this is kind of just more building of the characters and them feeling more alive than the original. The trio here, were kind of just whatever, in my opinion. You felt bad later in the game, but here you feel worse because they really do bring them to life.
They
it's unfortunate.
definitely hit your emotions in this game. They definitely have the voice acting and the cinematography that just hit you just right.
Yep, there is a death flag there. I'm just saying. It's like, oh my god, don't say that, Jesse. That you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah.
We do have time for probably 1 or 2 donations here.
Sure thing. We've got a lot of donations coming in for that $7 hype train we talked about earlier. We've got $7 from Suraya, who says, if we can't suplex the train, we might as well hop on board. Let's go, Twitch chat. Did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to a single channel on Twitch for free, and proceeds of all subs go towards MSF? So be sure to use it. Thanks, Suraya. You're my favorite.
Okay.
We've also got sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
We've also got
more.
$7 more from $7 Hype Train, who says, $7 Hype Train.
Gotta love consistency.
Okay. Where to begin? So this is the Whispers. Okay, this is going to be an ongoing mechanic throughout the game, but we're only going to have a couple of fights with these. These are very out of place enemies. You can't see them until they touch you. We're going to have to fight 6 of them. I actually do need to look into something. I had one run where I skipped Spectre F. I was like on its spawn point or something, and I skipped its spawn. I'll look into that at some point. But he's just gonna mow him down. And we have a fight that's kind of complex coming up. And it's against more Spectres and the Enigmatic Spectre. So I learned recently that like what you do on this fight actually affects the fight later in Chapter 12. It just kind of was staggering. It doesn't matter at that point because we're well equipped to handle it. But here we don't really have much to work with. And this fight, the Spectre is going to bind Tifa right away. So Born's gonna probably do the limit strat. I created a different strat because it can be inconsistent. So he's going to use fire on the Spectre, stagger it, kill it, do it with the next one, and then he's going to. When you kill a Spectre, the boss one becomes pressured, and then we want to kind of stagger it, and that will be the third one necessary for a cross slash. And hopefully we don't see any double entwine mechanics going on. Entwine is their bind mechanic. It can really ruin your day. And there's also a chance that when he kills the second one, the pressure on the boss will fall off instantly. Don't really know what's going on there. Sometimes that happens. Not a big deal.
I'm loving watching all these opinions about the ghosts rolling in on chat.
There's the entwine.
That was unlucky.
Yeah. Sometimes both characters get entwined and you just sit there and it's a bad day. So this is actually one of the more like annoying fights. It's a very annoying no matter how you do it, and you can just lose or gain so much time. And okay, it's dead. It's gone for now. These things are kind of trying to set the path back to the original, because things are kind of varying and going off the rails from the original game. And Cloud would not have gone on this mission, neither would Tifa. And so they're restoring the timeline, I guess.
I can tell you're nervous.
Yeah, it's kind of a push-pull storyline, right? Where Sephiroth, potentially from the future Sephiroth, because of Advent Children, you know, music and other pieces of evidence pointing to that, is trying to kind of change how things went in the original timeline. And these plot ghosts, yes, they are plot ghosts. That's literally their only job. They're just trying to make sure everything kind of flows along the original path of the story. And so there's a general push and pull back and forth.
We can save our opinions for that for at the end, but I do have opinions on that, just like everyone else. So Airborne's gonna do some selling, he's gonna get some money, and he's gonna talk to Chadley coming up, who's nice and on the way, and you have to talk to him.
They don't have armor. The thing is that I forgot to pick up Iron Bangle in Chapter 2.
Oh.
And so I planned on buying it, but I'm going to have to buy it at before Crab Warden.
I saw that out of the corner of my eye and I was not sure.
Oh no, I forgot to buy stuff.
I hope you will continue to help me gather
battle information. So as we go through the game, even if you unlock these battle intels, you can't actually get certain materia until later from Chadley. So even though, like, let's say a very useful one, ATB assist, we could have it ready early, but we can't get it until a certain point. But first strike in this game, you're limited to 2. You cannot have 3. It is the most useful materia in the game. A different one called ATB assist would be more useful, but you can only have 1 of those. So first strike does take the place as number 1 materia. This allows you to start with ATB. It does level up. It will level up in the run, and you get more of a starting ATB as it levels, but there is still variance on your ATB roll. And there is pros and cons to going with the 1 or 2 first strike routes. 1 is a little more RNG heavy, and you sometimes have to do backup strats. 2, he'll have level 2 earlier, which is nice. You will always have a full ATB at the start of battle.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and we'll eventually get even more kind of AT manipulating materia. We get first strike first, and then once we kind of get done with the second bombing mission, we'll get another materia called ATB boost. And it turns out first strike and ATB boost work extremely well together.
Yeah.
And we will be abusing that for the most of the run.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about the ATB boost, even though we don't have it yet. ATB boost, I did not use it casually. I did not understand it casually, but once knowing it in the run, I worked it out, and it doubles your current ATB. So if you have like 10% of an ATB bar, you will be at 20%. That's bad, but when you start battle, you're gonna have your 1 ATB, so you'll be at 2 ATB. and anything to allow us to do more damage faster is going to be useful.
And so, see that everybody is currently equipped with lightning materia, and being equipped with lightning materia is very good because most of the enemies from here until about the end of this chapter are going to be weak to thunder, so we're going to abuse that.
Yep, so we have to fight these little robot drones. He's just kind of gonna mow them down. They're really easy. And then we're going to jump off the train, just like the original game. And then we'll always be placed onto a certain spot. At the start of the next battle, we're actually gonna start fleeing a lot. There's gonna be a bunch of battles in a row, and he's probably gonna swap to Tifa. Tifa has faster movement speed, and there's a little nice mechanic where you can do. You can't switch yet, because for some reason when a character has to enter battle, there's weird things with shortcuts, and swapping to them, you can't do it right away.
So I'm gonna get into talking about glitches here real quick, because this is actually the first skippable chapter that we've gotten to with our current knowledge of techniques in this game. And I want to briefly kind of explain why we don't do it. Because it turns out if you run backwards, in the original game you get just to fight endless guards if you did that. This, you get a warning zone, which basically says, hey, don't go this way, don't go this way, go the other way. Well, it turns out you can use various glitches that we figured out to bypass those warning zones and get past those triggers. And you can run all the way to the end of the level at that point. And using really, really complex stuff that would not be useful at all in a marathon setting, you can actually skip the chapter. But it's really, really hard to do, and runners haven't even tried attempting to do it in live runs yet, so we're not even touching it yet. But I just wanted to mention, this is the first skippable run.
Yeah, I always wondered why you guys didn't skip it.
It's really complicated. There's a lot of very, very precise tricks that you have to do, and the setup takes about 5 minutes, and it would save around like 3 or 4 minutes. Plus, you wouldn't get metal knuckles from Crab Warden, which is really, really important.
Yeah, basically it's not 100% worth it for the amount of effort needed for it, and that's kind of a lot with some of the skips, especially the early skips that we found out, was that they ended up either soft locking or just not being worth the effort. And luckily we have about 4 or 5 skips that we can actually use currently, and a lot of those skips we actually got in the past couple months. It's like Foxy's been doing a good job kind of developing all these skips to be used.
So it wouldn't surprise me if he needs our help. So let's not keep it waiting.
So here we're just kind of making our way to kind of the boss of this arena. So we can fit in a couple donations here as we flee from fights.
Sure. We've actually still got a lot more $7 donations come in, because there ain't no getting off of this train we're on. We've got $7 from Explosive Links, who says $7 for FF7. Who's best girl, chat?
Uh-oh.
Good thing our colleagues.
I'll amend that question. Who's best girl and why is it Tifa?
Kyrie.
It's Aerith.
Yuffie, obviously.
We've got $7 from Alex Bully, who says $7 train for the remake of a game that fundamentally shaped my perception of the world around me as a kid. Long-time viewer, first time donating, more to come. And we've got $28 from Oh My God, It's Katie. $7 donation train? Choo-choo times 4. I've had the longest day teaching via distance learning today, but I had to catch at least the beginning of FF7 Remake.
You're going to be seeing me do these focus shots and dive kicks, and kind of what was discussed earlier is that we have to learn these abilities, and it turns out Tifa and Barrett just don't automatically come with these abilities on them, so we have to learn them.
Just gotta say real quick, I didn't actually use my Twitch Prime sub yet, and of course you can use it if you need to. Okay, so these bugs, there is something that Born is doing. And at the beginning of the game, you do have the proficiency mechanic where you use an ability 10 times, like he was saying with like a dive kick, and you'll gain the ability. But if you fulfill certain requirements, you'll gain a boost. So staggering an enemy with focus shot will give you 20% more, so you get 30% bonus. And he does need focus shot by a certain point. He's gonna need to make sure he gets that.
So this is kind of like an advanced sweeper, except for it's a very I do not like this fight.
Queen, yeah, she can do like poison stuff. She can jump back from your blizzard. So blizzard hits on certain enemies, it'll knock them down, and then it'll hit them again. And pressure, and it's very useful, but it's more of a skill shot kind of thing. Sometimes for these bigger things, the enemy can move.
Alright, as you saw there, earlier. And as you saw there, we got the dive kick ability, and so we're still going to be using dive kick quite a bit, but we don't have to actually learn it. So if we want to switch Tifa's weapons, we could. I'm just going to check this vending machine, see if it has an iron bangle.
Yeah, if he picks up 3 Phoenix Downs, again, the money route is crazy tight, and he is going to need that.
This isn't bad, you know?
And they go into this mechanic where Stamp, this like little doggo that is like the symbol for Shinra, for the corporateness. It's like propaganda, and Avalanche kind of marks certain places and where to go by using Stamp. We're gonna hear a nice little jingle later too, involving it.
Alright.
Flame Troopers. This one isn't going to be a big deal, but we're gonna have a fight later on, which is kind of the first wall. Like when I played casually, I did die to it. That's actually gonna be the next battle. How's your focus shot proficiency?
I don't have to worry too much about it. I will eventually. I have a. Oh, I can like Barrett then.
I did not know you could do that with them there.
I did not know either.
Yeah, so certain cutscenes, you need certain characters to be there for them to trigger. This is, that lagging thing is kind of like a mechanic to later skip, but it wasn't good there. But he's gonna heal up. This fight coming up is ridiculous, honestly. It's 2 sentry launchers, and they shoot missiles. They can do a move called Full Salvo, which does ridiculous missiles and can just kill you. If you're berserked, you can just die. These 2 flame troopers, which use constant flamethrower annoyingness, and they can do a move called Combustion, where they say Fireball, and they hit you and it knocks you down. And sometimes I haven't game overed, but God, I've gotten down to just Barrett before.
Oh yeah, and it's not uncommon to have a character die in this fight.
This is kind of like the
not
wall.
revive him.
Yeah. I handle this a little differently. I like the way Born handles it. I think he goes for Flame Troopers first. I do Sentry Launchers first. Either way is good.
As you see there, the Flame Trooper actually kind of hit his teammate. And I'm just getting... Yeah,
Yep,
I just got...
like that.
I just got dumpstered.
That's why I take care of them, but then the Flame Troopers just shoot me constantly and I die. It's a mess. So 2 Thunders will stagger these guaranteed. The Flame Troopers, they're very tanky, so you want to use Fire Magic. They're weak to that. If you hit them enough time, their backpack will blow up and they'll take damage. But luckily Barrett is equipped to handle this as needed. Oh, we get to see Somersault.
Yeah, that's not always fun to see.
But I love looking at it. It's such a cool move. It's Tifa's limit. Sorry, Tiffany. Tiffany's limit break.
I was waiting for that to come up.
I completely forgot. Okay, so we're actually gonna get a free lightning up here. We're gonna get a bench. It's gonna be the first time we bench. Benching takes 12 seconds, so you have to balance your runs around and be like, okay, do I heal with items or do I bench? This is a marathon, so he's probably gonna bench plenty of times.
Yeah,
And a vending machine.
And I had to sell 4 of my ethers to get that iron bangle, so that's gonna be a bit scary.
That's
on
okay.
MP
There's like
later
high
on.
potions, chests, and stuff. You can get plenty of stuff to sell. There are items which are on sale. It's always the same amount and at the same location. If you don't get them, you lose them. So it's not like they just stockpile later. The ethers, most importantly, the ethers are 100 gil. If you were to buy them normally, they'd be 500. And he moseys down. I'm gonna have a
Keep those gloves
target warden, the next boss, target warden, I like to call it, but it's crab warden. There's all kinds of targets. There's 4 legs on it, and again, we're gonna do this thing where we kind of break these legs, which is the cripple mechanic, which we used on Guard Scorpion, only very slightly. But here it's gonna be used a lot more.
We hope he doesn't open up with wildfire, which he did not, so that's nice.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice watching this because everyone handles this differently. The way I do it, it doesn't matter what he does because I do enough to stand him. He takes down the leg. This is gonna build up the stagger gauge a lot, as you see. And now he's like pressured, just like that. And he's gonna kind of weaken these legs for later phases. You don't want to break all the legs. If you break all the legs, the 2 auxiliary weapons come out. If you break those, you have nothing to break in the final phase, which has happened to me once before. And this thing is a god. You cannot kill this thing. You cannot pressure it at all if you break everything before the final phase. Staggering it opens up the weak point, the generator, which will take more damage. But he's not going to actually use lightning magic on it. He doesn't want to push yet. He wants to weaken the legs. He's setting up for later, and this is a thing with a lot of the fights, but there's different phases, and the phases grow more and more dangerous as you go, so you kind of have to take the slower earlier phase to speed up everything later, and there's a lot of setup on phase 1 typically.
Yeah, and again, this is a completely skippable boss. However, you know, the reward for skipping it is going to be Metal Knuckles, which is one of Tifa's best weapons because she's such an insanely good glass cannon power damage dealer. We need as much physical attack power on her as possible, and so it's pretty integral to actually take this boss battle.
Yep, so on this phase, there's these drones that came out. He's gonna have to pay attention. There's all kinds of crap you gotta look at. These things can do Luminous Blast, and they can stun you. If you see it targeting you, you gotta block it. It's not like an ailment that you can just get rid of. You gotta be careful. He got hit. Not a big deal. He's got bear ready. You can actually get hit on the phase transition, and then you start the final phase stunned, and that's extremely dangerous. I have died here. I used to die here a lot. Now I'm a lot better, but this fight requires practice.
It's still a little scary though.
Yep. With this game, you can't just be looking at your notes. You can kind of look at them between phase transitions, but you just gotta learn the fights. You gotta memorize them. You gotta be able to improv. It's gonna duck behind this box for safety. And, take out some breakable parts. As you see, the thing is almost staggered already from that. After a little while, it's gonna do a move called Surge, which it electrifies the tracks and it can kind of blow you up. But it's not gonna happen. That's not gonna get it off. It's gonna stagger it, and that will open up the generator. It's an extremely small window this time for dealing with it, so he's gonna try to nuke it. And if he doesn't make it in time, not a big deal. You kill the pilot. Looks like Boren's going for the pilot strat. Very weak to magic, and then the generator is always exposed. I remember dying here casually. Like, I was not expecting this fight to be so ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, we were able to get through that, but it was. I didn't get Berserk in quite the right spots, and so it was a little scarier than what it should have been.
Berserk only lasts 10 seconds, so it's not like it lasts forever. We gotta time it well. and sometimes it runs out at a bad time. Cross slash takes a while to go off. And for that reward, like Foxy said,
Except the bastard looked like a scorpion.
we get the metal knuckles. This is Tifa's highest attack weapon. Cloud will get an attack weapon. So these different weapons that we get, everyone gets kind of the same type of weapons, but at different points. Like everyone has like a magic weapon, a physical weapon, a grit weapon, for example. But certain characters are better than others for these. Tifa is better at physical. Cloud is better at magic than Tifa, for example, if we were to compare the magic weapons, which he won't be getting Tifa's. And we're on to chapter 6. This chapter...
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, Closetowar. It really doesn't add a lot to the story. It doesn't give us a lot of EXP or AP or money for that matter. And the logic of it really doesn't make a lot of sense either. I mean, I don't want to rag on the game because obviously I absolutely love it. But turning off giant lamps just to power elevators, man, oh my god. I mean, hopefully somebody can tell me that it makes sense somehow. Like, convince me, chat, please.
Yeah. How about the best thing you get is Miss Gauntlet, that's it.
Well, and Elemental. And Elemental.
Alright, I'm sorry, I don't grab that, so I forget every time.
I like to pick up Elemental.
That's okay. People like to rag on boring because it uses elemental material. I like seeing it used. It takes about 2.5 minutes to get, a little under that if you do it really optimally.
But we end up getting 8% to 16% extra damage from just equipping the right elemental on the right character, so it's pretty big. And elemental also increases the pressure gauge more than without it.
Yeah.
So it makes pressuring late game enemies much easier.
And you
so
can put it on your armor for defense.
And yeah, and you can put it on your armor for defense, and it's just a really good material to have, especially in a marathon setting like this.
Yeah, so these lamps, they're on the bottom of the plate. They kind of give you the sunlight for the slums. It's not real sunlight, but that's where that's coming from. And we're turning them off, so we're doing I don't know. It sucks for the people under it, but like Barrett says, sooner or later it's gonna happen. Because we do intend to get rid of all the Mako reactors, save the world, prevent the world from being drained in the live stream and stuff. They don't touch on the live stream too much in this part 1. But in the original, I don't think they really touched on it until later anyways.
Yeah, we didn't get really into it until, I believe, after the Black Materia.
Hey, let's take a moment to get our bearings.
But yeah, basically there's quite a bit before, and all we need to know now is currently that Shinra is sucking up the planet dry, and that there is consequences to doing this.
The route that I can think of would be...
Now, one of the characters that is very connected to the live stream is Aerith. We will get into that a little bit later. But basically, she's able to kind of be in touch with the planet and what it's trying to do.
Yep. So here we're just gonna flee. There's a bunch of on-rail stuff, so this is a good time for donations.
Absolutely. We've got $25 from Rory Extra Life, who says, "Hey Borin, also hey Kios and Closetowar. Thank you all for representing our game with such an amazing category to help represent our game in such a positive light. I wish you the best of luck with the run, and if the pressure gets to you, just remember, what would Stamp do? He'd go all out. Donation goes to the runner's choice, and good luck. We're all counting on you."
All right.
We got $77.77 from Bolt, who says, "Hello, Borin, Foxy, and Close. I haven't been around the FF7R Discord much the past few months, but I'm super excited to see how the run's evolved. We're all cheering you on."
One with a tornado warning, maybe? Don't look at the fan. Whatever
This
you
is a
do.
perfect time for more donations because we're just walking in front of a giant fan.
Absolutely. We've got $250 from Quignoramus, Been waiting all week for FF7 Remake, my favorite game of the year by a mile. Let's go!
Let's go.
What's that behind the fan over there?
We've got $25 from Jay Bones. I pre-ordered this game from Square and got it a week early. It was great, but the worst part was not being able to talk about it with my friends that were eagerly waiting for it to be released. I napped earlier to try and stay awake for this run on the East Coast. Also, the best girl is Lucretia. Without this, none of this would even be possible.
All right, so one thing I kind of want to mention real fast is that we got to see the summon material Chocomog. And the Chocomog is behind a room that has a time limit, and you have to take out one of the Queen gas strikes really quickly to get it. But it's not worth getting it, but yeah, it's one of the only summon materials that you could just kind of pick up in the game, and so I like to notice him.
All I gotta say is I better see Dancing Chocobos next part, or I'm gonna be so mad.
Yeah, it is a really big shame that any percent doesn't use summonings really at all. You know, they just turned out to not be as powerful as just not using them in the first place. There were a couple of glitches that were discovered with summonings where you could get them to persist outside of battle and potentially use them for all sorts of shenanigans, like getting yourselves out of bounds. And that was experimented with, but it's too inconsistent to be used in a run. I've gotten it only a handful of times, so we're still working on ideas like that. Maybe we'll see some summonings in the future for any percent.
That would be cool to see. It's just unfortunate it takes so long to fill up and use and stuff.
There's the switch.
All right, we got focus strike. Or focus shot, I should say. Oh, come on, Clem.
Yeah, focus shot is done. And the lever's trolling, this happens. Usually happens every run. Sometimes it's just a pain to hit them, and your characters, your party members get in the way, and you can't like walk through your party members. I've actually had Aerith like body block me in chapter 9 from getting the elevator lever button, and it's like, oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, no, the triangle prompts in this game are quite hard to hit sometimes, and even some of the little blue squares, the kind of auto run sections, are hard to get to as well.
Well, at least we know where the big ass things are.
Yeah, again, we're just hitting some lamps, we're using Tifa-chan's punch roll here to move. It's very quick. There will be a faster form of movement used later. Quite a bit later, but we do have movement tech in this game.
Oh yeah. Sadly, I only use it really at one part.
Yeah.
But it still exists.
And here, the game kind of wants you to go down the ladder, but it's actually a lot faster to just go backwards, not taking the ladder.
And we can fit in a couple more donations here.
Sure, absolutely. We've got $25 from Suzushiro, who says in all capital letters, Tifa is best girl.
Where was that last light again?
We've got $77 from Anne, who says $7 hype train plus another $70 for Barrett singing the victory fanfare. Da 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 da.
Jesse or Wedge to back us up neat.
Did we get any Barrett fanfare yet? I don't think I heard him say it.
I haven't been paying that much attention. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, hopefully he does it.
If there's no viable path,
There are interesting things with like the dialogue. From run to run, you're gonna get different dialogue. Like up here in this next fight, there's different lines all the time. Sometimes I hear something I haven't heard.
And they also say different things depending on how much HP all the characters have. So, depending on what kind of my levels are in HP, they will say things. Alright, these guys are wonky. Sometimes they like to get pressured, and sometimes they just don't like that. It's actually really nice.
That was great. Yeah, sometimes when they like go higher and you're doing like aerial combat against them. Aerial combat in this game is, it could be worked on. It could be worked on. That's all we can say about
Yeah,
it.
it can be worked on. It's definitely glitchy, which, you know, obviously, hey, I gotta chime in. That's my thing. And you can airwalk with aerial combat quite a bit, and that's a pretty fun thing that hasn't worked into any consistent tech yet. But you know, I think actually with as many people who are watching this right now, I'm certain a lot of you have run into that casually while playing through the game, where suddenly you're just stuck walking on air. I'd be curious if anyone in chat has run into that.
We should look for the H1 side.
So here we're
Yep,
grabbing
so-
elementals, so we're coming up to quite a horrible fight.
2 Queen Grass strikes, and Boren doesn't like 1. These things can choose to bind you if they wish, kind of rare. They can jump around, they can
Oh, I got it past it.
jump towards you.
If you hit them from behind, they do that little tail whap, and that is annoying. So we got one staggered, and we want to just pepper it with blizzards and dive kicks. Try and get rid of it if we can.
Yeah, and get down to only
We're able to
1.
pressure the other one too. We hope to stagger that one as well.
Alright, pretty clean, pretty clean. Luckily, Cross Slash has good AoE, so it should hit both.
Yeah, it should get rid of both of them. So that worked in our favor.
Not so fast.
Heads up, y'all.
Yeah, there's
And
a
now
lot
we
of
get a
points
good
in the
grab.
game where you can kind of pull enemies into like a corner for AoE and stuff, but only certain fights is really useful. And the sweet reward of elemental materia, which you can try to go for from the other side, but there's like a little cutscene or something where the stuff falls. Oh yeah, I see some people talking about the vent soft lock. That's a pretty common thing. I never ran into it.
I got that on my casual playthrough. Oh man, I still have no idea what's happening in those vents.
Oh wait, I forgot one thing.
I think it's like the first vent or something. I don't know.
For me, it was all of them, because I like
All of
bashed
them.
my head into it and like reloaded and did the freaking vent section 3 separate times, which, as you know, is absolute torture to the soul.
I know. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it.
No, we're not seeing that soft lock.
Not the soft lock, I hope
But we're
not.
going to see the vent, but no, we're not seeing the soft lock.
Soft locking. There's already enough of that here.
There's already enough times. Yeah, there's already enough times that this game can soft lock. Hopefully we do not touch that.
Yeah, there's some weird things, like if you're near
And we're back at the cargo
a square interactable, like I know this happened to Roy in chapter 13 and his no major glitches and normal PB, where he ended the battle too close to a breakable wall and he couldn't break it, so he had to like enter battle, retry battle. It's a mess when that happens.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this game likes to be fun sometimes.
It's a razor's edge sort of thing, because the most common soft locks that you'll see, and maybe if we're not so lucky, we'll see it in this run, but is during the skips. There's a lot of ways to soft lock the game during the skips, as you'd imagine. It's just, you know, this game has so many pros and cons to when you try to mess with its normal sequencing, and it doesn't just go the route of being under leveled. It's just literally dangerous to the run to even try some of these glitches that we're going to see coming up in the next 2 chapters.
So here we're getting to kind of the final boss of this chapter.
Yep, so we have kind of what we had earlier, 2 sentry launchers, but no flame troopers. We got 2 like little lasers that kind of like interrupt your attacks, 2 of those sentry prototypes that do pepper you with machine gun bullets. And these launchers are ridiculous. They like to go into full salvo, and then you have to like block. There's all kinds of ways you can handle this. I know every time I do this, it ends up being different. Like I end up shooting something with thunder that's not the target I meant to hit, because I don't go into like the command mode. I try to do shortcuts. In which case you're trying to work with the camera, and as you can imagine, a bunch of enemies in a row, kind of difficult to hit the right target. Boren opting for a Barrett strat here. And sometimes you can get limits. It's kind of a little fun fight to do. Just as long as you don't get destroyed, then it's not fun.
Yeah, I generally try to take cover with Barret and then build ATB to stagger the sentry launchers with thunders from Barret, because thunder doesn't travel through a path like fire or ice does. And so because it doesn't travel through a path, we can spam it through our cover and just hit them without risk of getting hit back.
That's going to be used on the climb later. There's a very particular fight, which everyone does that strat because it's so obvious. And Thunder is supposed to not miss. There is one instance where it can miss, where shock troopers do dodging, and they can actually dodge it. Or if an enemy tries to hit you when you use like Focus Strike with Tifa-chan, you can actually dodge it. And here we're gonna get a reward, a good reward for Barret, the light machine gun. This is Barret's magic weapon. It will be used quite a bit. Less than NMG.
The light machine gun is very similar to kind of the Iron Blade currently, where it's not extreme magic, but it's still like higher magic than physical. So we'll like to have it on him for most of the run, because most of the run his strongest attacks are going to be magic attacks.
I wish his melee weapons could be used. I really wanted that to be a thing so much, and I was like, oh my god, Genova. Wait, we can't use them for Genova.
No.
And yeah, which we'll get into when we get there, but yeah, I really wanted melee Barret to be a thing.
Oh yeah, no, and
it's really strong. It's just unfortunate that there's no use.
And his melee weapons have like really good stats on too.
Kind of scary, huh?
It's just, again, he's much better with his ranged.
Hey, check it out.
Yeah.
His ranged
And
weapons.
the nail bat for Cloud would be nice. We tried to find a way to make that work. We almost had Disorder in the run, but it's not worth it currently.
Yeah, Disorder is a really strong ability. And the only way to get it is essentially to buy the nail bat with the Mithril Saber, and at that point we are really hurting for money, and we just don't have time to buy the nail bat and learn Disorder in kind of the same breath.
It's strong, it gives ATV, but again, there's problems associated with that. Moni's down. I haven't checked the ether drops since the first reactor. And he sets up the weapons for their auto upgrades. There are ways to min-max this. When I first made a route, I would dip in and do it manually, but that's not worth it. So we have it calculated. They just do it automatically at certain points. Everyone does it different. And this is our reactor. I didn't point it out, but we did slide down the pipe like the OG. And there's going to be so many fights in a row where you have to fight them, which is good. Because we do need the levels, the AP, and we're going to get that here. We're going to level a lot here. In this fight, we have 2 lasers and 2 sweepers. The lasers have to go down first because they can stun you. Absolutely have to take care of these first. And then kind of stagger these sweepers, do some lightning magic. And unfortunately, he under-damaged just a little bit, so he got hit. There is a calculation for damage. I don't think it's that complex. Like, every move in the game has different power levels. And, let me see if I can pull this up. We had a community spreadsheet, but I didn't realize that there was like another one that I've actually been looking through recently. It has like stats of bosses and stuff. And let's see.
And so I would have liked to use Tifa for most of that fight, but sadly, because of how they use their moves, Fire Blast and Head Charger, I kind of wasn't able to use Tifa 100%
Oh, you
in that
used
fight.
Tifa there?
Yeah, because I have Elemental Lightning on, and I have Power Risk Guards on her, so she does the most damage currently in my party.
I'm a Cloud main through this whole part, and that's about it. The opposite, where I'm a Tifa main later in the run, just because of Star Shower, which we'll get into and explain. But this next fight, it's a pain. We have 2 shock troopers and an elite shock trooper, our first one. Elites feel like they dodge more, and they have some shooting abilities. They take a lot more damage to kill. You can kind of hit them with a spell and pressure them when they're doing moves, and then kind of try counters. Like every time you do a run, this fight will change how you handle it. You want to try to get counters, but a lot of times they go for Barret, like now. And we'll see how he handles this. Alright. Oh. That was clean.
Yeah.
No stun locking.
No, generally what I like them to do is I like them to all target Cloud. I kind of do what I did when I taped the reactor and just punish her kind of all of them at the same time.
Yeah, but sometimes like they just ignore you.
Well, yeah, sometimes they just spread apart so far that we have to take them out one at a time.
Yeah, me, I open up with an attack until the elite moves, Blizzard, take care of that, and then kind of go from there. A lot of how you handle this is actually just going to be the same regardless of the people here. We want to kind of try to hope these enemies group up, take them down. There's going to be a bunch of fights like this, and we're going to get into a little mechanic here. A gimmick of the boss. There are these units. So there are M units, the AI programming chips, and the big bombers. And you can remove certain parts, and there's key cards actually like hidden around, like sometimes behind boxes. And you can go to these consoles, which we're going to be introduced to right now. And you can remove certain parts here. You are required to do this one. You're not required to do anymore. We are not going to do anymore. Right, boy?
I think casually, like a lot of us thought they were all required after the first one. So when runners first started noticing, wait a minute, I remember that moment too in like mid-May where everyone was like, "Well, I'm dubbed."
And it's really scary your first time through because the only thing we get rid of is a single M unit, and it basically doesn't change the fight at all. Where if you get rid of all three of the M units, get rid of kind of the electrospheres he throws out. If you get rid of all of his AI cores, then he throws out his finger lasers much less often. And so getting rid of those two moves, you can kind of get rid of the big bomber in a sense, because the big bomber is a follow-up to those two moves.
Yep, when characters are stunned, it'll come off and blow them up.
Oh, we can probably hear a couple of donations during this period of like climbing this tower kind of structure. If we have any. I guess not.
Oh yeah, no, we got some. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
we actually have a $1,000 donation from an anonymous donator, and they actually don't leave a comment. But thank you so much for your generous donation. We've got $50 from Chuck, who says, as someone who took 100 hours to complete this game casually, I'm really looking forward to watching this run. Donation goes to the Couch's choice. Couch, what do you want your donation to go to?
Okay, everything.
Oh boy, I want it towards whichever is the next thing that needs to be met so that we get those out.
I think actually our next big thing is Minecraft, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. So that seems to be the most hype. I don't know, chat. What do you think?
We're so long. We've got 20,000 into the 400,000 goal. It's a long way to go, but I think we can make it. I've got a $100 donation from Dusanage. I just had to donate for my favorite game out there of the generation, probably ever. Good luck to the runner. So stoked to see this. We've got $25 from Andy. I haven't done a haiku since I was 11, but I'll give it a shot for charity. FF7R, beating Shinra really fast. Aerith is best girl.
Personally, I do like Aerith a little more than Tifa, but yeah, some people like her more.
Yeah, I gotta be in the same boat here. I think Couch is united here. I'm an Aerith guy.
I suggested Aerith first. Aerith was always best girl in my heart.
Wow.
Oh no.
I didn't give any other answers.
Barrett did do the victory theme there.
Ironically,
chat.
we get Aerith the least in this entire run. I mean, so many Aerith scenes are skipped.
And the glitches start happening when she gets into our party, so...
Is it because it's Aerith or Eris?
It could... We're getting into some high level theory crafting here.
Chat war, begin.
Alright.
Bunch of pushovers. Come on, y'all.
So we're coming up to kind of the last room.
We're coming up.
We have,
Okay, I kind of want to
these-
talk about the difficulty a little bit.
Okay.
Ooh, big sub gift bomb. Okay, so there are difficulty differences, easy, or in normal and hard, and the biggest difference is like damage, the amount of keep that bosses have. I'm like trying to look at my spreadsheet here. There's I think, see, I didn't play this on hard mode yet. I wanted to get around to routing right away. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want anyone to get on this before me. So I think some bosses have more mechanics. But for easy and normal, the boss mechanics are pretty much the same. But like your ATB is different, and damage, and your pretty typical difficulty differences that you would expect. So magic is a little more busted on easy, as you can fill stagger gauge a lot quicker, and you can do a lot more damage. And there is something a little more intricate at the end of the round, which we'll get into on the Whisper fight. Something extremely intricate, which I'll go into, which was recent.
I would kind of chime in and say that normal is extremely hard. Like, it just seems more than just like normal. Like, easy is actually easy, but normal was very, very difficult, especially in a speedrun setting. So I don't know, like it being the like most difficult new game category that's possible, it almost just seems like normal. Saying it's normal is doing it an injustice.
Yeah. 80% normal is the hardest run, followed by normal, no major glitches. The easy stuff, I don't see any stigma there, but it might be next. I know, like the New Game Plus categories, they have it routed down like to a pack, because you keep everything on the New Game Plus stuff. Hard is New Game Plus. There's no way to do hard without New Game file, which is unfortunate, because that would be very interesting in my opinion.
So one of the things that I really liked about Barry and Cloud and Tifa here is that they get really excited that they seem to mess with this thing, but they didn't quite mess with it at all. So here we're just using Tifa. We use a spell with Barrett to try and get this cutter to spam his silence attack on Barrett. We can just wail on him with Tifa in the meantime, but he's getting out hitting me.
I find this a little interesting because I do like Thundara strats here. But yeah, like
he
Born
actually got
said,
silence.
like Born said, there's like the airbuster there on the side, and they could have just messed with him, but they ignore it, and of course we end up having to fight it in a moment.
Yeah, in a moment. Once I get past this guy, he's being really mean.
Cutters are annoying. They are heavily physical resistant. You can destroy the blades to do a bunch of damage to them, and they have silence they can do, and they're very unpredictable because they kind of move around and you don't know who they're going to target. We are going to have to fight one later. I think only one, because no chapter 13.
No, there's only we fight 3 later. There's one in chapter 9, and then there's the 2 in chapter 16. In the combat sim.
Right.
Those are the only other cutters that we will be seeing, and they will go down much easier than that one because we'll have access to a lot higher magic and as well as extreme magic weapons.
Yeah,
also
we skip
on,
a lot of the worst enemies in the game, like drakes and stuff later too. So it's nice that we get to decrease some of these tough enemies.
Yeah, and I didn't talk about it, but yeah, on hard mode you can't use items as well. I'll get around to playing hard eventually. Here we're gonna have a little homage to the original, where you had to push the 3 buttons together. Instead, we have these 3 levers, so there is a thing here. I don't know how Born does it, but I have a visual cue. When the arrows turn red, I press it. It's better than the audio cues.
Yeah, Tifa's audio cue, especially in English, isn't all that great. Yeah, normally they would raise their hands and like slap down on the buttons in the original. We're here, yeah, we just kind of wiggle these levers.
It's one of the few remaining mini games left in any.
You guys don't do the valve now, right?
I do. I don't.
Warren will be doing chapter 10 as intended, but we'll get into that in chapter 10.
Yep. So he easily accomplishes this, a little less frustrating than the original to get through that mini game. A nice bench here right before the boss. Airbuster is a very interesting boss because of its mechanics, and I know when I was sitting here routing it, for no major glitches, or just in general, it's gone through so many reroutes, it's crazy. And now, unlike my most latest strat, we use magic. And we pick up some mega potions here. This is the first time you can get them, and a pair of revival earrings and some more materia. The earrings we'll get into not too long from now, but for now we're gonna focus on Airbuster. A little bit of setup. This boss has 3 phases, I guess kind of 4, but there's a couple transitions. And it's the thing we were just saying, we didn't remove any extra parts. We're man-moding this. We're gonna deal with it. And the second phase is like kind of the most annoying because its arms can come out. It does divide and conquer, and they come out to the side. They troll you from the sides, and you gotta destroy them, otherwise it protects the body. And you can't hurt it. So we're gonna be doing some setup for getting through phase 2 quickly. And we're going to be seeing the Tifa bop, is what we call it colloquially. It's okay. The timing for this is pretty tight. And this is where Tifa just keeps bopping it. Build up its pressure gauge. And we're going to push into the next phase when it's close. You're like separated there, and it tries to like stun Cloud, and it tries to use its cannons on Tifa there, and like you're supposed to switch sides, and it turns around just like the OG. It's going to use Tank Buster. You can tank it or you can move, and he's going to use the first instance of Unbridled Strength, which ups Tifa's chi level, and then when you use these moves, you gain stagger damage. So Rise and Fall gives plus 25%, Omni Strike gives plus 20%. Rise and Fall gives more ATB gain, but Omni Strike gets harder. But more or less, we want to use both moves, get a ton of damage, and push. So we did not see Divide and Conquer, which is good. We don't want to see that. And now, the boss is going to move into its ranged phase. Breaks the bridge, we can't get to it. We're just going to pop it. The way to get this to come forward is we need to do a certain amount of damage after it does like the electro balls, basically, after a certain amount of time. If we do damage too early, it won't come forward.
This boss fight is such a gatekeeper for the run because, I mean, it's definitely one of the easiest bosses to lose the run on. And it's just at that point where you're like, oh, should I reset? That wasn't a good Airbuster at all.
Yeah, this fight is one of the ones you practice a ton. The lasers stun you, and then it follows up with Big Bomber, so we want to make sure that's blocked. And I want to get some staggers off here. I use Blizzard Eat, and it's because I accidentally did it once, and I was like, wait a second, that's better. And that's how a lot of the routing has been. It's like, that was an accident, and it just turned out to be good. It doesn't quite have Tifa's limit yet. He's gonna get it later, though. Again, staggered, burn him down, push into the final phase. Final phase, we do a bunch of punches. If you're close range, if you're far away, it would do lasers instead. And he's gonna do a somersault. And it's good that he used Tifa because the AI, sometimes when you tell to do it, it just misses. Tifa likes to whiff. Airbuster's down. Good job.
Nice job.
All right. Now we have kind of the start of... Yeah, now we're done with Airbuster, and now we get into the good stuff of the round.
So this is where the route differentiates from no major glitches. It would be the same up to that point, except we wouldn't have the revolver earrings on NMG, but here we do. And I'll let like Foxy take over.
Yeah, this is where I come in to shine. This is my territory. Hello, chat. I've been quiet up until now, but things will start getting a little bit glitchier coming up. So, I mean, we're talking walking on air and running around invisible staircases and glitching through walls. All the stuff that you expect from any percent is here in full force. So coming up, you know, is another fight. We have to fight Reno, and we're gonna do something a little bit different during this fight than what you're used to seeing, because Boren's so good at the game. It's gonna be strange to watch him just standing there letting Reno damage him down. But for now, let's let Boren and Closetowar explain kind of the methodology behind at least getting the fight started, and I'll jump in when it starts getting glitchy.
Okay, so these guys, you want to get some limit off these. These elites, you have to hit them with 2 hits of the triple O skis, or like a blizzard or something, or fire, and that'll get them pressured. There's actually a weird thing where if you kill enemies, it reminds me of like Super Mario Bros, where if you kill enemies too early, you kind of have like the frame rules and stuff that you have to follow. You can't actually proceed into Reno until these certain timers. So Reno, he's gonna poison him. He handles this completely different, but I know what's going on. We can hit him a bunch, we can build up the stagger. He's not going to stagger the boss here, as we would have to wait through the animation, and it's not really gonna help out. You can do... There's actually a cool little thing we don't do where you can do like a command dodge, where he goes after you and you dodge into him and you flip over his head and it pressures him, but it's actually worthless. You can just move or counter. And on this next phase, he's gonna have these mines. These mines, he can do like big combo moves with them. Again, Boren is gonna have to damage down here because we can't damage ourselves. And there's some randomness here on what he's gonna do. He's not just playing badly, he's doing this on purpose.
Yeah, so let's get into kind of like the theory craft behind this, because why would you want to get yourself damaged? Well, so good question, chat, and people who haven't seen this game. You actually are going to use a technique later on for a glitch, and it's used in a lot of our skips in this game, called infinite flee glitch. And to do that, we need our entire party to die. So for whatever reason, I guess the developers didn't get their coffee that day, if everybody in your party's HP is 0, the game just starts running game over code. But there's a little item in this game, it's actually the MVP item in this game, called revival earrings. And what revival earrings do is cause your party member that just died to revive. And it causes a glitch in the game where it completely removes the ability for combat to end. You can flee forever and run away from enemies. And you'll see why that's so important here momentarily. Because we're going to separate characters and switch between them, causing the map sections to start deloading and loading in. But I'm going to kind of chime in when those moments happen, so you can kind of put, you know, the visuals to the words as I speak them, so you'll see the glitch happen in real time and know why it worked.
Yeah, but first we have some more plot ghosts, and they were protecting Aerith. They're kind of keeping things on track. They're making sure they don't take Aerith. We don't have a barrel minigame, unfortunately. I was really hoping for it. We have a better one. Monkey bars. And these are pretty finicky to navigate. You can actually do like diagonal movement and stuff to go a little quicker, but it takes a bit. And we do have to do another segment later. Unfortunately, we are on rails. We're gonna go through here. Just a little escape segment. And like, there's actually not that many segments with the ghosts that we're going to see because we skip a lot of cutscenes. But it keeps happening. And we're actually gonna see the church later as well, which normally we wouldn't, unless you wanted to come back for the chakra materia that's down there, which we already have one of.
And so you also see these officers that are below us. They're shooting at us. And one of our first theory across on how to damage down was to get shot by these officers, but it turns out they do a very pathetic amount of damage, and it's just not worth trying to stand there and take hits.
Yeah, if you hit 0 health, it does nothing as well. It's like that throughout this game.
It's like they're guiding us.
Stay close.
So cool.
We're gonna come up to like the rooftop segment, which is only a couple screens in the original, I think, if I recall, but here it's gonna be a little longer. There are Moogle medals up here, which we're not going to be using the Moogle shop, unfortunately. Originally, I was like, maybe the Whistlewind scarf, but that would require a little bit of RNG, and it turns out you don't really need that ATB boost at all. And there's the biggest problem is that there's like a 40 to 50 second cutscene between the kid and Aerith and stuff, so we don't use the Moogle shop.
So, by the way, if Aerith is your girl, chat, pay attention now because this is like one of the few bonding moments left in the game with Aerith because we skip over almost every single other part that she's in.
Know how to get there?
Yeah, and one thing I kind of want to add on is in any percent, we completely skip Chapter 8, and we skip a large portion of Chapter 14. So going out of our way to talk to the Moogle in either Chapter 8 or Chapter 14 is just not feasible in any percent, as we are nowhere near close to them. We're in no major glitches. Like, yeah, he's right there. You do have to save the kids. We're here. We kind of we're gonna be doing some interesting things here soon.
Looked like you knew each other.
Maybe he thought I could be.
Let's grab a donation if we can because things are gonna get pretty active here in a minute.
Forget it.
You mad?
Can do that. We've got Peak Zorro coming in with $1,000, who says, "Here's 1,000 gil to help doctors around the world to heal the planet." We've got $125 from Solaris Serrana. "Woke up just in time to be able to watch this run. I've been blessed to be considered essential during this tough time, so I figured I could give back. Also, Cloud is best girl."
Someone of taste, finally.
A follow-up to that one, in fact, with some class. Leonia donates $5. "Everyone is wrong." This is a haiku. "Everyone is wrong. It's not Aerith or Tifa.
I'll go first.
Miss Cloud, best girl, duh."
Wow.
That's kind of funny.
Whew. That was unexpected.
Neat little thing. You can leave Aerith hanging there if you want for a while, and she gets mad. I think that cutscene before this is the only place where she cusses as well.
Too dangerous.
Oh yeah, it's one of the few scenes in the game, yeah, where she drops a bit of profanity.
So down here, there's a bunch of birds that fly away when Cloud runs up against them. It turns out, they're coded into the game as basically NPC models. So if Cloud gets there fast enough, you can actually stumble over a bird and Cloud goes, "Ugh!" It's great. And we call it Good Luck Bird.
That happens, we won't see it, but that does happen in Chapter 8 typically as well. When you're coming back with flowers, you just stumble over it and you lose time.
Yeah, we didn't get Good Luck Bird there, but, we still have the good luck spirit from the bird, living in our heart.
Gotcha.
You're killing me here.
It technically loses time because you stumble, but we like it anyway. We want it to happen.
Okay,
Yep,
so
so
here
Aerith is she's a bit of a troll. She likes to mess with Cloud, and especially later, which we will be skipping, but she does normally would take us on a detour for some reason instead of the straight path to Wall Market.
So here we're going to be
she
doing a
joins
menu, and we're going to be finally equipping that revival earrings that we bought eventually, or earlier.
So a lot of things are about to be happening here, and most of it has to do with the infinite flee glitch, which I touched on momentarily. We used that Reno boss fight few moments ago to get Cloud to low HP. That gets the whole thing started, but we're also going to have to kill Aerith here too. Because again, we need a game over basically to start triggering, but since we're wearing revival earrings, one of our party members is going to come back to life. And in this case, it's going to be Aerith that comes back to life, so she'll have the revival earrings on her. And that'll cancel the game's ability to detect when you fleed combat, and it'll allow us to use combat moves in places where otherwise we would have zero chance of being able to be in combat. And because we're able to separate our characters, because Cloud is going to remain dead over here, once we do revive him and start switching between the characters, as you've seen Boren doing before, we're going to actually get a lot of maps deloading. I'll explain it as step by step, but for right now, we're just getting Cloud dead, and then next we're gonna do the same thing for Aerith here. It's actually pretty easy to do here on any percent normal, because even rats and hedgehog pies do a ton of damage. Now, this skip, by the way, I originally found this skip, but it's undergone amazing transformations. It has 3 or 4 different versions. This current version was worked on by myself, Catbus, and Nanaki Emi, and plenty of people have helped optimize it. But right here, normally you see that fleeing up on the top of the screen. Normally that would end combat after a short period of time, but because we caused this infinite flee glitch, we stay in combat forever. And we'll get this little funny line from Aerith as we pass back where we shouldn't be going, because normally the game tries to turn you around it with this little warning sign here. And Cloud, and you'd normally be controlling Cloud there, so she's asking where Cloud's going, but it's obviously her leading us back to the church, where we're never supposed to see in the game again until way later.
Hey, the door's not closed.
Yay, we didn't get a door closed. So now you're about to see the first kind of map deloads in the game, because we're so far apart from Cloud that when we revive him and switch to him, the game has to catch up on the fly. It's like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be here. And then you switch back to Aerith, and it allows us to get through some otherwise impossible to reach areas. Perfect. So our next goal is going to be to get through a wall so that we can initiate airwalking. So who says we don't get a airship in this game? So the reason why we jump into that wall and then switch back to Cloud is we want to get Cloud back to a certain area where he's not too far away such that the entire church deloads. We want to get Cloud close enough to Aerith where only a part of the church deloads, because the game has kind of a variable load cycle depending on your distance between players here. So we're getting him back to a really specific spot it took forever to figure out. Beautiful, okay. So we're gonna get Aerith through the wall here by jumping into it, switching away to cause the deload, and that was really good, Boren. And we're gonna walk into this little cubby here, and we're gonna get a glitch that I absolutely love called Infinite Staircase Glitch, which means that when the game has a map deload while you're standing on a slanted surface, such as a staircase, it loses its ability to determine what's stairs and what's not. So whenever you walk in the upstairs direction, you start to move in ascend elevation in that direction, but not if you run in any other direction. So we're going to use that to gain height in a really specific way. Whenever Boren spins around in a circle here, you can see he's kind of like wedging himself up into the air and gaining height. We're going to use that to get to a really specific height called the Goldilocks zone, which is just like literally half a foot of elevation that we use very precisely to measure the precise height to where you don't warp down to the floor that you don't want to warp down to, because if you get too close to a floor, you just warp right back onto the ground and then the skip's over, you have to restart. But you are high enough such that you do warp down onto the platform that you do. So there's like this little tiny Goldilocks zone where you're not too high, not too low. And you see that he's got that perfectly here. So we cancel Infinite Flee by running into non-valid floor space where you just jitter back and forth. Oh yeah, Infinite Staircase, thank you. And at this point you'll see he's not warping back down, but the second that we hit this train platform, we warp back down. And that puts us back into the game and allows us to continue with the skip from here. So that bypassed, something that normally wouldn't take that long to do. But the beautiful part of this skip is that instead of being turned back by Aerith here, where we normally have to avoid Rude and go through all of the Steel Mountain area of the game, because we're still in combat and we got over that gate, we can roll right past all of those warning signs that normally just would completely bar us from going this path. So it's going to allow us to get to the Sector 5 slums like way faster than we would normally do. Because normally you have to, do all the mini games where you push boxes and, do monkey bars and fight the smogger. Now we just go directly to Sector 5 slums, but the skip doesn't end there at all. It's only just beginning, in fact. So right here, we're going to use a technique called cutscene bypass. Normally there's a cutscene there that would start the whole Sector 5 slums quest line where you have to go pick flowers with Aerith. You have to, rescue the Oats, a little gang of rascals off of the raft and everything.
This is my favorite part.
But we can just roll right through the entire town and get past everything here. And the game has to catch up on the fly. It has no idea what's happening here. Suddenly, it's nighttime, and we're supposed to be in Chapter 9 after doing 25 minutes of quests. So it's catching up on the fly. It has no idea what's happening, but because the devs did a good job programming this game, it allows us to continue.
Alright. So we're just making our way to Chapter 9 now. Yeah, take a breath. Yeah, now we're making our way to Chapter 9. Even though we are currently still in Chapter 8, all of our quest objectives currently will be Chapter 8's quest objectives. We can do all of Chapter 9's objectives and actually move on to Chapter 10 from here. And one of the weird side effects about that is that we don't get the trophy for completing Chapter 8 or Chapter 9 doing this glitch. So
something that's coming up here that I want to explain is, we saw this momentarily, but I didn't get a chance to explain it. But coming up here, there's a very important cutscene bypass that normally, because we're not supposed to be here in Wall Market at this point in the game, some of the cutscene data hasn't loaded in yet. And so if we were to walk through this area that Oren's about to do a focus thrust through, then we would actually soft lock the game. But because he switches to Aerith at the exact moment he shoots through using that combat ability, the cutscene never triggers, because cutscenes only trigger on the active character you are. So you're basically like moving away from him. The reason why we roll down to this point and then turn back is because that's the area that loads all the cutscene data that we need for the game to not soft lock. So Nanaki Emi actually figured out that precise spot. So we just roll to it, end combat, and now the game will flow just like we expect it to with Chapter 9 progressing.
This girl.
Well,
So we ended up skipping quite a bit in Chapter 8. We ended up skipping, picking flowers with Aerith. We ended up skipping, saving the kids. We ended up skipping the tunnels with the hand puzzles that people are very fond of.
We skip an important part, which is the Rude fight, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, we do end up skipping quite a good fight, and I'm actually kind of mad because that was kind of one of the first fights that I ended up grinding in this game, was the Rude fight, and then we learned how to skip it, and I was like, oh no.
I mean, it's so cool. He's got such iconic lines.
Yeah, and I just love the interactions you use with like Arrow and Aerith, like using all that. So here I'm picking up an elixir, and it's simply for safety, just to make sure we have the restoratives that we need throughout the run.
Yep, so there is something that Bourne did do. He gave the third answer. He's going to give the third answer for every choice, because there's a little thing going on based on who you choose, or what you choose. You get more affection towards Sam or Madam M. And we want Madam M's quest. If you end up getting the Sam ones, you have to like run out later and go talk to him. And it's like 30 some odd seconds of time lost, and you just go back. Whereas for Madam M, you just leave the building, go back in. So that is going to be going on throughout this. And we talked to Chadley, we're going to get some stuff.
I'm seeing rest in peace kids from Sector 5 in the chat. Don't worry, I've checked. They haven't loaded into the raft yet, so you have to progress some of the quests before they load into that. So they're fine, chat. Don't worry about it.
They're lost in digital space.
Check it out.
Yeah, which is a worse fate, I would admit.
Found our man, and he's a gaudy
Yeah.
one.
Do you want to get the 1200 chest because you had to buy the iron bangle?
Yeah, I will be getting that on my way back. It's because there's that cutscene there that kind of slows us down, and it's just easier to go forward. I
Yeah, I'm
believe.
just wondering if you have like backup money that you
Not
can
so
get.
fat. We're looking for something.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely.
Yeah.
That
So people
guild chest is in the route. I have the money I need. I might not have 100% the ether I need, but I can deal with it. I normally have a surplus of ether at the end of my runs,
And then there's Madam. Last but not least, they're an eccentric.
Duly noted.
so I should be
Thanks for the
okay.
info.
So we meet Leslie there. He's a character which at first is like, yeah, whatever, but he grows on you later. Most people like him. But
Even
we
though
don't
he's
see him
still
until-
a part of Don Corneo's men, so he's obviously done some not so nice things. So it's kind of hard to feel bad for him at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see more of him in chapter 14.
Yep. So yeah, we end up picking up that guild chest. I'm going to make a quick shopping section. A quick stop to this.
Gonna get the hard edge, Cloud's physical weapon, which is gonna be used for a main portion of the game, really.
You see there, we only have 200 gil left. And there is points in this run where I have like 0 gil at this point, and I have to sell a couple potions to be able to get 100 gil. That's because we need 100 gil to be able to progress into the next part of the story.
Yeah, the skip that we just did cut off about 30 minutes of the run, and or an otherwise no major glitches run. So that's a lot of experience and gil lost of fights that you haven't had. So this is going to be the first divergence where he just continues to stay more and more underleveled than what the game wants to be.
I don't know what happens if you run out of money completely and you get rid of all the items here and whatever, because I don't think you can kill anything. And I think you would actually be unable to progress with the game if you can't afford the 100.
And so one of the weird side effects about I believe maybe Foxy already talked about this, but basically we can't menu until after this cutscene here. So we bought a bunch of stuff, haven't equipped it yet, and we will equip it right after this. Upgrade the hard edge. Equip it. And give Aerith AT.
Wait, why can't you menu until this point?
Because it's a side effect of the chapter 8 skip, and how we do it. If we hit start, we do not go to the menu. Instead, we get resume game and return to title screen. We don't want to return to the title screen. So
it's a side effect of being in combat while hitting a cutscene, which we did for the Rude arriving on the helicopter cutscene back near Sanctuary.
And you don't want to accidentally go to the title screen, as some runners have done. I've done it. It sucks. Eventually, you learn.
Did something happen to you?
yeah, luckily I have not done it.
I've done it in the darts minigame, which you don't press start on
Just one?
normally.
That's funny.
So here we have to wait. There was 3 choices for a cutscene there with Madam M.
Think you'll make it
Just some
happen?
fan service stuff. We took the 100 gil one because we don't care, and we hit all the third options, so we don't need the extra affection.
All right then. I
Luckily.
think I've seen everything I need to see.
Yep.
So?
And story-wise, we want to get into the Coliseum. Oh, we want to go meet up with Don Corneo, but in order to do that, Madam M's gonna say, "Well, I want you to go fight for me in this Coliseum, this underground battle arena." And other
Well,
people have contenders in it, like Sam has, Cuddy and Sweepy,
What I said.
and
don't worry. So
hopefully
listen.
we actually win.
There's an
And we're gonna have a very good fight there as well later, which
They're already already letting fighters inside.
Well, we'll see.
Kind of fun thing that I wanted to mention briefly is that this chapter is host to actually one of the most powerful glitches in the game, which, if anybody you have played Half-Life and you've experimented with the console, there's a command called no clip, which lets you fly around and walk through any object without any resistance, completely disabling collision detection. We actually get that at the scene where Aerith forces Cloud to give him a high five. You can actually get past that, and her high five becomes this no-clip machine afterwards that lets you get anywhere. But again, the developers did such a good job. There's no sequence breaks in this chapters, and the effect goes away at the start of the next chapter, so we don't actually get to use it for anything at all, except for getting Magnify, which we don't do in any percent anymore.
How deep does this thing go, you think?
But we get Elemental, which takes about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
Don't tell more.
Hey, Elemental's good.
Nope.
That 8 to 16% extra damage is amazing.
Just trying to focus.
Especially since it costs no money. All it costs is a little bit of time.
Do we have any donations before he starts arena fight?
We absolutely do. We've got $20 from Sushi Elemental, who says, "One ticket for the Aerith airship, please."
Yeah. We'll see more of that.
Just needed a
$25 from Intopia. foxydits, this is all your fault. Best of luck with the rest of the run, Boren. And remember, be nice.
Be nice.
Be nice.
Okay,
So, yeah.
you do have to talk to Johnny there. There is a little potion you can drink there afterwards. It wastes time. I believe it gives you steel skin effect on this next battle. Completely useless. We don't care about that. We're
Especially since this fight is very easy.
yeah. These bloodhounds though, they can get out of control. Not really in this chapter. You don't have to worry about it because of chapter 13 won't be in here, but you see they just get mowed down right now.
Yeah,
But they can absorb health.
And that's kind of the strength of Hard Edge, our physical extreme weapon and elemental and power wrist guards. Like we just have a bunch of power multipliers to Cloud currently, and that just allows him to do a lot of damage, especially with his physical abilities.
Hard Edge, great weapon, available early. We like it.
Well, that's one way. What's wrong?
We will get another weapon later, which is
wouldn't bet on it.
easier to obtain for Aerith, and it should not be, but it is. And here, he's not just wasting time. You have to wait for the bell to chime, and we gotta do this a couple times before we can progress. This next fight, so I came up with a strat recently where I used Deadly Dodge with a fire, and sometimes you kill 7 at once, and then you kill the last. But this fight is a mess. We've got 3 bandit guys, which we skipped the chapter where we're introduced to them, and or we skipped the beginning of the chapter. They like to place mines. It's Burke, Butch, and Beethoven. I don't know the last guy's name. And they like to put mines down, and they will stun you until they are killed, basically. And then we have these Corneo lackeys. And the way he deals with this is he's just gonna burn them down with some fires. And that was clean. There is no real buffing. One of them got a buff, that's it.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I abuse, ATB boost and Punisher to get ATB with Cloud and just throw a bunch of fires while Arcane Ward is down.
Yeah,
Because I do need to learn
actually,
Arcane Ward.
That was the first use of Arcane Ward, which will cast a second version of the spell, which does like half damage, and it takes 1/3 of the MP rolled, rounded down if I recall. So for like a Fyra, it would take 10 MP. Maybe it's like 20%. It'd take like 12 in total. And for that, again, we'd cast in it, and that'll gain us a 30% proficiency bonus in total rather than 10%. And now we have a fight which can be a pain. It is Cuddy and Sweepy. We'll see how Bourne handles it. I typically go for Sweeper because it has less health.
I cancel.
Luckily, you can use items here. There's a fight later where you're going to be up against 2 cutters and you can't use items.
So I take care of the sweeper first, or the cutter first, because he's just easier to stun lock, and then the sweeper is absolutely nothing once we get into him.
Yeah, and you want to definitely learn ward.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that, they're down.
And the winners of the Corneo Cup, the deadly and dynamic duo.
So the
We have
next
Scotch
fight,
and Koch and wait, we have Scotch and Koch in the background, and they're gonna talk a lot more, but they're pretty cool. You know, they're from the original, and they're like the announcers, and they keep. There's gonna be puns in the next battle. I'm just saying, if you pay attention to them. Go ahead.
so our next fight is Hell House, and a lot of people really like Hell House because he was an enemy that was simply just kind of a rare encounter in the original, where here he's been kind of promoted to a boss. And so we are going to be doing certain things to be able to push his phases in the correct way. And one of the interesting things about Hell House is that he's actually susceptible to poison, and we're going to be abusing that in normal mode.
Yep. So we're fighting a house. I just gotta say that, a house.
Mm-hmm. So he always starts in kind of his fire mode.
He's gonna do some blizzarding, and then after doing a little bit of damage, it's gonna transition to a random element that is not fire. And so he's going to.
I messed this up a little bit. I forgot
That's
arcade
okay.
ward first.
So he's gonna use fire. And it's staggered, and then he's just gonna attack it until it gets pushed into the second phase. Second phase, it's gonna open up and able to kind of move around. But it's a house.
All right. So that's kind of the thing, the special thing about Hell House is that he's got kind of this elemental minigame where he'll be either fire, ice, wind, or lightning, and depending on which one he is, he will we'll have to hit him with kind of the opposite magic. So if he's like fire, we hit him with ice. If he's ice, we hit him with fire, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
So here we're just going to punish
some
him
counters.
twice.
Okay, the late counter, which is good. Is going to stagger the boss and push it to the next phase. That is an interesting mechanic where the boss, if it gets too much damage, it gets HP locked, and you can't do any more damage. And if it gets HP locked, it can actually do jet stream. That's what enables that move. It can jump and then do jet stream once, or it can do jet stream 3 times in a row, which is annoying. So we really don't want to HP lock if possible. We want to push it where it jumps on the wall. I don't know how Born handles this fight yet. We'll see.
Yeah, I just test my RNG with Jetstream. Because right after he'll do House Call, and then he'll go into Shocking House.
Yep.
And then we can just hit him with an arrow, wait a bit.
Yeah, it has more moves it can do too, but because of how we handle the fight, we're not going to see them. An original way that I had was like crippling the arms, and sometimes you would get the wind form, which is great, but sometimes you'd get slower stuff.
Alright.
And we're in the final phase. So, this phase, we can't hurt the boss. It's going to fly up. He can kind of attack it a little bit at the start to get some HP, but it's going to fly up, and you can't damage it. You have to wait. Just gotta wait, and it's gonna start up its Hellbound attack where it will go into a specific element. That's gonna be one of the 4, and you have to really deal with it. You have to do the opposite element.
And you do see that the poison ends up ticking a lot of damage onto him, even in that phase.
Yep, so the way Borin knew what it was you can kind of look at that windows. The windows are like the obvious tell here. he did not get hit and game over, so that's good.
Just
It's a
finish him
little bit
off with the
scary
cross
if it
slash.
does. If it does fire, it's a little bit scary because ice takes so long to hit, but that was fine.
Yeah, and
That was a good
thankfully we can kind of enter tactical menu kind of as he goes into an element. And that slows down time a bit and allows us to get our timing consistently.
There you are. So, madam, I was also big events.
All right, so we want to do a quick menu here where we move some stuff around.
This is when you can actually talk to this guy on the side and buy Fuzzy Wuzzies and Mr. Cuddlesworth, but they're not useful, unfortunately. If you could buy them before, I would have used them on like the lackeys or something, but you can't buy them.
Yeah, sadly, a lot of the usable items aren't nearly as busted as we would have liked them to be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Orb of Gravity is like one of the only ones that we use in the late game.
Yeah, Orb of Gravity is one of the strongest ones, and that is just because there is a certain enemy that is weak to them.
Yeah, you can use it on the Mischievous Show as well, but it like forces it to call ads instantly.
Once you change,
And that's not good. Like spiderweb drops, if you get them, unfortunately slow is not useful on like anything really. You can pick up Solaris. I used to do it, which gives haste, but then it was worked out where it's like, okay, well, it's not worth the time. We don't need it. They sell for 500, but that's about it. You can get them as drops as well. So again, he succeeded in getting Madam's quest, so he just goes right back in and triggers the next part. So Johnny control, he can run off to where he shouldn't. If you do a little bit dip to the left, it prevents us completely. But he's just gonna go for it. And he did not get trolled. Sometimes Johnny goes to the alleyway to the right. You hit a warning trigger, and you have to like walk through it. And then he runs all over it. It's funny when it happens.
Yeah, you have to follow his path exactly, or else you'll be walking extremely slow. So luckily, yeah, we've kind of figured out how to manipulate him to never take the kind of winding path.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He always takes kind of a more direct path to this Don Corneo mansion here.
I don't know why he has escorts here. Like why? Like we couldn't find it ourselves.
It's just to include more Johnny. How do you not like more Johnny?
That's true.
Again, got a letter of a. Yeah, it's who? Well, either way, I wasn't.
So
asking.
now we get rejected by Leslie
If you even
for the second time.
or it could wind up get it.
And so now we're going to exit out, and it'll turn out that Aerith is actually in her dress.
And chat, the bro thing, actually, yeah, if you listen to it in Japanese, he's saying Aniki, the whole time. So, faithful translations. Gotta give him props to the English voice actors.
What dress are we gonna get, Warren?
We were going to get the default dress. Because we didn't complete any side quests. What's actually kind of funny is that for the play log, the dresses we get here, we only get a copy of Cloud's and Aerith's dress. We don't get a Tifa dress. So if you're doing a plat percent run, you kind of have to do some fancy things to try and get the Tifa dress in after kind of doing the chapter 8 skip. And so the different dresses we can get for Aerith and Tifa are dependent on how many side quests we do. So like if I do all the side quests in chapter 3, I get to choose which dress Tifa picks. And her default dress is the mature dress, but we can also get a sporty and exotic dress. Where Aerith, her dresses are tied to how many side quests you complete in chapter 8. If you only complete half of them, you get kind of the mid-tier dress. And if you complete all of them, you get the top-tier dress. But I personally prefer the mid-tier dress.
Yeah, I like that one too. And then the exotic dress for Tifa.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Welcome. We're here to see.
Looks like we're in agreement again.
What stage? The one in the back, sir. Straight through those.
We know
Okay, so we have something coming up.
Yeah, Boren, get ready.
Yep.
Okay, this is like any percent's first break, I guess. This is where I like start to chow down and try to speedrun my food because I get hungry here. Not this one, but the next one. So there is something important at the end of this. This is a 54-second cutscene, basically. It's not a rhythm game. It does not line up with the music, but he's gonna play it. At the end of this, he has to make sure he says no, which is not the default answer. So I've never done it, and I want to see people do it, but if you accidentally say yes, you lose a minute.
I've only done it once.
Oh god.
And I believe I PB'd the time I did it. It was something
It's a
stupid
lot
like
to
that.
ask a speedrunner, you know, to press down and then select no. I hate that she doesn't say delicious. I mean, she says work it, honey.
She says delicious, and it's like, come on, just say delicious.
Chat, let's break out some bee puns here. I know you got those emotes from Pride, so let's break some of that out to make up for that horrible not pun.
This is where I like change the music typically in my runs every time, but we can't skip this, guys.
Nope.
You watch this every time.
Can't skip it. Almost thankfully, because you know the runners need a break too.
It's a break, yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of our only breaks in the glitch run of this game. And luckily it's kind of in the halfway point of the run, so it's a nice little kind of like relaxation. Get your batteries charged and get going. So if there's any donations that need to be read, we can read them here.
Absolutely, we've got a lot of them. Let me go ahead and give you a long one. We got $50 from Iggy Zig, who says, and now at Final Fantasy VII Remake Sonic. O Midgar, adventure your walls contain. From spiky-haired punks to men with gun arms, to girls with flowers, the plot she'll explain, to barmaids that fight and keep kids from harm. What mysteries they'll find, those shadows full grown, traipsing the city of sectors and plates, while one-winged angels hatch plans unbeknown to imperil our group upon grim straits. This poem's gone long, too much to proffer? Ah well, to you dear host in your homestead, I'll sweeten the deal. I will offer 50 extra bucks if this sonnet is read. So that's all for me. Good luck and have fun. My summon of Knights of the Round is done.
Beautiful.
That was a long one.
Wow.
Thank you, Iggy. You're my favorite. I've got $250 from Medigo. Had to toss a donation for FF7 Remake and Boren's outfit. Thank you so much. So many people have commented on your outfit, Boren. Is it Cloud or Zach?
It is Cloud, but
Okay.
yeah, it's.
We've got $100 from the FF7 Remake Discord. Everyone has been wrong. Marlene is best girl. Let's keep her safe by skipping all the trauma.
Maybe in 20 years, or maybe in 10 years,
We do
when she
skip
grows
Marlene, so.
$20
do
from
have
Remy
a-
Jet. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll go into it after.
All right, $20 from Remy Jet. These glitches are incredible. Really can't believe how you folks found these. The count said their incentive choice is Minecraft, so let's put it towards that.
All right, game is done. I was just gonna say on Marlene, it's nice how they show like Barrett and Marlene's relationship. It's really cute, honestly.
Oh yeah, and it's
There
very
is more
heart-wrenching as
later.
well. It's one of the points. Like Marlene is one of the characters that I really got like kind of emotional with because of the Barrett Marlene dynamic.
That show today blew my mind.
But yeah, sadly in this run we end up skipping most of Marlene.
So I'm gonna jump in quick here because there's a really funny situation that can occur. It's actually a soft lock where Cloud would have his Buster Sword while in his dress right here. If we didn't go far enough into the park area where I was talking about the U-turn during the Chapter 8 skip, all those minutes ago, like 25 minutes ago, if we just went a few feet before turning around, he would actually have the sword on his back and we wouldn't be able to talk to him, and that would have been it. It's really fun to see, but it sucks losing 25 minutes to that and having to go back. So Boren made sure to go far enough and not get that soft.
Oh, Chadley.
Forgive me, miss, but the way you're staring at me is... Oh goodness! I'm experiencing an emotional response.
I'm experiencing an emotional response.
Yeah, so that's the last time we're going to see Chadley. So we're gonna make his day. He gives us a lot of useful material, and we're going to be using that material to break the next few chapters coming up.
Yeah, I like that little interaction. There's so much interaction with Cloud right now with who you can talk to. And we're gonna go to Corneo's. We can finally get in. We've been working our butts off here to go for this audition where he's going to choose a girl as a wife for however long. And we get in finally.
And I like Leslie how he starts off with no way, like he actually recognizes Cloud there.
You here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the walk. And don't go poking your nose in where it doesn't belong. Let her do things to me. Keep walking.
Okay, so here we are reunited with Tifa again, and she's gonna be in her default dress, the like blue purple dress from the original.
So what happens
That's not the most important thing here, of course. So we have a turbo ether here. That's more important. We're gonna need that later.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a nice little vending machine, which looks like Don Corneo. With a nice little theme here. And you do have to just wait around here. You can go talk to Aerith a little bit, Tifa, stuff like that.
Talk or admire?
Wow. They talk.
Yeah, watch those camera angles, boy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My thumb slipped, I swear. The camera just went down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, coming up, we do get a nice soundtrack. Cloud is going to be the one chosen. It's not random or anything. There's nothing deciding it. It would always be Cloud in this game. Just because he talks back to the Dawn. We're not going to see the cutscene, but I do like the track that plays. And we get another track right after it. And we're going to be controlling Tifa and Aerith. Aerith, you're running around with, but Tifa's first in the menu, so it's awkward if you have to do menuing.
Let's go rescue Cloud.
And there's only a couple fights here, but we are going to get a very important accessory. The Fury Ring, which gives an automatic berserk effect, so you can gain and take 30% more damage. Going to be used everywhere. This item is so ridiculous, and I think on New Game Plus stuff they even farm extra.
Yeah, they have 3 Fury Rings.
So outside here we have 3 lackeys here. I do DD strats here. She can actually pull enemies together. And let's see if he gets them together. It's okay if he burns MP because there is a new chapter coming up. And whenever you hit another chapter, you get an MP refresh, HP refresh, that stuff. So he can burn whatever he wants.
It's your turn. Let me handle this. You're burning up.
And unfortunately, they kind of decided to delta split there. And we have another fight, which is 2 of them, not so bad. And that Fury Ring is going on right away.
And this is kind of where my community likes to call me the Cloud main, is because I put it onto Cloud, even though Cloud can activate Berserk on his own, just that way I can just have Berserk all the time.
And skip the animations and not have
and
to
yeah, just
worry
skip all
about
those animations.
That was good, they were together.
Nice and clean. So now we get to actually meet Don Corneo here. We get to kind of have the same interaction that we had in the FF7 original, where we get to select one of the options and he'll tell us either where we're wrong or we're right. And
yeah, and the cutscene's kind of like the original too, where each character decides to say what they'll do to him if he doesn't give information. And basically he does say that they're gonna drop the plate on Sector 7. And we're like, oh no. Okay, but first we're gonna fight apps. Basically. And you get to choose a different character. You can talk to Tifa or Aerith. Because of the positioning, it's actually quicker to talk to Aerith. Because there's like a wonky thing with Cloud having to reposition.
And Aerith is best girl anyway, so.
Yep. So Apps is weak to fire. He has 2 horns. You can break them, and that will cause him to be in a pressured state where he kind of dances around later. He can't really hit it without magic, though. So he's going to be countering. He can counter every move here except for backwash. Backwash is only used if you're at ranged, though. And he will target the leader. This is true later. We will have a fight with him again later, where he'll target the leader. When he's set on fire, he jumps in the water and douses. And then he will decide to probably go up and pounce. Sometimes he doesn't.
Well, sometimes I can get him staggered like this and just skip that entire
and that
section.
works too. Yep. If he goes up, it's not a big deal. It's very easy to dodge it. You can just roll around. You can focus strike dodge, whatever. But it's staggered. He's going to push him down to the next phase where it's going to get enraged. When he's enraged, he can do backwater blast by going up on the wall. Couple fires will get him down now. Fire res. And this is a very dangerous move. It can wipe your party unless you're against the wall, but he should be able to get him just like that. And again, he's using elemental fire because the boss is weak to fire, and Born does do elemental strats. So after knocking him down, he's lit up, and he's just gonna keep going and upping that stagger gauge.
He can go back up on the wall and pounce.
Yeah, at this point he can do it again. If he gets enough damage,
get
it
him
won't happen.
pressured, but not exactly.
That's okay.
There we
He
go.
decided to attack.
Yeah.
And Apps attacked what? Twice? 3 times? And that's about it.
Yeah, he attacked twice, and each time he attacked, we countered him. And every single other time, we just kept him pressured and staggered.
These tunnels are all connected. I'm pretty sure we
Yeah,
he
very
went down
clean
quite
fight.
smooth.
No
Quite
issues.
smoothly.
in emergencies.
So now we're into the chapter 10, the sewers segment.
Positive. There should be a big waterway
He's
just up
gonna
ahead. Let's find out
probably
first.
heal up, ether up, whatever he needs to do. We're gonna fight Sahagins for the first time. These things, pretty simple. If you do a cleave and a fire, it'll stagger it. Or you can do for a double fire strat and burn them down. They're weak to fire. And you can counter their jump attack, which I didn't know for a long time until I tried it.
Yeah, no, they have a lot of physical moves, and they're actually a very complex enemy. If they get low on HP, they'll actually kind of throw their harpoon out, and they'll turn whoever's in the radius of that harpoon into a frog. And we do not want that happening.
Sahagins curse.
Some fun thing about Sahagins, it's a glitch that's really hard to replicate, so we haven't used it in runs, but if you kill them at the exact moment they turn you into a frog, you can have that character stay a frog outside of combat, and it causes all sorts of crazy stuff because frogs can't climb ladders. There's tons of ladders in this stage, so they just can't follow you. So if you get into another combat and you switch between characters, you get all sorts of map deloads in this stage.
I'll take care of them. Let me. So long.
I should probably just keep Bud then.
Killed for a shower.
Can you crawl under stuff, or do they just like walk under stuff as frogs?
They just walk into the crawl space and like hit against an invisible wall. They can't activate blue triggers. So any transition state that would cause you to climb a ladder or shimmy under something or crawl under something, it just doesn't happen.
Really dark.
All right, so Boren was expecting this. I get a little salty right here because there's a very nice skip that I found for this chapter. It skips half the chapter, so from basically here to the very end of the chapter. We're not using it in this marathon run because Boren's route just basically doesn't permit him being that underleveled. But it would start right about here and cause Tifa to go flying all through space, you know, like all sorts of things that would be totally crazy, just like the chapter 8 skip. And it saves around 4 minutes and skips the pump mini game, which will be fun for the marathon to see. But I think a lot of us agree that the water pump mini game at the end of this chapter is the worst mini game.
Even if you practice it, it's awful.
So we're fighting some crabs here, and the crabs are weak to magic, so they will go down with one fire from Aerith or one fire from Cloud, and so that's generally how we're going to be disposing of those types of enemies. We have to pick up this sewer key and get going.
Also sewers, which are in every RPG ever.
And I guess one of the points that we should talk about is that kind of what Cloud and Tifa were discussing in Aerith is that Shinra currently we learned from Don Corneo that Shinra is planning on dropping the Sector 7 plate.
Wait a minute.
And so we are in kind of disbelief because we doubt that they'd go that extreme to kind of stamp out Avalanche. But it turns out that it turns out that we'll find out very soon the truth of his oh, that is unfortunate.
Oof. Slept on the
That
very
is
first.
really unfortunate.
So those blue goos, they can put you to sleep. You can't knock them back or anything when they're using their somber move. And if you have your whole party put to sleep, you're gonna sit there for 20 seconds and just cry. I've had it happen.
Yeah.
Let's hear some donations while we're doing some of these sections. I think that would be good.
Absolutely. We've got $50 from Iggy Zig, who says, "Here's the 50 I promised, as well as a haiku. Dance, dance forever. I'm loving this run, Borin. Everyone, be nice."
Be nice.
I've got $7.77 from Nanaki Emmy. Woohoo! Time to break the game. Don't forget to equip your earrings. Bring on the show.
It's because in one of my practice runs, I forgot to equip the earrings and.
No,
and
not
sets.
just a practice run. It ended up being world record because we caught that you weren't wearing your revival earrings.
Yeah, that was true. But yeah, luckily I'm not forgetting them this time.
How are you on money?
I am quite good on money. I don't really have any issues with my current money route for the rest of the run. It's generally that chapter 9 where we get really low.
You could probably grab a couple more donations right here. It's just a couple of basic but
Absolutely. We've got a $500 sonnet from Diane of the Moon. In 97, I see Cloud wear a nice dress. Wait, I could do that? We've got $77.77 from Haxer Gamer. All lucky sevens.
Yeah, sadly, one of the things in this game is that having 7,777 HP does not actually activate lucky sevens.
I wondered about that because I never tested that myself.
So it is kind of sad, but it'd probably be way too powerful. Just being able to spam our basic attacks.
Something like that in a second part or third part.
It would be fun.
Am I okay to do some more?
Yeah, keep them going.
Sure. All right. We've got $35 from Verxel. $5 for the $7 hype train, please. Always love the overnight Final Fantasy runs, and this has been no exception. I'm gonna go make a coffee run. Does anyone want anything?
Oh yes, please.
We've got $50 from Pyro Hero Matt. So Cloud is best girl, right? I mean, why would Don Corneo pick Cloud otherwise? Solid logic. We've got a $100 anonymous donation. I was waiting to donate, but I just realized there's only one day left of the marathon. So here it is. I only just started working from home last week, and I was so glad the GDQ was able to keep me company while I acclimated to being a productive member of society. Spoiler alert, it's not working. Thank you so much for being a beacon of light in a bleak and scary world. Keep on keeping on. As to who is best girl, I will answer in your apparently preferred form, a haiku. Here it goes. Tifa is best girl. Tifa is. Tifa. I really wish Tifa's name was only one syllable.
That was very convincing. I'm a changed man.
Yeah, now I gotta reconsider. It was very convincing.
It's hard to beat that
And,
Redder.
and we're gonna be getting rid of Aerith here soon anyways, so you know, Tifa can be best girl.
I like Tifa because she goes fast.
There must be some way
She's
we can
very
lower the
quick.
water level.
Ugh. All right, so here we get into the fun part, which is the pump minigame.
Seventh heaven, hey Cloud.
For some reason, Cloud of all characters just kind of gets thrown into this room, and we get to control Tifa or Aerith for a little bit, as we walk literally like
We can use the. I remember.
like a couple feet and back.
Wait.
You can
Do this mini game.
You can attack with her move here too, and you can see her rod come out there. Yeah, it's like one of the only places for some reason.
All right, are we gonna get our guesses in chat? Is Boren gonna 1-1-1 this water pump mini game or
1-1-2?
So maybe.
1-1-2? I'm gonna go for 1-1-2 as well. Have a
Why,
little
you
bit of
guys
faith,
have no
but not
faith in
too
me? Oh my gosh.
So here you can do visual cues, you can do audio. I do visual for the first two, and then I do an audio cue for the last. A fake audio cue.
You can
Where
also
it'll-
pause buffer this, but I will not be pause buffering it.
It's got issues with pause buffering.
All right, 2 for 2.
Come on, mess
That
up.
went well.
No.
Alright.
I got this. Don't worry. First try every time. All right.
Ah.
Nope.
Oh,
Perfect.
dang, you got it.
Perfect. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
I think that did it.
First
Wonderful.
frame
Well, at
as
least
well.
you can walk away from your first GDQ and said you got the water pump mini game perfected.
Yep. 3 out of 3. Not a
So for
single
that
miss.
That last one's actually hard. So I do like a fake audio cue. It does 1, 2, 3, and then I do like a fourth blip in my head, and that typically gets it. That's how I handle it.
Yeah, I use kind of visual cue. Once I see the arrow in a certain spot, I hit down, and it.
Yeah, if it gets
generally
past,
gets it.
once you notice it gets past the third mark.
Was never in doubt.
Man, Boren almost making it look like Elemental's good.
Get back.
No, apparently earlier someone posted a clip where Cloud said nope right after Boren said Elemental is good.
No.
It does good work here on these though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No.
these enemies that we're totally supposed to be fighting in any percent, yeah.
I know, right? This fight is actually rough if it goes bad though. The triple Sahagins. It would be better if they all spawn together, but they don't.
All right, that was pretty clean.
I'll go on ahead
And with that, this is about the first half of the game that's done. Chapter 10 is done. This is where I kind of separate things.
Yeah, this is where we're getting a little bit more. We're gonna have a fun little glitch here.
Yeah, we also get to skip half of chapter 11, and it's definitely one of the most entertaining skips in the game, and it has some really, really fresh off the press tech in it that we just discovered about 2 weeks ago and have been going crazy to optimize to get it ready for this GDQ run, and Boren's going to show you the most up-to-date version of it.
Yeah, I thought people were gonna have to do my really old, outdated first strat I made for Eligor, which would work.
Just past that large maintenance
But
facility there.
don't have to
I
do
hope
that.
we stay in the light so we can see where we're going.
However, coming up, we're gonna get a weapon for Aerith. A little too overpowered, honestly, the Mithra Rod, and that's her magic weapon, and it's crazy magic. Honestly, it should have been what you steal off Eligor, but instead Eligor has like the bladed staff, which is, I don't know, the elemental weapon. I don't know. It's not good.
It's the worst
it's
weapon for
mean
Aerith. It's her melee weapon. That's what it is.
Oh, is that her melee?
It's her melee weapon, and there's none of her attacks use melee at all. So
Okay,
it's
so
kind of a
technically,
waste.
her basic attacks, the rod or how she's swinging it, if you hit an enemy, it does do physical damage, but it's so incredibly low that it's absolutely worthless.
And it bounces off most enemies too.
Yep. Just some setup for the chapter. We're going to be fighting some rats and some cripshays, which are kind of annoying. They can be pressured easily, but if they like to keep attacking, then you kind of got to counter. And
Cripshays basically interrupt everything you do. They're just like a little interrupt machine.
they can also bind you. And Aerith has feathered gloves on, probably, right? Or do you do that later? It's Aerith. Yes,
And
Aerith, the martial artist.
Speaking of cripshays binding you, there's actually a soft lock in the skip that we just found a solution for. So, but if you're not careful, it can happen to you where the map deloads right as a cripshay binds you, and you fall through the floor into the void forever. And there's no way to save.
Yeah, because you can't retry or what?
You can't retry that. You have to reload the safety save to get out of it. But you can wait until the map starts to reload back in by pausing the physics of the game by entering the monster info screen. You just have to be quick enough to do.
And then we can potentially revive her with another Phoenix down. But yeah, it's very scary. And luckily I kind of have a strat that kind of lowers the amount of cripshays we end up dealing with there. Just to be a little safer.
You learned how to say cripshay, Born. I'm proud of you.
Oh yeah, that's right. Normally I call them Crispies, but because they got to it first, they ended up saying it right.
Crispies.
Crispies. Rice Krispies.
They
snack, crackle, and pop your bones.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I didn't talk about it, but he did pick up the feathered gloves. The feathered gloves have a very overpowered move for Tifa called Star Shower. So Star Shower hits a bunch of times. It has 60 keep, so it can barely be interrupted by like anything. And does a ton of damage, and a very unique thing about it is it boosts your next move, whether it is a basic attack, a move, a spell, and a limit by 70%, which is absolutely crazy. But you have to use it like directly afterwards. You have like a 1 second leeway.
Yeah, Star Shower Limit Break is by far the most powerful move in the game.
Oh yeah, and we'll definitely be using Star Shower quite a bit. Sometimes we just use Star Shower into Star Shower.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. It's like her best actual regular attack move. It's more damage than Dive Kick.
And it also covers a wide area as well, so it covers like
and it
a
pulls
good
enemies
amount
in
of
together.
the area. Mm-hmm.
It's just busted, is what it is.
All right, let's see what's inside.
Yeah, it's kind of like Cloud's triple slash, except for it's Tifa's. All right, so here we get a cute little scene where we have Aerith and Tifa hugging Cloud's arms as they get a little scared of the ghost. And we're actually going to be encountering our first ghost enemy, which like most...
They are undead. I don't want you to talk about it yet, because this got me when I first saw you do it.
Over there.
But so these are undead, and undead you can target with healing magic, potions, Fang Stones. You can kill them instantly with Fang Stone. They can dodge it if you're late. If you do it too early, they HP lock and you have to hit them. And so he's gonna take care of it pretty quickly.
Good.
And he's opting to do some magic. And
there we got it. So the ghost casts reflect here, and that's exactly what Born was looking for, because we are going to want to hurt ourselves, as you saw in Chapter 8, to achieve the infinite flee glitch. Now, again, the infinite flee glitch allows us to stay in combat forever, and we prepare for that by getting our party members basically killed. And when we want to, we get everyone down to 0 HP and then have one revive with revival earrings, which we'll do in a little while. But right now, he's basically just damaging down so that we can prepare for the skip that happens a little bit later in Chapter 11.
Man, you shouldn't have told them. I was gonna like freak out and be like, Porn, what are you doing? That was my first reaction when I first saw it. I was like, it has reflect. And I was like, oh, I hadn't seen it before.
Bora
I
and
was
I
like,
joked about that in the practice commentary, whether we should freak people out and make them look terrible at the game. But we realized that the only opportunity to do that is in the Reno fight, where it's just too obvious.
Yeah, no, that's it. Like the Reno fight, and yeah, I was wanting to make a joke of my controller disconnecting, which is why I wouldn't be controlling Aerith in the rat and hedgehog fight. But yeah, it was like, okay, we have like several parts where we set up for this glitch. It's gonna be hard to
And I
completely
literally have
fake it.
so much information I have to cover before that point, just so that when it gets to that point, I can like just say, okay, and now we're doing that thing I explained for like 5 minutes beforehand, and it just didn't work out like that. But it's amazing that Reflect is here in this stage, and it just makes you just cast a spell on it, and it just blows right back in your face, and it's so easy to prepare for infinite flee glitch as a result of it.
I've done that on Genova and almost died before. I'm just saying, wasn't intended there though.
Yeah, Genova's a fun fight, but we'll get to it later.
Yeah. So we see this like mist stuff. Or if you're looking down at the train, he kind of looks at the train and it looks dumb, but that's like a poltergeist that's kind of going around, and I don't know if that's the ghoul fight, but after the ghoul fight, it moves on and it's like becomes Allegor. It's like this mischievous spirit, and it like takes people away. There's like a cutscene with Aerith where it almost gets her, but we're not going to see that. We have a couple more ghosts here, and we're going to have another one. Just kind of easy to deal with. This time we don't have to worry about them damaging down.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
And if you're lucky, they drop a turbo ether.
Yeah, but we'll take an ether.
Ghosts are extremely easy to control, so they're perfect for our purposes in skipping half of this chapter.
Do you think there's more?
And yeah, simply all we have to do is throw a Phoenix down on them, and that's pretty much it. That's why we still pick up that Phoenix Down chest, because we still have to use those Phoenix Downs for our skips, while also taking care of these enemies here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna jump in with a little bit of preface information. I want to explain the concept of null space and how this game checks whether your characters are in bounds or out of bounds. So this game has no real gravity. There's basically like valid floor and then what I call null space, which is not valid floor space. And the game just like leaves this little breadcrumb trail of where you last were on valid floor territory, and if you're outside of that valid floor territory, it tries to warp you back to that. So by entering combat,
that's not good.
Right as Tifa was dropping down the ladder, anytime a character is in a unique animation state, like being on the ladder,
did that cause it? Curious.
Uh-oh.
Yes,
Did you... Yeah? Well, okay,
that
saved it.
All right. That's why we make that safety save.
Okay. You confused me there, because we kind of got off track here a little bit. We need revival earrings for this glitch to work. But I'm going to continue my explanation here. By warping Tifa off of the ladder as she's sliding down, she's in a unique animation state, and the game basically completely disables a bunch of like inbounds, out of bounds checks on her, which will allow us to get out of bounds fairly easily here and be able to just run to the end of the level. You'll see it here shortly. So we're gonna go ahead and achieve infinite flee. We're gonna warp Tifa off the ladder. Do you see how she just vanished off of that because we entered combat? That activates that property of being able to walk out of bounds only on Tifa. So we're gonna now activate infinite flee by having Cloud die with his revival earrings on. Every other character needs to be dead.
This is scary.
Before Cloud dies. There we go. Okay, perfect. It's a little bit close.
We're just gonna get out of here. All right.
Go.
Oh. All right, there we go.
These skips are really hard. It's so easy to lose a run.
And yeah, sadly, like, I don't know, things just weren't going 100% correctly. So we still have to wait for an ATV.
Next, we're gonna use a technique that we've been calling slide swapping. Now, a community member, Kappas, found this one, where this area and this area alone so far has the specific property where if you swap characters, not only does that character teleport to you, as we've seen before in the run, but they'll also teleport out of bounds. It may take 1 or 2 tries, but there we go. We teleported Cloud out of bounds. Now remember, Tifa has the ability to go anywhere in the map without null space trying to warp her back in bounds. So we're gonna take advantage of that real quick here by just sliding right out of the hangar and using a technique called parry punch to move Tifa very quickly across the stage out of bounds to the end of the stage. And this skips 2 bosses. It literally translates to about 10 minutes of time save.
It's a little sad we didn't get quite first try, but that was pretty good recovery.
Yeah, that was a good recovery. There it is. No ghoul fight and no Eligor fight.
Alright, I looked away. Is he done cheating? I think that's the first part that we use the punch parry as well, which is pretty easy. You just hold punch and keep parrying with parry material.
It's by far the fastest way to move in the game, besides like using like Cloud's lock on and punching towards an enemy. It makes them like fly over to him. But outside of that, that moves around like 100% faster than Cloud can normally.
Yeah, it's crazy and hard to control. Yeah, I use it on the ghoul fight, but luckily he doesn't have to worry about that. And here we have the Spectre fight from earlier. Some of the properties from the first fight actually transfer over based on how many times you staggered it. It would affect this fight as well. We don't care about that. Like, again, we're much more equipped to deal with this. We pressure it, gonna stagger it, gonna kill it. It's a very quick fight.
We can probably get it.
Hopefully.
We can probably get a couple of donations in before the transition.
I have got you covered. I'm going to give you $200 from the Japanese restream. We support GDQ from Japan as well. Good luck. Thank you to everyone watching on the Japanese restream. And I'm actually going to go ahead and hand off the microphone to SakuraTsubasa for the last half of this run. Before I go, let me give you one final haiku from Joker. $25, a haiku for Final Fantasy VII Remake. A plea to Square Enix. FF7 Remake 2, keep Barrett date, please.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. It's been wonderful. Take care.
Bye, Cartridge. Welcome to the night shift.
Okay, just some setup. This is chapter 12. This is the pillar area from the original. Going to be a little more intricate for climbing compared to the original where you just run upstairs. Very dangerous. Also, Buster Sword is an interesting choice. I haven't seen this. I used the mean blade, the Iron Blade.
Yeah, I use Buster Sword because I have Elemental, and Iron Blade cannot take advantage of Elemental.
Right. So it does have to deal with both of these encounters, but it looks like he's going to pull him over here. You can kind of pull him off the stairs. There's a couple ways of dealing with it. One time I would take them all the way upstairs, and then I got super comboed and killed like instantly, so I kind of stopped doing that. But this is going to be the case for a lot of these fights. We're going to try to pull enemies and group them up. Magic is very powerful. And we have these riot shielders again, which are pretty obnoxious.
Let's go.
And he's gonna grab these 2 orbs of gravity. I don't know if he had any drops, but chapter 13 is skipped, so even if he had a drop, he couldn't do it.
Bam. Not bad.
All right.
might actually kill those. You don't have to kill those, but maybe I will in the future. I didn't realize it was only 2 minutes that quick.
Yeah, I know it's very quick, and yeah, I get a little bit of EXP and a little bit of AP, which I definitely need. With how much we skip, with how many like bosses we skip, how much AP, like we need to get what we can.
Yup. Because he kind of wants Thundaga at a certain point, I guess.
I want Thundaga by the time I get to Shinra HQ.
So here we have Heli Troopers. They can be killed with a couple of spells. Kind of annoying. You can counter them when they attack. They're not going to attack right away. If you dodge them, they will become pressured. It might shoot him, it might attack him. Like right now it's attacking. And didn't get hurt too bad, so that was good. They can really ruin your day. You can try to pull them up here and AoE them, but that's really risky.
Yeah, it's better just to dodge them in general. It's a little bit safer.
And another one right here with a couple guards. This one is not as dangerous though, but there'll be a fight later which is quite dangerous. Oh, grenade. And again, Tripolowski doing work. We use that everywhere. Utility is great. It causes pressure. Just an amazing ability, honestly. And you get it so early.
Yeah, 0 delay in starting it too. No wind up.
And ending it as well. It has very little recovery frames. So it is just one of the moves to use.
There's
and the thing is that
it
does very similar to damage. Like if there's like 2 enemies, it will do like a lot of damage to both of them. So here we get to kind of the Aerith section of the run, where we get to control Aerith. Kind of the last time we get to see Aerith for quite a bit, because after this we just completely lose her.
Yeah, just like the original. She's going to be taken to Shinra HQ. We will have to go rescue her eventually. Because we don't skip that.
And this is slightly different than the original, as the original, we didn't get quite this amount of context of her running to 7th Heaven and trying to get Marlene.
Oh God, look out!
Yeah, they kind of just like skimmed over it, but this is basically what they envisioned would happen during that.
And one of the troublesome parts, where we've talked about it quite a bit, where we have a lot of fun with these NPCs here, and now we have a whole horde of them, and we have to be careful of bumping into them and trying to use them to boost, and there's only so much that we can do to get past them.
And there's randomness involved.
And this one, we have to try and get NPCs behind us that we can gain a little bit of speed boost anytime they kind of run into us. We try
Reminds
to
me of a moon in Mario Odyssey.
What's
try
this
to just
girl's name
run it out
again?
as best we can. But what's up?
I forgot what this girl's name is.
It's Betty.
Betty, okay. Yeah, we gotta say Betty. She has a quest later.
He gives us 2 quests. She gives us the quest with the cats, and then she gives us a quest with some music.
And she dances around. It's cute, but we're not gonna do that in the run.
Nope, that's that's the only time we meet Betty is during this section.
Confirmed.
So here we finally get to 7th Heaven and meet Marlene. And this is kind of like the last time we get to see Marlene through this run, just due to the amount of skips that we have.
Please be okay.
We just never encounter Marlene ever again after this point.
Except in the ending cutscene, which I hope we get to.
We won't be able to go that far. That's and she's only at the very end of like the first ending cutscene. So if you skip the cutscene, you just go to Barrett. You never see Marlene.
Yeah, it takes forever. The credits take so long in this game as well.
Yeah, the credits are about 40 minutes long, so it's pretty hefty.
Wow, really?
Tell you what.
Oh yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
grow lots of flowers at your new house.
Do you think that I could help too?
Of course you can. Hey, what's your
Hey,
favorite
what's your?
Yeah, we moved so fast that we kind of cut off that conversation there. Now we're
You
back
can
on the
only
pillar.
move forward as well. And now we have Tifa back. So we do have a little bit of help. It's not as dangerous to just go in as Cloud.
It still is
These-
dangerous though.
Yeah, these fights are going to be. He's going to get a little bit of extra APs. Skip these. Oh, you take the ladder. You don't take the stairs.
Oh, is there stairs you can take?
There's stairs, which are quicker. Yeah.
I never knew.
I didn't know there was a ladder. The more you know.
By
Yeah,
your
these
powers
sentries also
combined.
die. These sentries die quickly too if you need extra AP.
Yeah. Oh, well, thankfully, currently we have a good route.
Yep, and there's
I
a
don't quite need them.
helicopter with Reno and Root in it. They're kind of chasing us. So they might try to shoot him.
When I first started running this game, I would always go around the pillar there, and there's just a forced encounter, and encountering that encounter prevents you from kind of doing the little parkour there. So for the longest time, I used to kind of go back there and accidentally get that encounter.
This next fight, we're gonna see Root and Reno. Just on the chopper, they're gonna try to shoot us. Again, it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna kill these guys. There's gonna be another helitrooper, and like a guy that jumps down. And that doesn't matter, but the next fight is really incredibly dangerous, which is gonna be an Elite Shock, 2 sentry guns which sit there burning you down, and 2 helitroopers, and that fight can go abysmal. I have a setup for it. Usually it works, sometimes it doesn't. If the helitroopers get early ATP, it is crazy dangerous, super scary. You can die very easily.
Oh yeah. No, and I got a pretty good strat for him too. That's
Yeah.
not exactly what I wanted to do.
It's like one of those just random fights that you have to have a strat for. Like we kind of route each fight, but some of these fights we need very specific setups.
This fight here with the helicopter actually has a fun little shenanigan you can get into by getting yourself thrown out of bounds. There's not much value to it. You skip 1 level of this climb section, and it's hard to get, so we don't really even go for it.
Didn't you get knocked down as well, just and have to go back up? I think the
have
first
heard
time
of
I
that
saw
once,
it.
but I've never seen. So there's an interesting discussion in chat right now, actually, just to kind of give you all some context. Boren was the world record holder until less than 6 hours ago, when someone took the world record right before the GDQ run. And actually, if we look at his pace, he is less than 1% behind the new world record right now. So there is a chance that he can steal it back from the clutches of Roy Zoga, who's a prominent runner in the community. And if we can get some hype going here for that.
Sadly,
Even
that
with
little one
having
can come
to-
down.
Even with having to reload.
Oh, that's unplugged. Come on.
Yeah, so a nice little thing about Tifa is she can do a lot of little hits, and the way the pressure mechanic works is like each hit will always do the same amount of pressure damage. So if we were to change to a weaker weapon, it would still do the same amount. And so Tifa's kind of the character where you can hit a bunch of times and build up the pressure gauge, even if they're not pressured, and stagger them that way if you really have to. That's how I handle like the Mischievous show. Just equip a weak weapon and stagger it and then burn it down, which will be later. And he grabbed an elixir there. I think he grabbed, I didn't see.
I believe so.
Yeah, little elixir on the pillar. Nice. It takes like 10 seconds to grab. It's worth it, definitely.
It just helps with the safety and helps with MP management. And here we get kind of to one of the coolest fights in the run, which is Rude and Reno together. And sadly, we have to say
Also-
goodbye to Jesse. That's all sad.
F's in chat, boy.
So we are going to be picking up some materia from this vending machine.
Binding. Binding is an extremely useful material. It puts enemies to sleep. And it works on certain bosses.
It works on a lot of bosses, actually.
Yep.
Kind of like poison. You don't quite know what it works against until you kind of like look at the data. All right, so we kind of want to put
And it
back
will
a hard
definitely be
edge.
used.
We want to put on binding. We want to give Aerith.
And I think Berserk is part of the binding material, but unfortunately it would have to be leveled up, and we're not going to be able to make use of Berserk, which you could Berserk bosses to make them take more damage, but we just can't get enough AP.
And I equipped Elemental Wind there because it turns out that Rude is actually weak to Elemental Wind, and Rude's kind of the hardest part of this fight. We have Reno for like 3 parts of this fight.
So this first part is pretty interesting. Reno will do certain movements based on what you do and who your leader is. So when I was writing this, I went through all kinds of iterations with controlling different characters and whatever. And eventually I ended up settling on Parry on Cloud, which was someone else's strat. And, I like the use of poison. Bourne's fighting him straight up, just countering a lot. I'm gonna take him down. And,
Oh, did he
we're gonna
miss that
move.
focus shot?
Oh, he might have. So there's a problem where sometimes Barrett does miss focus
come on, I
shot. It
didn't
can
get
go
staggered.
right through the enemy as well. It's a little bugged. So this first phase is done. We have the next phase, which is the Rude in the helicopter phase. He's kind of going to go over this bomb a bit. And it kind of splits up between Reno and Rude here, but once it switches back to Reno, that's all it's really going to be. And then the helicopter will come in and he'll take it on the helicopter. So Reno is going to try to use Pyramid, which will lock someone up.
Emphasis on try.
Reno tries to hide, but you can see he's suffering from poison back there. He's so funny.
Yeah. Okay, so Bourne opts to nuke him down. There's a nice mechanic where if you let him cast the pyramid and then you nuke him down, there's a chance that he will do nothing in the final phase, a 1 in 3 chance.
Oh, really?
And I'm finna, yep, and he would do either that, aim, triple shot, or flash strike. So if you open with the triple skin in the final phase, you can get lucky, but there's a 1 in 3 chance that he does flash strike, in which case he separates from Rude and the fight gets messy and you get to sleep Rude. Yeah, it took a while for me to work it out, and I'd still like to make it better. But he shoots the helicopter down, no big deal. And now we're on to the final phase, which is Reno and Rude together. And this fight, again, can be messy, it can be good. We'll see how it goes.
And basically we want to be separating them because when they're together, they're actually quite strong. But if we separate them, then we have a much better chance. on
For
dealing
me,
with
I
them.
prefer to keep them together with a super combo, but I want to see how this goes. I haven't looked at your fight of this yet. Okay, so Rude is put to sleep. He's gonna sit here and deal with Reno.
Going in.
Okay, Reno's down. Rude is asleep still. It's the first use on him, so the duration is 100%. On the next use, it would be 75%, etc. It depends on their resistance, how long it lasts, and how many times you can cast it on them. We're not going to run into resistance issues in the run, though, luckily.
It's not good.
Oh.
Oh, luckily we have this and to cross slash.
Yeah, and with that, he's down. Not too bad, didn't go too haywire.
And the plate fall.
But that was really good read, Reno. Like that's kind of what I like to do. I like to kind of stun like each character if I can. And I've always encountered something weird here. Sometimes I complete the Reno fight and that little plate is already like collapsed.
I think I've seen that before, but I don't know what causes that.
It saves like 2-3 seconds, but it's like
Yeah, so if it's not falling, even if you try to skirt the edge, it will fall. And that timer, if it hits 0, it does nothing again.
Man, how many timers? How many? Oh, those are the only 2 timers we got. The chapter 1 and
I think so.
chapter 12. All right, so basically in the story, the plate has fallen, and Barrett's just an emotional wreck because his home just got destroyed, and also his daughter might have been a part of that wreckage. So he is just wanting to figure out if Marlene's okay at all.
And it's a perfect time for some donations, wouldn't you agree?
Perfect, actually. I actually have to re-introduce myself. I don't think it was like the time that I came in, but hi, I'm Sakura. We did have actually, I believe, 3 donations coming in with the amount of $13. One from Shinra Elite Security Officer, one from Fate, and one from Mintopia, all saying, "Searching the compound as we speak, sir."
That's a good one.
So we're coming up to the second major skip in the game. Now we've seen some pretty cool stuff, right? Flying out of bounds, jumping through the air, climbing into the sky, and going through walls. This is probably the most elegant and simple. It was discovered by DSS, Dark Explains Sonic, and it stayed the same to this day from the first few
This was
weeks.
the first big skip as well. This was the only any percent run the only skip when I did any percent, and I rerouted the whole game. And then the next day, Chapter 8 skip was found, and I was like, oh my god, I just rerouted the
Sorry
game.
about that. Yeah, so this skip is very simple. Basically, what we're attempting to do is to bypass this warning zone.
First try,
the
boys.
game tries to turn you away. And look at that. First try, he just blasts right through that warning zone by taking advantage of the sprint animation that Cloud has. If you get the angle just right, you can just shoot through that paper thin wall that turns you back otherwise. And we got guard skip, which I'll let Boren explain the relevance of.
So basically we have a bunch of, the elite security officers saying, "Hey, searching the compound as we speak, sir." And in that skip, there's 2 guards that we just kind of walk past. And I kind of see that as a homage to FF7 Original, where one of the skips was kind of wall market early, and it was a very similar skip where there was 2 guards and you kind of just walked right past them. And so thanks to this load trigger being here, we're actually able to skip all of chapter 13 and the beginning part of chapter 14.
There's some really wonky stuff you can do too. If you go to the Honeybee Inn and you come here, that music is playing during this cutscene, but once you enter the sewers, it goes away, unfortunately. But that line that plays, like when you sit here and you practice it, you hear that constantly, those lines. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I think we only heard it once.
Yeah, first try. That's good. It was buffering, but that's still great.
Hey,
luckily in this game has extremely quick buffering, so there's no punishment if you do it. It's not like Zelda, for example.
Aren't you glad to return back to the sewers, everybody?
Yep, we skipped everything but double sewers. We just used 2 fires to stagger these guys now, and we kind of get to see how much less damage we're doing now. We have 3 party members, and it is taking us quite a bit to actually kind of deal with this guy. And that's just one of them.
For now, until we show you
that's
the
just
upgrade
one
route.
of them.
Yep, so
This won't take long.
Okay.
So here we're gonna flee from all of these enemies. He can parry away as well.
I currently don't have parry equipped.
Oh, you don't have it equipped. Did you have it on Cloud? Or is it just not equipped at all?
It is on Aerith currently. And that's just the AP juggling that I have to do.
Oh, right.
To make sure that all
I do
my...
I do like Aerith's parry animation.
Yeah, parry is a broken materia for Tifa only. Every other character has a closeout animation for their parry, and it slows them down, and it kind of, removes some of the speed aspect of it too. But Tifa, for whatever reason, you can cancel parry into parry, and then just add punches in, and she just goes flying, and we use it every single where we can.
And you can take certain moves and you can do parry cancels. So for example, if you do strats with focus strike, you can cancel the animation of that and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. It's very, very powerful. And it's useful on Cloud as well on certain points because the keep, again, 60 keep. It's useful in the Turks fight, and that's about it though from what I've seen. Or if you parry into disorder, there's like all kinds of stuff, but we don't use that in the run.
Alright, so we're coming up to kind of what I deem is kind of the hardest part of this run, where we are doing the chapter 14 kind of gauntlet, where we have to kind of go through several screens, several enemies that are quite strong, and we are underleveled and underprepared for them.
Yeah, not quite yet, but we're gonna get into certain enemies called shoats.
You're not like shoats.
Oh man. If you like Beyblade, you'll love this game.
From here on.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see too much of that move. Oh man.
It's ridiculous. We'll see, I'll point it out. But these shoats are very tanky.
We do have techniques to be able to skip various aspects of this chapter. However, because of the way the game works, where it uses previous quest updates as a cue for the game to load data that it needs for later things like cutscene files, we actually get soft locked during the boss fight, and it prevents us from really going any further with that. So we're still trying to find a way around that, but so far, no luck. I think everybody would be very thankful to see the shoat chase scene be removed from the game.
Better healing?
I mean, not me. I like to see people suffer, but that's just me. Because I have to suffer too. We got some rats here. And then we're gonna have 3 Sahuagins.
Donations in during this couple of fights.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty basic.
Perfect. I do have a lot of donations to go through. So we have a $20 donation from Dave Stereo. Greetings from GDQ Tech. Been loving having the best seat in the house for this Final Fantasy VII part. Sorry.
I'm gonna flee.
Best seat in the house for Final Fantasy VII Remake run. Absolutely killing it, Borin, and best of luck with that Valkyrie quick kill. Awesome job on the comms. Foxy and Closetowar been really coming.
So I've never seen that fight go kind of that bad, but it did.
That was a good backup though, just flee. That was good.
Okay, this is more good. How it's supposed to go. But that was that's why we don't like the 3 of them.
Yeah, okay, you can read a couple more. You use like a couple pieces.
I'm sorry.
It's perfectly cool. I have a $25 donation from Shinra Elite Security Officer number 7 that says, Scarlet is best girl, no question. We also have a $50 donation from Valius that says, so happy that speedrunners are gathering again to raise money for Doctors Without Borders, even with the global pandemic. I can't believe how fast Final Fantasy VII Remake can be beaten. actually crazy because I believe last time it was run as GDQ was what, 12 hours? It's already been cut down significantly. We also have a $200 donation from Tenelin that reads, I couldn't go to bed before I donated when my favorite game series is being run. Gotta love me some Final Fantasy VII. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. We also have a $100 donation from Mo Pickles that reads, pregnant with twins and wide awake. My husband and I always enjoy GDQ. This is a tradition that was started when I was pregnant with our first. Thankful for all you guys do. And
Okay.
Roll, don't stop now.
Yeah, we got a couple more and then we have an important fight.
Cool, we have a $20 donation from AMBCD that reads, so excited to watch this run and listen to commentary from some of the greats from the Final Fantasy VII Remake community. Best of luck to Borin, Crab Please, to Foxy, and Closet Too Hunky to Closetowar. Wait, is it close? Close to? How's it closet? Oh, because of, oh, okay, I get it, yep.
It is Closetowar. Some people say closet. I don't really care. Most people call me by my name, so that's fine.
Oh, that's hilarious. I've never even heard.
Closet of War. Yeah. Some people like saying that.
I saw it in chat, and I'll say it because she just said that, but Sakura best girl.
Thank you so much. We also have a $50 donation from the Chelsea that says Final Fantasy on the shoulders of a cloud. Chocobo hype.
Okay. So I have one more fight here, and then we have what is it? The Mischievous Show, which is a little innocent thing that we've been kind of chasing this entire time. But the fight is absolutely ridiculous, and it actually took us a while to work out how it works. But it's this extremely tanky variant. We haven't fought variants yet. They have a little icon next to their name, and they're just different versions of the same enemies. And was that the show right there?
Yeah,
what the heck was that?
He's having some issues. Sometimes he gets stuck on that gate, and all you gotta do is progress to get him free.
Yeah, so you can catch up to it, but you actually can't physically catch it. You do have to fight it. We're gonna come up here, but there's a very important item right here called the Protective Boots. It prevents stop and slow. You could sell it for 2,500 gil, but you don't want to do that. This is very useful for late game. And on the show fight,
I fight the ads too.
I think he fights it, yeah. So for me, I would equip Tifa with the weakest weapon I can and stagger it using some cool techniques, and then burn it down. He's just gonna fight the boss and kill the ads with it. These ads can do Beyblades, they can ruin your day. They're not doing it yet. But basically how these come out is once you push the Mischievous Show into it's like 80% or 75% health, it has a chance to spawn them. If you put it to sleep, it won't do it. There's one Beyblade.
There's one Beyblade.
You can parry it, you can fire them, you can put them to sleep. There's many different ways to deal with this.
Oh. There he is.
But they become pressured right after they do it, so they are vulnerable. Sometimes I've had to just sit there and watch them do it and finish it because I had no way to deal with it. I did lose my best run ever to this fight because I forgot to change my weapon and I just couldn't deal with the fight.
Oh, I thought he was closer.
Oh yeah, that was like an optical illusion. That's okay, he's gonna get staggered. He can't pull ads again. And this thing actually has the amount of health of a boss. So it's ridiculous. And Born opting to use Infinity End, which is quite rare to use. It does 666 power typically, but if an enemy is staggered, it'll do 1110 power.
And
it's the only move in the game that
plus
has
hard edge and plus elemental adds to quite a bit of damage.
Corneo's mine and mine alone. Please.
Fine. Okay. And And so, we have a little bit of running back. You do have to wait for Leslie to progress the game, so there's like time to bench, buy stuff, whatever you need. And we have a fight up against Apps again, so Apps 2. I like to call it Apps John, just because this fight has ended a couple of my recent runs for some reason, but I have a new strat which looks cool, but whatever. Again, still weak to fire, still same weaknesses, there's just a few more mechanics. There's some ads in the fight, like 10 ads.
But they have a lot less HP and they do a lot less damage than than their other counterparts, than their earlier counterparts.
It's juicy EXP as well.
Tons of it. Like even on no major glitches, I make sure to kill 3 to 4. And you can't actually kill them in the first phases until the final phase. Then they will actually die. If you like do enough damage to take them out, they'll just kind of run around just for a moment and then they'll jump off the ring. And we want to focus on the boss. The boss can do pretty much what he did in phase or in the first fight, plus bash and smash. I don't think he has on the first fight.
Yeah, as we saw there, we had to wait for Leslie. He takes his time, his sweet time.
And he's trying to confront Don Corneo because Corneo took his woman and some stuff, so he wants revenge. But Corneo's gonna get away. Apps comes out because it's his pet. And again, the boss will focus on your leader. And you can just kind of, you want to pressure him. It's okay if he provokes you, it'll just make it so you gain more limit. I mean, you take more damage, but you gain more limit. Kind of thought about adding provoke to our characters, but I don't think it's really worth it. So he pushes the boss, but he did not push the stagger bar. Funnily enough, if you shoot him up there, you can stagger the boss while he's up there and he'll fall down, even though he's pushed, and you have to just wait out the stagger animation. Is devastating to a run. So on the second phase, he has a lot more health he has to go through. He's going to stagger it, burn it down. Again, we still can't deal with ads. They won't die yet. And it's really easy up to this point, but this final phase is gonna get kind of ridiculous. The boss can use playtime and the ads will start going after you like crazy. And there's like all kinds of interrupt mechanics going on.
I do want to have an ATB when I end this phase. That way I can take care of most of the ads in kind of one singular triple slash.
Yep, and this boss is susceptible to sleep. He can sleep him like pretty much as much as he wants, and he'll take care of him.
But he's not susceptible to poison.
Yep, it has the backwater mechanic from the first fight, but a little more devastating.
So you see there, we end up getting a bunch of levels because we're just taking out these ads here. And there we go. We take care of all of them, and that kind of gets into this next phase here.
It's probably good that we don't skip this boss then.
Yeah, if you kill all of them, that's like 3,000 some odd experience, which is more than a full level.
This is scary.
Oh, reversal is so dangerous if you don't kill the tail.
I want to check in with chat. Is everyone starting to feel real cozy? I'm seeing lots of people yawning.
That was a good fight. Did he do the enrage animation or no?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it didn't look like he did it. That's kind of how we handle it, except I use Tifa and we queue up a somersault when he enrages, and it looks cool. I haven't gotten to do it in a run yet.
Yeah, it's just you only get literally like one time to stagger him. The other times to build limit, you have to like take damage. So it's just always kind of really scary to build limit in that fight. But that's generally why I use Cloud and Punisher, is that I do mitigate the damage a little bit with Punisher while
yeah, it counts as blocking
while getting ATB back with Cloud.
That is a cozy chat. We could probably grab a couple of donations in here because there's a lot of running coming up.
Perfect. I do have a $25 donation from Dom Fridge that reads, I had been skeptical of Final Fantasy VII Remake since its first trailer. In my mind, it was a remake nobody needed. Nobody was surprised more than I was with the blast that I had with the game. I had going so far as to platinuming it. I, for one, am fully on board with Nomura's future shenanigans.
Don't tell anyone.
We also have a $25 donation from Nana that says, I'm so glad to be watching my favorite game in beautiful quality in beautiful quality with fun commentary. Thank you for the entertainment during a weird time in our lives. And then in brackets, sorry, no haiku. I also have a $25 donation from Jason1 that reads, I spent over 50 hours on this game. Completionist compulsion is to blame. You're skipping whole chapters, while slow on church raptors. Like Nibelheim, this run is a flip.
Oh.
Poor Cloud.
We have a $50 donation from Cygnus that reads, happy to see Borin and Final Fantasy VII Remake at SGDQ. Good luck with the run and a big shout out to the entire Final Fantasy VII Remake community for digging into this game. It's come a long way and it's not even been a year. Let's get some Minecraft too.
Yeah, in the original game, this whole chapter is condensed down to like 2 screens. What is it, Borin, right? Just like 2 screens of climbing.
This chapter, yeah, you have the batteries, you have the vines, they have the swing across. You kind of got a lot of these weird things going on. Where here we kind of have these grapple hooks, and so we kind of get a hook shot our way up the pillar.
I'm sure there's nothing glitchy with that though.
Yeah, I'm sure everything's gonna be fine with the grappling hook mechanic.
I accidentally activated that glitch in a run recently. I was like, oh no, no major glitches. You're not allowed to do that. I had to run back and hit like the trigger.
Hey,
come join
us. It's so easy.
For you.
Yeah. So what Closetowar is referencing here is something that we can all get really excited about. So this chapter is home to the last of the skips in the game, and it's a really, really fun one. It was discovered originally by Catbus, kind of on accident in a New Game Plus mode run, and for 2 months we all thought, hey, it's just New Game Plus, you can only do it in New Game Plus. And then another runner who donated, actually, AMBCD, he discovered that you can use potions to cause this glitch to happen that starts the skip. And then after that, I started sniffing around and I figured out there was a consistent setup for us to do that. And it all spiraled out of control there, and we turned it into a really, really nice skip, which we'll see coming up, and I'll get more into explanations.
So this first fight, these bio things. They're pretty easy to stagger. Their damage output is crazy though with psychokinesis.
Yeah, as we saw there, Tifa just went from full HP to absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but unfortunately we don't have Magnify because it's skipped, so you can't just stagger them instantly. Kind of gotta handle it a different way. And here we have
best fight in the game.
Oh yes, lovely fight.
The air fight with only one ranged party member.
Double Drakes, aerial combat is awful. You can't go out of bounds. These can be staggered out of bounds. That's a nightmare when that happens because it's a waste. They keep pelting you with spells. You can sleep them, which is good. And that allows you to kind of hit them with an arrow and an Aurora. They're weak to wind. But that one, for example, is out of bounds and is staggered. We can't do much about that. But you can hit it with spells. Oh, Cloud's hitting it.
Yeah, generally I want to get an Infinity's End on them with Cloud, but
yeah, this fight is always bad.
Yeah, there's just no good way to
only 2 drakes in the game due to the skip.
Where's he going? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's much better.
Oh, darn it, he became unslipped. Yeah, I can get him still.
I dodged it.
Oh, no, he got hit by it.
I got him. Okay. There's a weird thing where you can get grabbed by the talon dive and taken out of bounds, and you can kind of go out of bounds, skip like one fight or something. I don't know. Way too inconsistent.
Yeah, almost all of the combat-related glitches where you have to time something perfectly to get knocked out of bounds are never going to be viable for RTA. Just because, I mean, we worked on them for hours and hours and hours, and you'll get them just a few times, and there's not a lot of rhyme or reason to them. There's not a lot of predictability there.
Yeah, I remember when it was first posted, and people were like, "Holy crap!" But like, it was obvious that like that wasn't going to happen in a run.
We've made it through worse, you know.
But it's always important to remember the if you find any glitchy stuff, to document it, a video or whatever, because it could always end up being useful.
Yeah, share it to YouTube if you can from your PS4 or however you're doing it, and I would be very grateful, because, I mean, multiple glitches have been found because of just things that people run into, like this skip that we're about to see coming up ahead. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of preface here while Borin does this little fight before the skip starts. The way triggers work in this game, and you've heard me complain all night about how good this game is with sequence breaks and how it hates sequence breaks. Well, this time we actually get to abuse the fact that the sequence break system is so good. So it turns out a line of dialogue that Barrett says when we pass a certain point on this map causes a cutscene to actually load its data. So if we get to that spot where the cutscene normally triggers before Barrett starts his line of dialogue, the cutscene never begins and it never takes us elsewhere, so we get to go out of bounds for free. And so Bourne's gonna make a safety save here because it's kind of spoopy, but we're gonna do this here by delaying Barrett's line of dialogue by spamming potions on him. He's gotta complete those potion animations. He's just gotta do it. And so by having him use those potions right there, he starts his line of dialogue late, and we can grapple up here without the cutscene starting. And so normally you fall through this and you have to do this huge Shinra fight, but now we get to run on air and just run right to the finish line. But the skip's not over quite yet. We actually have an infinite staircase glitch right here on the edge of this cylindrical fuselage. And you'll see clouds suddenly start gaining height. And we can run, do some circles, and we end up dropping down above that little ladder. Now, that ladder is really important because it tells the rest of this chapter to load. Basically, no more fights, no more Valkyrie minigame of running through the bullet hell section. Half of this chapter is now deloaded, and we can run almost all the way to the end boss, and it saves a bunch of time just not having to do all those extra fights. So it's going to seem kind of barren here. There's no dialogue, no enemies, or anything like that. So it's probably a pretty good time for some donations. I don't know if anyone else has anything to comment before Sakura starts.
I have not seen this, so I did not know that it skips all this and that dumb mini game. I have a setup for the mini game, but it's still dumb. And that's all I gotta say. Don't give me forced mini games, please.
Well, we have a $50 donation from Mike and Chelsea that reads, "Hello everyone, we are all the way in Newfoundland. We just got off from our overnight and we had to donate during our favorite game. Amazing run so far, Boring. I wish you all the luck in the rest of your run. Also, a huge thank you to the staff. Keep up the amazing job, everyone. P.S. Cloud is the cutest."
So yeah, as some of you might remember there, we would have gotten to a fight with a blast ray, and he just isn't there. And that's kind of the story for this entire chapter.
Oh, do you not have to fight the Drake coming up either?
Yeah, we don't have to fight the Drake, we don't have to fight the alien deck guys. The only fights that come back is after the Valkyrie chase scene.
Yeah, that ladder that we skipped over by running in the air and like gaining a little bit of extra height, it's really the key to this whole thing, because I mean that is the quest update that loads all these enemies in and all the lines of dialogue. It's actually a minor miracle that the game doesn't soft lock with how much you actually get to bypass, because coming up ahead, you know, there's this mini game where Valkyrie would normally fly over to your party and start shooting at you, and you have to dodge all that stuff. It's the bane of every runner. If we watched about 3 seconds of the cutscene, you would see it zooming in on where Valkyrie would be, but he's just completely gone, and there's no bullets at all. So he's going to be able to run through the rest of the level. There's a couple of drawbacks to the skip, though. I'm going to let Boren explain those when we get to that point, because it's definitely not just a walk in the park after a certain point here because of that skip.
Definitely, like, currently, like, I'm able to access my menu, and that's why I was just double checking to make sure I kind of have everything that I had equipped, because this next section, my menu is going to get taken away from me, and I have to deal with several enemies that if I die to them at any point, then I will be restarted at this next fight here. I'll be booted right back over here. And it can happen on the boss fight of Valkyrie himself. So here, we can see, we can just look at it there, and he's not there. Valkyrie isn't here, and we can just kind of stand in the open and not take any hits. So now we're getting into this really difficult fight, these two blast rays, where if we die at any point after this, we will get sent right back here.
I'd like to vote for this to be a minor glitch, not a major glitch.
I agree.
Okay, blast rays. Blast rays, you pretty much need to stagger them, but when you stagger them, they have a like field around them to where you can't get in and melee them, so you have to kind of be set up with your ATB to deal with them, and you want to just use some Thandaris pretty much. Like here, the field is out. You can kind of try to dash into it, but that's about it. So, like I said, you want to be ready. And they like to do their ka-chunk attacks and focus you down. But you can hide behind the pillars if you need to. You can tell who it's going to attack. Casually, they're kind of a nightmare, but once you start running the game, they're much easier.
So this is not a good attack. I need a thunder.
Probably a good time for donations too, just because we're gonna get to a boss fight in the next couple of minutes.
Again?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a $10 donation from Barrett Wallace. Amazing speed run. Mind blow equals gained. We also have a $25 donation from Porcupine Inferno that reads, had to donate during what may be my favorite game of the year. Or sorry, favorite game of all time. A title previously held by the original Final Fantasy VII. Good luck, Boren and Couch. Can't wait to see how the community has broken Midgar. And just want to remind everyone that there is currently an incentive open for a bonus game 6 Minecraft any % random seed glitch list. We are about 380-ish thousand away from that, so we're gonna need to push for it. So I'm gonna ask chat if you can please maybe get a 777 train going, because that's a special number to this game. Let's see if we can do it. If everybody in the chat donates $7.77, we will reach it before the end of this run.
All right, so we're coming up to kind of like the hardest fight and one of the scariest fights. If I die in this fight, we get sent back to the blast race. And so I'm going to take this very carefully as well. But it's just a very scary fight in general.
And again, that getting sent back much further than you're supposed to get sent back if you fail this fight is a consequence of the Chapter 15 skip. So far, there isn't a single skip in this game that is consequence-free. Maybe Chapter 13 skip, now that I'm thinking about it, is the closest to consequence-free.
Alright, Valkyrie, Heli Gunner in the original. Opens up by shooting you. We're just gonna run, dodge the bullets a bit, skip the cutscene, and at the start of the battle, it's gonna, I'll just see how Bourne does this, but it's gonna target Cloud or Barrett. It won't target Tifa for whatever reason. As far as I know, it's probably based on who does damage. pretty much he's gonna try to set up, get some damage out, get some ATB for the next phases. It's in a ranged state, so only Barret can be used right now. But it can shoot your, you know, Cloud if it wants to. And
we have to do different things depending on whether he hits Cloud or Barret.
Yep. And I haven't found a way to like manipulate who it hits. I tried for a while and I didn't see anything. You have Mythos Saber, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't notice if you were able to buy that in this run or not. Yeah, Mythos Saber is the magic weapon. I definitely want that. Phase 2, it can try to put you to sleep by throwing down anti-personnel gas and poisons, and it's kind of in an AoE around it. It will eventually come down for a fire wheel if you wait long enough, and you can counter that. It does a lot of damage, depending on your setup, but it's very easy to pressure it when it does it. So he's going to counter. It would go for your leader, and then it would go into a big like shooting attack. Tifa. Sometimes the AI likes to get in the way.
So that's just unfortunate. We like Tifa to stay alive just for the ATB.
Yeah, but he's gonna try to push a bunch of damage here. You can push the boss before you HP lock, and then the boss has more health in the final phase. And then to progress the fight, even if you push it enough, you still have to hit it with like one hit. It's got like a weird cutscene trigger. And here, it's gonna throw a little thing, an orbital cannon, which will try to shoot you with the laser. It'll open up with limiter override, but two Thundaras will push it down and pressure it. And then he's going to get the laser to hit it and knock it away. It's important to watch your positioning. This boss has a bug where if it gets knocked into the wall, it'll actually technically be out of bounds, and you cannot stagger it. You would have to wait until it gets up and hope that it comes in bounds and then stagger it. Or like it'll put limiter on and you have to do physical attacks and like hit it with laser. It gets really, really messy and very random then. And he's gonna burn it with spells here.
That's enough.
Fun little thing.
One more.
Fun little thing to catch right as he dies is that Cloud and the party will be in the floor for a split second because of the glitch as a result of doing this skip. No one knows why. They just warp into the floor for a split second before ending.
And that was a good fight. Nothing went wrong. That fight
Tifa
can go
died.
terribly. Well, okay, that's kind of minor, but in my PB, like, there was a lingering hitbox from the laser, and my Cloud died it, and I lost like 2 minutes on this fight.
Oh yeah.
If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. So here we're in the Shinra building, or we're kind of outside it, but we're gonna be in it in a moment. We're gonna have a gauntlet.
Looking pretty tight.
I know you can do like the weird glitchy thing where you restart. I don't know if you want to go into Foxy.
Yeah, so actually one of the community members, Nanaki Emi, found while routing that if you retry from combat at a specific point after doing a specific little action of entering the menu in this upcoming Garage Shinra Battle Gauntlet section, you can actually deload a cutscene and get a really, really powerful out of bounds in Chapter 16, which absolutely should lead to a skip. But unfortunately, after many, many hours of looking, it doesn't seem to lead to a skip yet. I'm just going to say it right now while we have the chance. If anybody's interested in glitch hunting and finds, beating your head against a wall until a game breaks fun, like I do, join us in the Discord and help us find solutions to some of these skips, because they are just huge puzzles, and it's a lot of fun when you finally crack the code.
Yeah, like I'd heard about it and I looked at it. It's actually extremely easy to trigger. You like just load your checkpoint, and like I saw the power of like how out of bounds you are, but like I only looked at it for a moment.
Yeah, and it's so close to leading to a skip. I mean, we're talking about from here, in early Chapter 16, you can run all the way to end Chapter 8 to 17 sections of the game. And the fact is that, yeah, those areas of the game load and you can run around in them, but there's zero triggers. There's nothing that causes the cutscene to activate that, like, completes the sequence skip. So all we get is just this barren, empty map.
Nothing to it.
Yeah, okay, so the fights are pretty simple. This is actually one of the best areas to grind in. A lot of people grind here because when you retry battles, you keep your experience and stuff like that. Borin's not going to be grinding, but casually it's like a good segment. Just fight some random enemies and go into the building. Hopefully there's no dust here. These grenadiers are very dangerous. There's going to be soldiers in the next fight. Next fight can get really messy. Soldiers kind of have the same property as Roche, where they have this like shield around them. You can't see it, but once it pops, you can see that, and then they get pressured. And they can put you to sleep, which is really annoying. Or just cast magic, or just sit there and block.
One of my favorite things about a potential Chapter 16 skip, what I was just discussing before, is that one of the techniques to make to gain some progress here is to actually have one of those dogs use a binding attack called Throat Clamp, which Closetowar mentioned earlier, which actually binds your character for a short while. You can actually use that to pull yourself through a wall, and it's the only instance of anything like that actually working or having some kind of benefit in the game. We just have to solve the puzzle on how to get the actual skip to work. So again, hope to see some of you after this run jump in and start joining us and helping figure out this game, because it is still so new. It's still only about 4 months old, so we're figuring out things every single day, and half the skips that you just saw tonight were discovered within the last month. So join us, help us work out these puzzles, and we'll see more of this at GDQ in the future.
Yeah, the game is surprisingly more broken than people would realize. And that might just be because, you know, Unreal Engine 4 stuff or whatever.
Well, I'm a genius.
Oh, okay, Foxy, it's because you're a genius. There we go.
The community has been amazing. We have such an active group of people who are all piece by piece basically building the puzzle blocks to get this game as broken as you've seen it tonight. But not just that, like, because half the game is just really, really effective fighting. So the efforts of Closetowar have, like, you know, like with the math and the ability to work out strategies, those two combine and you get a pretty awesome, exciting run. I hope you're all enjoying it. This is kind of like just a pulse check. So stay awake, everybody. It just gets better from here.
Okay. It does get better. But we get a little more on rails here and a little more boring. We're gonna get some Tifa monkey bar action like we had with Cloud earlier. So we're gonna have plenty of time for donations there if you want.
Absolutely. We have a $7.77 donation from Coda64. Rufus Best Girl. He even comes in a wedding dress.
I don't know about shit. Let's just keep heading.
It does kind of look like that.
We also have another $7.77 donation from Only Human that reads, watching this GDQ with my two daughters for the first time. We watched Rayman, Sonic Marathon, Ori, and now Final Fantasy VII Remake. They would love to see a Minecraft run. Well, so would I. So would I. We also have a $27.77 donation from Farwalker that reads, as the announcer asked, here's $7.77 for the Minecraft run and another $20 to my long-standing tradition of saving the animals. So the fun that is GDQ week goes on a few extra frames this year. I'll take all the good news I can get. We also have another $7.77 donation from Umbra Rays that says, Sakura said, so I did. Shout out to the commentators that let our comments be read.
Are you okay?
As well as a $10 donation from Reem D that reads, big fan of GDQ and loving Final Fantasy VII Remake run. Keep up the awesome work, Borin. You have time for some more, or?
I guess we can explain really fast what we're doing here. Basically, we have a lot of like the parkour sections that we have to do. So we're climbing ladders, and kind of like what Closetowar was saying. Cloud, we had some monkey bars, and now we get some monkey bars for Tifa.
Yeah, and we don't grab purple pain. It's not worth it, unfortunately. I believe that's Tifa's crit weapon, and you do get True Strike, but it's not worth it. And if Born could just catch the thing, we wouldn't have to do this, but unfortunately,
yeah,
Tifa misses it every time.
Is the word. Like, I don't know about this section of the game. That said, you can help fill the time and make us all happy with some more donations.
Perfect. We got lots. So we have a $7.70 donation from A2 that reads, 7 Hype Train. Let's get some Minecraft action here. Also, I'm sorry if I botched your name. We have a $10 donation from Death Dragon that reads, Final Fantasy equals best fantasy, especially 7. Hoping silently for a Crisis Core remake. And what's with that bonus game 6 Minecraft incentive? Everyone, go for it. We also have, $250 from Tifa is Best Girl. Hey everyone, just had to donate during the FF7 remake. This game quickly became one of my favorite Final Fantasy games, and I didn't even mind having to dance 5 times just to get all those fabulous dresses. Thanks to all the SGDQ staff for organizing this great event during these rough times. Yes, Tifa is Best Girl.
Well, that settles it.
Okay, Sakura, who's Best Girl?
I have to agree, it's Tifa.
You're evil. You're evil.
Yeah, you know, it's both hosts on the Tifa side and everybody else on air.
Oh man, that's okay.
So all of Tifa's parkour practice is about to pay off. Do we have a fast dono before we get back to stuff?
We do. We have a $30 donation that says donating to say Tifa is Best Girl. Don't at me from Tomato Walrus.
So
I
think Sakura is biased. She's only reading the ones that say Tifa best.
Listen, I'm looking. I'm seeing some Shivas, some Scarlets. I'm not seeing any Aeriths. So if you in chat want to put it in there, and you gotta get those donations in so I can read them off.
Okay, I'm gonna judge Born for a second. Let's see if he does the right thing. Okay, he does the right thing. So you do have to wait for this elevator, but you have time to hit the first elevator button to save time on the third one. That's good. That's good. So here we do have a couple. This is obviously an iconic moment in the game where you will choose the stairs or the elevator, and the elevator is faster because we could skip the cutscene. The stairs is not a cutscene. You run up and up and up and up, and you cannot beat Tifa. So Barrett's ahead of you on there, and eventually you'll overtake him, but you cannot pass Tifa. Tifa does not break a sweat.
Alright. So now we finally got into kind of the issue, and it differs quite a bit from the original, where you would kind of have to walk around. You have to deal with random encounters and kind of have all these little puzzles you can do to get kind of prizes and different equipment. And here it's more of a kind of a lore dump where it kind of explains what Shinra is about and what their motives are and why exactly they were willing to like drop the plate on Sector 7 slums. And it turns out that they want to build a completely new Midgar and kind of leave the old one to just rot. Sadly, we skipped most of the cutscenes, and so we end up skipping quite a bit of lore, but there are some forced sections where we watch a couple movies as before we get on to the final phase of this run. So here is an interesting thing. There's actually a photo here, and it has a character from Final Fantasy X in it. Sadly, we don't pass by it, but it has a guy from Final Fantasy X. Where if you go onto the airship of Final Fantasy X, there's a guy named Shinra, and he is actually in that photo here. So there's a lot of speculation whether Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X are actually connected because of this one little Easter egg. And in this little video, we get to see kind of the people that are in charge of Shinra. We get to see Scarlet, we get to see Hojo, we get to see Breeze, Heidinger, and Palmer, and they kind of represent different parts of Shinra. For Hojo's kind of R&D, Scarlet's kind of the media, Heidinger is the military. Reese is the community, and Palmer is the space department. We kind of get to see kind of who the characters in Shinra are.
Yeah, and you get to like look at their little interviews in the next room, but it would waste time to do so.
I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have.
And this whole this whole building.
See, they have little holograms that you can talk to.
I don't know. I like Palmer. He's
Palmer's a fun character.
I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions.
And here we get to see Chapter 1 again. We get to see the reactor we blew up.
This is one of the breaks on the run as well for the runners. Like the last break, actually.
We ran through those trainways. We fought those shock troopers there. Jesse lived in that street, and we met Aerith on that street. So I kind of like this video because it kind of shows kind of the first 2 chapters and kind of where we've been.
I've never paid attention to it before.
I think that's neat.
And we're gonna see the little scaled Midgar, like from the original, except we don't have to go around and put pieces in. A little unfortunate, but I can understand why they dropped it. Just like they dropped the plate. Oh yeah.
Oh, he went there.
So here we're coming up to kind of the coolest cutscene in the run. Sadly, we are unable to watch it. We have to skip it.
No, we hit that incentive, right?
Not quite.
Yeah.
But basically this kind of shows. This is kind of what I was talking about, where they plan on making a completely new Midgar and kind of leaving all the poor and all the bad stuff of this Midgar behind here. So that's why they dropped the plate. They're willing to just kind of trash this Midgar to move on to a new Midgar, and that's why they end up capturing Aerith, is because Aerith is one of the last of the ancients, and she is the only person left on the planet that knows where the Promised Land is, which is what Shinra is trying to go and build their Neo Midgar. So here we meet the mayor. And I'm kind of glad they kind of expounded on the mayor, and that he's got a little bit more energy than the original. The original, he kind of did a little quiz with you, and you can get elemental for guessing the right.
I still can't believe
the right passcode instantly. While here, he shows that he's been working with Avalanche to keep us from having Shinra to be on high alert. Then we're getting to kind of a place where a lot of casual runners, or a lot of casual runs, they like to. There's a lot of physics in this next room, and they like to mess around with the chairs here.
Yeah, the chairs.
I bet people are still here.
There's so many of them, and you can move all of them. And part of that is the combat sim, which we will be having to participate in one of the battles there.
Yeah, we're forced to do this. We're going to be up against 2 cutters. Again, they can silence. Now, the problem is you have no items in this. It's kind of like hard mode. You can't use items in this battle. So if they silence, you can't activate or anything. So we'll see how Boren handles this.
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battling.
And then afterwards, Chadley is going to be outside here.
That's right. Before I trust
So sadly, we don't talk to them.
Yeah.
Fun fact about combat sim areas: those maps are actually just sitting completely accessible outside of the current map that you're in. So like in Chapter 8, while we're doing Chapter 8 skip, if you run out of bounds and off to the right, suddenly you'll be in the Sector 5 slums combat arena, and it's just this giant area of, like, trippy VR, computer graphics and stuff like that. It's very shocking if you just come across it randomly, but it's kind of cool that this map literally exists just floating outside of the current map that you're supposed to be.
Wow, he targeted Cloud. He was like going everywhere, and then he was just like, "No, Cloud, you're the one I picked."
Yeah, again, this is the problem with competitors. They move erratically, and you can't tell who they're gonna hit. Luckily, that silence attack, you can roll out of the way, you block it, and it will not silence you. And he's gonna focus down the blades because it'll do damage and pressure. And there is one gone. Not quite enough. Almost.
There we go.
Man, you are so weak on any percent. That fight takes forever.
Oh yeah, no, that's thing. And I'm not min-maxing my equipment. Nearly as well. All right.
And that out of the way, we're going to be given access to the next area. We're going to have a cutscene here with some guard that I guess Cloud knew from a long time ago. I don't know what that reference is.
Yeah, I figure it's going to expound on that. I don't know. They kind of missed the mark on me with that one because I'm like, why do I care?
Oh well, they end up mentioning characters that appeared in Crisis Core, because Cloud appears in Crisis Core, and they mentioned some of the supporting cast of Crisis Core in there. So that's kind of where the reference of that cutscene is that they mentioned Kundal, and he's one of the characters that you interact with in that chapter or in Crisis Core.
That's right. We only get one chance. Hojo should be at that board meeting, so that'll buy us some time. We need to plan this just right.
So here we're going to be attempting to spy on kind of the big wigs of Shinra. They're all meeting in that room there, and we can kind of walk like really close to them. They don't even notice us
where he should be
coming in.
What's the plan?
Little bit of Ask anyone. No thanks. We can find it on our own.
And so we are
segments.
Going to get to the best segment of the run.
It's actually the most dangerous part of the run. Be careful, don't press triangle.
Maybe. Oh.
Yeah, there is a ton of soft locks in this one section, and they are not because of glitches. They're just there. But many casual players, and even in my first run, I ended up soft locking here because I didn't know. I just didn't know.
Let's get some donos during this event sequence because I need them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We have a $250 donation from JoJo Story that reads, really enjoying the Final Fantasy VII Remake run. I'm enjoying the little bits of lore and story that went over my head when I was playing it myself casually. Huge thanks to the runners and staff for everything they're doing. We also have a $500 donation from the Guha family that reads, as a family of doctors and gamers, GDQ events are always a highlight for us, with this year especially being both a welcome distraction and some much needed support. MSF is doing and has done so much to help and working on the front lines of the current pandemic. We cannot stress just how essential any support is. Thank you all for donating and keep on doing such great work. By the way, as everyone knows, Cloud's makeup is on point. Therefore, Cloud is in fact best girl. We also have a $7.77 donation from Samaritan that reads, everyone is forgetting about the actual best girl, Diva. And we also have a $25 donation from Electronic Dojo that reads, the Sahagin flea in the sewers totally made my day. Even after hundreds of hours, it's still the hardest fight in the game. Normally we prefer our frames and combos in fighting games, but we'll happily make an exception for GDQ, especially during the game of the generation. Awesome job, Borin. Great run. Love from Xavier and Electronic Dojo's team. P.S. Aerith is best girl.
Finally.
You guys finally got one.
There we go.
I mean, Chiaki is best girl, but
finally.
Outside of that,
honestly, I'm more on the boat of the Shiva thing now. Now I'm thinking about it, and I like them icy. Like,
what?
I don't know. Maybe I'm like portraying everybody here, but the more I hear it, the more I like it.
right, so we're coming up to kind of a scary fight here. There's no real good way to do this fight. It is just kind of frustrating. It is the specimen fight. And he's got quite a bit of visual rehaul. He looks a lot better than what he did in the PlayStation 1. And sell stuff.
Yep, so the thing about this fight is it has ads. These ads are programmed to go for a specific character. And your characters are programmed to go for them as well. So sometimes they hit you with spells when you don't want them to. So we're gonna make use of sleep to sleep the boss, get a little bit of setup going. With this boss, you want to break the claw. That way you can pressure it right away and then you can stagger it. Ideally, you wouldn't stagger it in phase 1. I'll see how Born handles this. This is a fight where I have like a setup, but it never, not one run has gone correctly ever. It's just that
sounds
kind of
about
fight.
right. Here we start moving with Cloud. That way we can get the poison away from our party members. Then we switch the Barret real fast, and we into some sleep. And then now that it's sleep, we queue up a Braver, which tracks way better when the AI uses it compared to whenever I use it. And then if we do enough damage to the claw, then it will
I like the Braver tech.
It'll kind of
yeah, with
like
that,
stagger him a little bit.
He's gonna go into building up that gauge, and then he's gonna push before it's full, ideally. Now the boss is kind of annoying. It can do Rake, which is like a physical ability, and if you hit it with a physical attack, it'll try to do Seize. That arm has like crazy coverage. It is really far in front, behind, and all the way around it. It's pretty much 360, so you have to be really far away or else it'll grab you. If you get grabbed, you just have to do a move that does enough cut. So just any basic move, really, like a Braver, focus shot, etc., will knock it out. And with that, he's pushed into the next phase.
And in this phase, all the enemies do kind of physical attacks now, where previously they were kind of doing magic attacks. So I just got to hold Punisher mode, and that will like counter most of these enemies here.
Yeah, they like to do Spinner. And the boss is able to reach him from where he's at now with this long-range dash attack, which you can just counter it.
So we do a similar thing. We put him to sleep. We Braver his claw here. Wait for Cloud to get over here. Now we'll get his claw
so this
taken
claw
off.
actually gains more health every phase. That's why it's taking longer to destroy it.
So then we gotta see kind of the magic of of Seize. But luckily we had Tifa and she was enough. Can I get Infinity Zone?
Good. And he's ready to push. Gain some ATB. Now the next phase, these ads, they like to do apoptosis, so they will get near you and then they'll blow up. But you can actually trigger it just by running around them if you want. You can sleep the boss, but when it's like mid-animation, it actually won't work. So it's really finicky.
I'll always remember the OG FF7 version of this boss was just basically a pile of polygons. And to go from that to this is so impressive. I think of it every single time. Because if you just go Google images, the OG FF7 failed experiment, it's just so funny looking compared to this. It's just like a few pixels.
Here we put him to sleep, and then we're going to end up rocking these Patosis and rolling around that we just don't take damage from them. And then we're going to come back to Specimen here.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful. If his party is too separated, the boss is actually going to go into like a triple rake attack to hit full ones. And you have to be ready for it if it happens. And the claw is down. Now the boss is pressured again, and it can only do the melee attacks. And he knew he'd get grabbed, but he queued up the focus shot. And with that, that's Specimen. That was pretty good.
Yep.
Yep. It's just one of those fights where it kind of changes every time.
And we take this bench here because we got a couple more fights to deal with.
Yeah, they can be dangerous. Before I had to set up on enhanced shocks, I had died before. Like, it's incredibly dangerous.
Oh yeah.
So this is the longest chapter in the game, I believe. Chapter 17, the drum section. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Lots of moments of downtime, so we'll probably have to call those out for donations. But what do you think, guys, right now?
Probably.
I'm just focusing on what Bourne's doing. Like, I don't want to see how he handles the shocks. If you have Thundagas, you can burn them down easily.
Yeah, I just do something simple.
Or Thundaras.
I stagger them first, and then I take care of them. That is generally my strat.
Yeah, so these guys, if you do too much damage, they're going to eject, which does a big AoE nuking attack, and it's going to kill anyone in range, basically. And then they can spawn the enhanced shocks, which are the guys inside of them. Sometimes it doesn't happen.
It generally just
and you
takes
have to chase them.
2 Thundaras to kill one. And we can just move on to the next one.
Yeah, and the enhanced shock guys, they kind of skate around. They were in the original, and they do like a twister attack, and they're actually really annoying to deal with. And they can cast Reflect, but no problems there. He took them down easily.
And we'll only see a pair of the skatey boys in this run. Thanks to us taking out those armored shark troopers the way we do. Now we got this long walk to the elevator because it turns out we're getting close to an entity called Genova, and it's causing Cloud to kind of freak out a bit. So if we can fit in a donation or two, that'd be good.
Yeah, his geostigma or whatever is kicking in.
Perfect. We have a $7 donation from Son that reads, Madame M is best girl. Good luck on the run. We also have a donation in the amount of $30 from Batty Mass Index. It says, my first donation goes to the remake of the best game in the world. Don't at me. Good luck on the run.
All right, so after chapter 12, we kind of lost Aerith kind of forever, and now we finally get her back in the last chapters of this game.
My mom and I stay. The room looks exactly the same.
We get to kind of see how Aerith grew up here. Like
I remember
she was here with her mother, and she wasn't treated very well. She was treated okay, but she wasn't treated very nicely because just kind of how Hojo treats what he's kind of experimenting on.
His test subjects, Ifalma, I believe, was her mother. No reinforced staff. Feels no staff, man.
Yeah,
I don't use it for one fight. ATB Ward is such a cool skill. Everyone's getting in the way. I think everyone had to use the bathroom there. They kind of run over to the bathroom every time.
We gotta get to the roof, right?
Yep, quick bathroom break.
Then we can use the same elevator that Hojo did.
Yeah, so we do have a couple fights. A fight before the drum section. Everyone's gonna get separated, and we're gonna get our next character. Pretty late into the run, but we are gonna get our next character that we totally get to use.
All right, so yeah, this I think this is the first time we actually see these guys.
And the 8% run, yeah, because normally we fight these in chapter 13. And they're weak to like ice, but you can just mow them down.
They're weak to pretty much anything.
Yeah, except lightning.
Except lightning.
Yeah, and you gotta, like, a big part of this run is remembering who is on L2, who is on R2. And that the characters on them switch here. Because normally I think it's Aerith on L2, but now she's like R2 here. And remembering your shortcuts is important.
Well,
And,
it's a little easier here just because you end up getting divided into pairs, and so you only have 2 characters at a time.
Yeah, so we see that like Genova was there. We're gonna come back to this room later.
Oh yeah, that's right. So we ended up encountering Sephiroth.
I'd better hurry.
And
yeah, by the way, Sephiroth was there.
Test subject pods? Guess I can
At first I thought it was like an illusion, but then like the other party members react to him. So it's like, okay, he's actually there.
Yeah, for one.
And I think that's like the future one. I don't think that's the current one.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't really know how it works completely.
Yeah, we won't know 100% until part 2 comes out anyway. There's a lot of theory crafting on what Sephi is what Sephi. And as we kind of talked about kind of at the very beginning of this run, there are these hooded figures, and they end up being a bit bigger than what we give them credit for. So here we get to see kind of our first interaction with Red 13.
Let's go.
And him being a party member. And so depending on what we do, he will do certain things. Like if I launch an enemy or pressure them, he will respond with Stardust Ray on them. Where if like Cloud or Barret end up getting really low on HP, he will throw a cure on them. And so there's a lot of different things that he can be doing throughout the fight. And we can manipulate him a little bit, but sometimes he just likes to do what he does.
Yeah, so Red isn't actually in our party. The game tells you this. But yeah, like Born said, we can manipulate what he does, and we are going to. A little bit. Hopefully he does what he's supposed to. AI in this game can be kind of finicky. It's one of the downsides to the game, just like the camera. But there's not that much that's bad about the game, honestly. Every game kind of has its things that you learn when you run. And coming up, we have an annoying fight. We have enemies that were just like side quest enemies up to this point, but now they're main enemies. Just these 2, these mono-type or mono-drive type 2s. The blue shield ones are weak to magic, the green are weak to physical. They can actually make a combination shield to where they resist everything.
That Stardust Ray was just completely wasted as that auto drive became immune to magic attacks, and yeah, now they're just running around.
Yeah, and now we play the game of cat and mouse and hope to kill them. We have 2 of these more experiment things, they're whatever, and then we have a moth, a very tanky enemy. Weak to lightning and has blades outside of it, so you can easily counter off of it if you want him to be. And when you use enough electric attacks, the blades will go away, and it's going to prep to use shock and the high voltage attack, which will just nuke you down.
Hopefully we don't see it.
Yeah.
Hopefully we keep him stun locked enough that way.
If we had counter stance, at this point we'd be ready. But
all right, that was pretty smooth.
Good.
Yeah.
If you say
I like the mono drives. Do they?
What's the plan?
The second one put on its magic shield. Does that always happen?
Sometimes it depends on, I don't
Because
know.
usually
It's
I have
really
to like
weird.
chase it.
Yeah, normally I have to chase it too. I kind of saw that and I was like, okay, I just need to hit it. Just need to
And
get
now we get
ATB
an
with Barret.
amazing weapon. Twin Stinger. This weapon we don't really care about too much, but it's a balanced weapon. But it comes with an important ability for the run. You always want to get this. It has counter stance. It's an upgraded counter to where it can counterattack and do tons of damage to pretty much anything, really. Not quite everything, but most things that'll work on like spells and stuff like that. And it does require timing, and he's going to make sure to learn it so he can use it with hard edge. And there is this mechanic where red goes around and hits these levers and stuff, and we kind of just gotta wait.
Now begins the swap aid.
I think there's something over there.
Yep,
Now we
so
get to
we're
the
gonna
point
be
where
like,
we're going to be swapping characters almost constantly. We have to swap the materia in between them because it turns out we still only have level 2 materia for most of our magic, and we need it to be level 3 by the end of this section here. So we have to juggle it around to make sure kind of the best magic materia finds its way on the right
You think
characters.
Cloud's doing okay?
Yeah,
He's
and
been acting really
we'd
weird
love to
lately.
skip a lot of the material moving, but it turns out this entire chapter is extremely deadly. There are some crazy strong enemies here, and you've got to do this. There's no like F8 mechanic where you can do the switch to just move everything. You just got to do it.
Like the door's locked.
That's how it
There has
is.
to be something we can
Yeah,
do.
good.
Let's look around.
Gotcha.
We should let Cloud know.
And of course we
Thankfully,
have
I would say that menuing in this game is pretty solid. Like, things seem pretty responsive, and you can do it really, really fast if you get fast with it.
Yeah, you can actually like do your menuing before you can see it, which can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes you end up in the wrong menu and it's like, crap, I'm in the upgrade menu or something. And we do have the PHS, which was in the first game, you know, that's how you change your party members out. So they have this little reference here.
The Cataclysm.
I don't give a shit about it.
We must first find a passage.
And our first fight here is a blast ray with 2 shocks connected to it, 2 shock rays. And he doesn't have magnify, so he's kind of got to kill the shocks first because they're going to heal the blast ray.
So kind of like the other chakras, we're trying to build up ATB with Cloud and then stagger him with Barret, that way Cloud can finish him off.
Yep, and it's important if you can stagger it with someone, it's not Cloud, because you want to save Cloud's magic for when it's staggered, because he does much more.
There he is.
Never in doubt.
This is a pretty big menu.
Yeah, we like to refer to, like, some of us refer to these menus as our menus, which is like the big F of 8 menu. And there's so many of these in the late game, so we have notes and stuff, but it helps to try to memorize what we need.
I think that's it.
I was gonna say that took so long that I almost fell asleep, but okay, he's almost done with the menu.
I'm just really bad at menus at times.
I'm just kidding.
It doesn't help that
Do you
that
grab
menu
the
is-
time?
Yes, I
you
do
the
grab it.
time? Okay. Yeah, 2,500 gil, just picking that up.
Well, I actually use it. I have a time
You're gonna use
materia equipped to Barret and Aerith.
Be careful. Very careful.
Make sure to tell them to be very careful. So this next segment, it's not too dangerous. There is one fight though coming up, which is very, very dangerous. My PB, I died. Not gonna happen again. I have a new strat for it, but I did accidentally do the wrong strat. First of all, we're gonna fight these 4 entity things, the test subjects. They're very easy, but then we're gonna have a fight with 6 bloodhounds, and we did see them in chapter 9, 2 of them. In chapter 13, there'd be a solo Barrett segment where we would kind of see their power.
That wasn't so bad.
That was nice. Did they always group like that? I guess not.
Yeah, generally they group like that if you Star Shower. Star Shower is generally big enough to get all of them if you get like the middle one. And then with the dogs, we have first strike and ATB boost on Tifa, and we are going to be abusing that to try and take them out quickly. But it's kind of random this fight. We can either get 3 of them or 6 of them.
Yeah, that's the issue. And we kind of go into this corner to kind of group them as much as we can.
It looks like we got 6 of them.
They are weak to ice. If we need it. Oh, one got away.
Yeah, one got away.
I've had one kite me into a cage before, and basically killed me.
Come on. Alright, there we go.
And that went perfectly acceptable.
Well, except the one got away, yeah.
Yeah.
And you saw, even though I threw a blizzard, he still
dodge. They can actually just dodge your moves. I like to hit the one that's in the cage at the start. And now we have a Zanin. These, they're kind of chumps. You just knock them down, you can stagger them, and then kill them. They have a phase transition when they get lower, kind of like bosses, and they go all green and they like poison.
See you around.
But again, these are just chumps, and we do have time for a couple donations if we want.
Yeah, definitely. We have a $100 donation from Code Alpha that says, "Thank you, GDQ. I love video games. Eva is best girl." We also have a $25 donation from Sephiroth that says, "All these arguments about best girl and everyone is missing the point. The answer is Genova." We also have a $10 donation from Willow that says, "Here you go, Sakura. Elmira, best girl." The first one we've got for Elmira.
Myra. Oh my gosh.
And we got a $50 donation from Colonel Cheddar that reads, "Boring, bringing a far from boring run. Loving the outfit."
Wait, what outfit? I thought that's what he just wore.
I did see another comment about the outfit. Oh, here we go. We have a $1,000 donation from Sue that reads, "Final Fantasy VII was one of the first games I played. Great runner, great commentators, and best girl is Sakura. Donation goes to Sakura's choice. Also wonder if the guard on Borin's left shoulder is heavy." What is it made of?
It's a bit of plastic. It's got some screws put into it. It's really state of the art, if I do say so myself.
Very nice.
So this fight, luckily we kind of have a place to stand, to stay hidden. It's really, really dangerous if you don't. Because these sentries kind of wreck us in early game, and they would wreck us now with full salvos. We are, again, under-leveled, very squishy, 2 squishy characters. We're gonna have a fight not too long from now that is gonna be a problem, potentially, because how weak we are. I'll see how Borin handles it. 7 a.m. in the morning. Totally not tired, except I am. I'm always tired.
I'm actually curious right now. Does anyone in chat have any questions about how this game is run, like glitches or techniques that we may have not addressed? I definitely want to open it up to some questions because, you know, there's a lot of interesting discussion I've seen you guys talking about, and I wanted to comment on it, but of course, you know, like we're usually in the middle of something. But I'm curious if anyone has any questions about running this game.
Hey, Cloud? We use the control.
I think probably while those questions are kind of coming in, we can read a couple of donuts.
You two stay there. Okay.
All right, I'm not going to forget the door this time.
We have a $5 donation from Lucky Score that reads, "This train we're on don't make no stops. P.S. Aerith is best girl, period."
Good taste. Okay, keep going.
Okay. We have a $25 donation from Garian that reads, "Instead of best girl, let's talk about best hair. Obviously, Sephiroth has best hair. Did you know he has to use an entire bottle of shampoo every time he bathes?" I believe it.
So I'm gonna jump in. Someone was asking about the vent soft lock. We still don't know what causes that, but I do know the process in which soft locks are caused in this game. Basically, it happens when you skip a trigger that usually loads data that the game will use later. So if you manage to get past a trigger, you know, that was supposed to load the cutscene that happens when you look at the vents, well, that data doesn't exist, and the game just sits there waiting for it to load in, but it never does. I'm also seeing, let's see here. What's the glitch hunting process for this game? I said it before, and I'll say it every single time anyone asks this question. Basically, glitch hunting is just beating your head against a wall until it breaks. You just try every possible thing, and you look at the Discord's, list of tech for this game that we've compiled and all the tutorial videos, and you just try to jam your foot in the door. And eventually, you wedge that foot in, and then you can build on that, and you just keep building on that. It's game knowledge, really, and it comes down to it.
I found glitches in other games and stuff, and it wasn't originally like me find errors. Like basically, I did something and the game crashed, and I didn't look into it, but someone else did, and we find glitches through that way. If the game crashes, you might be able to use that to find something. Otherwise, wouldn't have found.
Yeah, like if you go to YouTube and you search Final Fantasy VII glitch, and then like sort by like uploaded this month, you'll see tons of people who just run into weird stuff. And then like as a glitch hunter, you know, you don't always have to find your own stuff. You can like just rely on casual players like yourselves who just run into something and it's like, oh wow, that's really interesting. I would have never tried that.
A major glitch versus a minor. So there's a big list of major glitches we have on SRC, and that's pretty much like the chapter skips, potion walking, infinite flee. There's like one minor glitch where if you have an auto allocation and you go in to the little spacey menu for manual upgrades and you manually upgrade, it doesn't do the animation. That's like a very minor glitch, like stuff like that as an example, versus, like I said, the chapter skips, those are major. But here it's important to note that Borin did finish learning counter stance. He does need to have this completely learned so that he can use it with Hardage. And coming up, we're gonna have an extremely dangerous battle that does take some practice to get used to. It's one that people don't like casually and they don't like to learn it in the run, but you gotta sit down and learn it. We have these torpor worms. They like to bounce around. It's whack-a-mole. We like to call it whack-a-mole. And he's gonna have protective boots on, so he cannot be stopped by the torpid strike. And in that case, the enemy is very vulnerable. You can keep whacking on them, and you really want to pressure them so that when they do these long wind-up moves, you can stagger them. And they will always follow torpid with killing blows, so they're vulnerable then. You can counter rock hard. They have a cooldown after rock hard. It's a extremely reactive fight, how this handles. And it will never be the same.
To answer a question that came in chat, the biggest glitch found in this game so far, I actually found this one just poking around, totally not looking for it. And I mentioned it earlier, it's called Aerith High 5 No Clip. It happens in Chapter 9 after you've done Chapter 8 skip, where you can skip Aerith's High 5, and she retains the ability to give her a high five at any time. And what that allows you to do is you can start the transition to climb onto a ladder right at the moment that you click high five on her. And what that does is it causes no clip to happen. You can fly through the air, you can walk through any walls, you can go anywhere you want. It completely just gives you God mode in the game. But it's not useful in that chapter, unfortunately, because we already skipped that pretty much as thoroughly as we need to.
That was a good whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole.
I like the counter stance against the ranged attack. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Because counter stance reacts to literally any attack.
And I found it interesting because you don't use lifesaver there. I use lifesaver.
I guess so.
It's actually a great move. I use steel skin and lifesaver, but I have like ATB assist and stuff, and I don't think you have ATB assist.
Oh, they do. Oh, yeah.
Okay, this next fight is Brain Pod. It's I think it was just a regular enemy in the original, and now it's kind of like a mini boss.
This ain't a hospital.
So it's gonna be one enemy at first, and this enemy likes to do poison. That's like its main thing. And then once we hit a specific HP trigger, it's gonna go into the second phase. It's gonna stop us, and it's going to poison the outside area, and then it's gonna break into a lot of different parts. The main one is the strongest one, the only one who gives experience and AP. The mini ones do not, and they're a lot weaker. You can like counter them, you can counter stance. The best strat here is just physical. Even if you have magnified Thundaga, physical is still quicker. And we kind of just have to sit through this. And they can inflict stop, so I think Borin still has boots on. Or maybe not, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I don't have them equipped currently.
Okay.
Wait until...
Yep, so counter into counter stance is a very common combo, and then a triple OC when you have a lot of ATB.
Yeah, we just end up taking out a lot of these guys as they punch me across the stage.
I just want to jump in with a quick update. It's cool to see Borin here doing so well. He's actually close to 4 minutes ahead of his own personal best right now. It's really impressive.
Good.
Don't pressure him, don't pressure him.
Yeah.
But wait, no, pressuring is how you get to staggering, and that's what we want, right?
We want to stagger him.
Stagger Borin.
That was a really good Cloud and Bear segment, and now we're going to be switching over to Tifa and Aerith. And they're going to have like one troublesome fight, and that's it. And they're going to have to fight 2 torpor worms. But we don't have the utility that Cloud has. So what we do have is Tifa hits hard, and Aerith hits hard with magic. I don't know if you use boots on someone. I
put boots on
in my
Tifa.
PB. Yeah, and then I was like, okay, I'm putting boots on Tifa from now on. It doesn't pay to be cocky in the fight, that's for sure. And there's a little mechanic here, so red is going to fall to a lower level, and you'll see a bar at the top where his health is going to be draining over time. It's a timer. I don't know what happens if it hits 0. I've never tried this. I would assume nothing.
You do actually get a game over for this one. Yeah, I tested this one out. Oh my god, don't even ask why.
There's like weird stuff that can happen with it too, where red and the enemies like don't come down and they're like stuck on a higher level, and it's pretty annoying.
I know everyone in chat is on PB or excited about PB pace, but you know it is quite early in the morning, so if you're gonna give hype, make sure it's lowercase, okay? Don't yell it.
And again, we do have to reiterate that he has to do all this material. He does need to move all this material. We need Thundaga, and you're gonna need all this stuff, ATB boost, first strike, etc. And he's setting up for later stuff as well. It's not just what he's doing right now. A lot of it is prep for the future.
Right. On it.
Now that red is almost dead because that menuing.
Pretty much. Oh my gosh.
It's like, hold on, red. I got a menu.
Now we're set up, and thankfully that menu is kind of like the last of these, like kind of really long and drawn out menus.
Oh, there it got stopped. Luckily, if you pressure the enemy, it will stop whatever they are doing.
Oh hey.
That was not too bad, not too bad. No deaths, and that's what we care about. Now we have two of the skatey boys from earlier that we didn't get to see. And he's just gonna hit him with some magic. As long as it's not lightning magic.
That's a win.
One final fight. These experiments, you can't let them get their thundagas off because it will hurt. Like really bad, so you do want to focus on them if they're casting.
And that's kind of the end of the gauntlet in this chapter. I have like one more fight.
Yeah, and it's not over. We do have a mini boss. I call it a mini boss. I don't call it a boss. But in any percent, it's kind of a boss, which is the Closetowar, which was a normal enemy in the original version. Again, they're kind of taking these and they're like, yeah, these would be good bosses. And it's nice. It's nice that they do this.
It's a really nice idea on their part to, like, you know, kind of upgrade some of the basic enemies that were really cool. I mean, the Sortipede is undeniably a really cool design, so I'm glad they upgraded that. Does anyone have a little dono for us? I would love to hear some.
Plans for us, I presume.
Absolutely. I have a bunch. We have a $25 donation from Michael that reads, "Happy to catch the Final Fantasy VII run. This game consumed so much of my time and made me take time off work. It still airs to me." We also have a $7.77 donation from Dr. J. Iter that reads, "This game was such an amazing experience. I only hope the sequel delivers as much nostalgia and beautiful visuals. Thanks to MSF for their amazing work. Great fun, boring, and the couch is killing it." You guys are doing great.
This was a good idea, right?
I've been out for forever, so I'm getting to the point where I'm tired.
I'm starting to sound cozy.
Give the others the news.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with cozy.
But we're getting into kind of my favorite part of this run though, where we're just where we just have really good fights, just back to back to back to back to back. I really like this section here.
Now we head back to that door.
Yeah, like Genova.
Yeah.
Especially.
Well, yeah.
I don't talk about it.
Right after Sortipede, we get basically the boss rush of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, it's actually fun. They are really cool for the fights, just looking at them. And like even routing them was really amazing. A little bit of shopping. Do you do 2 Supreme Braces? Do you buy them at all?
I get cog bangles, and I keep cog bangles on for the rest of the run.
Okay.
So if I pick up anything, it's just resource or healing.
Yeah. You do have to pay attention to your ethers and your mega potions. I've been low in mega potions before because I wasn't really paying attention, and Gotta be careful.
And 20 isn't enough at times. There's some times where, you know, run goes kind of sour and you're just spamming mega pots left and right.
I remember looking down into that area and seeing like a giant floor, and I'm like, wow, there's gonna be a boss fight here when I was playing through casually, and then there wasn't when you get down to the bottom. I'm like, what the heck?
So,
it just loads
on
up
this fight, I want to point out, right away we just ended the first phase by using 2 orbs of gravity. They are gravity attacks. There is only one other instance of gravity attacks, which is an enemy doing it, which we don't see. It's a rare thing. And then we get to the second phase, which is the difficult part. Aerith is going to do Thundaga. You can't do Thundara to cause this hit stun. It has to be like an Aga class spell. And Tifa will do physicals, and that was very quick.
That was really quick.
Oh yeah. So that's how the fight's supposed to go. You just throw 2 orbs of gravity, first phase done, and then stun lock him, beat him up with Tifa while he's getting stun locked. It's over.
Yeah, that's the same thing we do in No Major Glitches as well.
That's generally why we want Thundaga. We can work with Fire Raga, but it's a little iffier than Thundaga.
Yeah.
I think it might be locked from this
Now we
side.
have a little cutscene where Aerith almost crushes Barrett with the door.
Oh yeah, and we also had a cutscene where Cloud bangs the Buster Sword against the door.
Yeah, and then 10 minutes later,
emblems.
he's cutting through giant boulders.
Mm-hmm. How you gonna equip Fear?
I kind of remember the sword thing, but I don't remember where that's at.
It's
What the hell?
It's right after you defeat Swordipede.
Who would?
We may find out soon.
Where Barrett's kicking the door and Cloud just clangs his sword against it as well.
Yeah, so we see this nice spooky blood trail. This is Genova's blood.
The president's office.
Um,
And then
Nova's special goop.
Yep, just like the original, we have a blood trail to follow. It just took us a little longer to get to that point.
Once we get in, we're ready.
the elevator. But now's the
Genova
time.
is like an alien-like creature that came from space, comes down, and it controls things, but Sephiroth is controlling her. Some people think it's the other way, it's not. He ends up controlling her. It's really weird. I don't even know all the lore there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff where Genova is pretending to be Sephiroth at times, and Sephiroth pretending to be Genova at times, and pretty much their goal is pretty much the same of Genova and Sephiroth, where they're basically just trying to destroy the planet. So we are trying to save the planet.
Yeah, I think Genova like consumes planets to become stronger or something, and then moves on. And we're at the top. We're gonna hear a line that I have heard way too much of, because when I was routing this game, I spent 3 days routing Genova, 16 hours a day. It was in quarantine. Just get up, route it, go to bed, same thing. Because we didn't have the Ultimania, I had to work out everything the hard way and figure out exactly how the pressure mechanics work, because this fight is very complex actually, how it works.
It is not an easy fight.
With the Ultimania guide out and translated from Japanese to English, we kind of understand some of the weirder mechanics that Genova has in this fight.
So here we go.
It's an illusion.
So Genova has these 2 tentacles. She's gonna open with Cast Aside for damage. He's just gonna counterstance it. He is a Cloud main, so he's gonna be doing a lot of triple O skis. Whereas with Tifa, you can do like Adrenaline strat. And we're gonna keep pushing. It's very easy to get through the first phase, just keep pushing out the damage.
Just sometimes he does moves I don't like him doing.
Yeah, Morning Whale, she is susceptible to poison and sleep. So you can do either one. If you use sleep when she's morning, you can get rid of it. It is very dangerous. So when she pushes you back in your attack, when she's pressured, she will counter you with that blade that you saw, but he countered it back.
Counter the counters.
Yeah, it's a very back and forth battle. And she likes to put down these circles, which inflict stop if you're in them. So if that happens, it's probably gonna switch and have some eat the stop.
So,
and that's the second pressure state.
So yeah, Genova ends up swapping between those two.
Yeah, but when you eat the circle, the vengeance will target the character that ate it. And there's two pressured states, one with reflect, one with like the shield where invulnerable to damage.
The rejection is a grab.
Yep.
That is a little different than
There are two counters. The thing about, I just want to point out another thing about Star Shower. If she does rejection and you do Star Shower, you can't be grabbed. The same with like Infinity End. As long as you have 60 keep, you can't be grabbed. Which means you can probably parry it because it also has 60 keep. And now we're on to the tentacle phase. There is no way to speed this up, but we're gonna get 3 cycles. Hopefully no 4th cycle.
Yeah, I haven't gone to 4th cycle in ages.
And you do have to pay attention. There's like silence going around, there's fire spells, so you gotta watch your health, manage it. And you can get stuck on the tentacles on her body like that. That actually happens a lot. And luckily, Cloud is really well equipped to handle this with Triplowski, the move that we love to use.
But yeah, you see every single triple slash ends up taking out a tentacle in this phase. But we do want 2 ATB when we finish this phase.
Yeah, because once you kill these, you do need to actually stagger the boss in order to skip the next tentacle phase. And if you take too long, they do Dreams of Vengeance, which is the vengeance attack, but a crap ton of them, which can be blocked. But yeah, so a counter stance into a focus thrust and some attacks will stagger, and there we go. And he's gonna push into the final phase, so hold on. This is where everyone holds.
And in the final phase, I want some quiet time.
Yep.
There we go.
Alright, she's down.
All done.
And everyone loves that song there.
Yeah, it was worth the moment of silence for sure.
We're gonna grab a little bit more resource.
Anyone want to read some donation?
Yeah, we can get a quick donation here.
Okay, so I guess not, but we have Rufus coming up. I don't remember what his dog's name was in the original, but it's Darkstar in this version. And we're gonna have some interesting mechanics there, where, how do I say it? We're gonna be managing who were attacking, which is pretty easy with Tripolowski because you hit your target and then you hit the other target and then you go back to your first target. Very, very useful for this fight.
Everyone okay?
We're going to be putting a lot of damage on the dog. We have to do this. If you go for Rufus, there's a little cutscene that plays. You can't do this. You have to take out the dog. And we're going to build up some stagger to get prepped for the second fight, or the second phase of it.
I got a Kiraga off. That's the first time I've seen him actually do that move.
Yeah, I usually go into the Tripolowski after the Berserk, but it's not going to change anything. I don't think.
Well, yeah, it shouldn't change too much because we're going to hit him again with a couple more Tripolowskis. Triple slashes.
Also, anyone else think it's weird that they made him blonde instead of a redhead like in the original?
It matches his dress or his trench coat.
His wedding dress.
He has a few extra belts on that dress or coat.
I don't know. As a ginger, I feel personally affronted.
It could be a little scary.
Yeah, because you want 2 ATB going into this. The Rufus can be hit with sleep once. However, if you mistime it, like if you try to use it on a shortcut, it'll jump in the air and it'll do no effect. And you can't use it at all then. But you gotta use it through the command menu.
You should be on it.
But it's gonna get the full duration, so he can wait out the ATB if he's got it. So he's gonna Braver, and then he's gonna swap to Punisher to cancel the Braver animation. Important to not do it the other way around. I think I did it the other way in PB. And he's gonna do a full combo into a Braver, and just like that, he's down. You can try to be cool and get him after he does reload, but it's slower. It's not worth it, and it adds human error.
Well, yeah, it's... You essentially start playing neutral with him. If you don't play it 100% correctly, he will mess you up.
Yeah.
So we do this menu just to equip Fury Ring to Aerith here.
And now we have Arsenal. This fight is very improv. It has these 3 barrier drones. We can't really do anything to the boss until we deal with these. And to do that, you can try to burn one down, but it's not really going to work on any percent. You break these parts, the cannon or the laser cannon, and Red will do that. He'll do Sled Fang, and that staggers one. You can do some soul drains, you can burn them down. Whatever you need to do. And then you hit the next part and you do the same thing. It can be a little quicker if you can try to burn one down, but sometimes Red doesn't cooperate and he hits the one that you were trying to damage.
And I'm just playing it safe too.
And I would be completely safe, yeah. Damage is too low on any percent to try that.
Alright, so the big point is that we need an ATB with Aerith going into this next phase. That way we can just kind of hit him with level 2 magic, and every time we hit him with a level 2 spell, he'll get staggered or get pressured. So we won't have to worry about him. So we won't have to worry about him attacking ever again.
Yeah, and a mechanic is when you use like a spell and he gets out of that pressured state, he becomes immune to that. Same with like physical and stuff, so you want to alternate what you use. I kind of like seeing this because I haven't seen this fight, this way of handling it. I usually just burn him with and react.
Yeah, no,
I kind of like this. I might steal this.
I just keep him stun locked. And...
I think I might have to steal this because sometimes things go bad. This phase can be a mess. If he opens with charge. And that's fine. So he's gonna break the cannon. And this is kind of like the phase where you want to stagger him if possible. So focus shots, ice magic if it's ready.
I'm going to make sure that he stays stun locked currently.
Yeah. The cannon came on.
There we go. Red's doing work.
Yeah,
Overdrive.
that's Stardust.
Focus shot.
Oh. And he's staggered. There is a weird mechanic. If you go into the final phase where he's staggered, he won't do Cry Havoc for a while. He'll actually be just like sitting there. And then eventually it'll just like wake up and start charging Cry Havoc. It's really weird. And again, this is
Okay, there we go. Got inside.
Yeah, again, there's stuff you can hide behind, just like Guard Scorpion. And that's kind of an intended mechanic here.
Alright, so this is going to be a little scary. Basically, I'm going to be throwing a Thundara and a
better not see no
Thundaga.
hiding. Well, this is the final phase. It's charging Cry Havoc. When it finishes, it does 99.99 damage. Dude, I'm losing my voice. Okay, and it's down. If you hide behind the pillar, it'll break the pillar instantly. It'll instantly release the Cry Havoc, so we don't want to do that. And I don't think anyone really hides behind the pillar now. It looks scary. You have a lot of time though.
Yeah,
pretty
well,
much Thundara's Tempest. It's enough.
Yeah,
I
as you
don't
see
know
there.
what we would do. Oh, sorry, Warren. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just as you see, like we can fit in like a Thundaga. We can actually fit in 2 Thundagas, but it's not the fastest strat. Finish them off. This thing, we can fit a lot of spells in there. All right, and now we're getting to the biggest load in the game.
This is a 54-second load on HDD, 39 on SSD.
Sounds like donation.
Yay!
And then we have another load, so yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. We have a $99.99 donation from Ketsa that reads, "Oh no, it looks like I've hit the damage limit." We also have a $777.70 donation from DG that reads, "Donating for the remake of my favorite game of all time." We also have a $32 donation from Fogs that reads, "Here's a completely random donation amount that goes to the host's choice, killing the animals in Super Metroid." Just kidding, I mean the Minecraft run.
Alright, so I finally get to minigame part 2. And minigame part 2 is a little different than minigame part 1. Where we have quite a bit of different enemies that we have to deal with instead of just a standard fare.
Yep, good old biking segment that everyone remembers when you're leaving Midgar. This is pretty standard. We're gonna kill these bikes. And after these is gonna be a truck. He's gonna save his special, his spin the truck when it comes up. And then it has this mechanic where it tries to go to a side and it will keep shooting Cloud and it will keep pushing you back when it does this. So you have to go to the opposite side. And you cannot actually catch it until you destroy the bikes. You cannot catch it at all. And it's kind of annoying because when you attack it, it speeds up just slightly. You could have a very fast cycle if that wasn't a thing.
Oh goodness. Almost there. Here we go.
Okay, and now we have a cutscene and we have a segment where you do need to speed through it. It is slower if you don't speed through it, so the next portion will trigger when we hit the tunnel coming up. And we have this roadblock of guys. Like, what is that gonna do?
One of the things that I really like about the bike minigame is that those kind of traffic cones and whatnot, you can touch them, and when you hit them, they just go flying. And so like there's some points where we're just seeing a bunch of physics just happening all at once, and I always enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah. If he needed more meter, he could just block those, but he's all good to go. And you get healed between the segments, so you don't have to be careful with your health at all.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's these drones we gotta kill. 3 of them. And then we have a moth, but this time we're at a bike. And the way it works is the moth is going to open up with some wind blades. He's going to tank those because, again, we're going to get healed after this segment. And we want to get damage for our special. So right there.
There he is. And kind of a property of those attacks is that even if we run into it without blocking, we don't get like hit stun.
Yeah, and we can't catch the enemy anyways, so it doesn't matter if it pushes us back. And then the blades come out, we block them, and we get a bunch of free hits.
Show me what you can do.
And it's important to not push out as much damage as possible because you can get extra cycles here. It's kind of wonky how you do this fight, or the proper way to do it. And that growling, I believe, is red. It's not Cloud Stomach or anything. I used to think it was like Motorball because that was the first time I heard it, or like Heidegger, but no, that's just red growling, which is not useful in any way. And if he pushes out enough damage, there we go. So we didn't get another cycle of blades, and now it's not gonna do it. It's gonna do this physical attack, and then if we're a little slow or unlucky, it does the charge. And we do have to kill this drone. It's just a random drone. There we go.
So the next fight's going to be, we already saw kind of Roche on a bike, and we already saw that there's other third-class soldiers in this game. Now we're going to be fighting essentially 2 Roches, and they are going to be two third-class soldiers, and we have to make sure that we use our spinning slashes just at the right time. That way we hit both of them and damage them as much as we can, and get as many spinning slashes as we can. We'll also have a lot of damage sources we can build up our triangle attack.
I'll take the jump. The bikes are all yours, Cloud.
Yeah, so it's kind of... This is a very reactive fight. It's very random. You can kind of adjust your speed to manage it, try to hit both. Very random how they move. And there's one ramp that'll be on the right side, which you might try to hit. There we go. Fighting midair, no big deal.
I wanted to get meter before going on the ramp. Now I can use a spinning slash while I'm on the ramp, and then go into another spinning slash once I come back down.
I think that's the only one, or at least these will die before then, before another.
But yeah, now we are done with the soldiers. Now we have a boss that's in the original as a kind of a proper boss, where here he is a part of the minigame.
We done here?
Well, but first... we have to almost kill our party members.
Yep. And kind of showing off kind of the whispers that they are just neutral and just wanting to keep the original timeline. They will protect the crew or let the people that did die, and so they're just trying to make sure that the original FF7 world or lore comes to fruition.
Yeah, so for example, Wedge, we saved him in chapter 13. Like, he didn't fall off the pillar in chapter 12. We saved him.
Wait, we saved him in chapter 13? When?
Wow, okay. We would have. Maybe he's still there. I don't know. But in the sometime like before the Arsenal fight or something like that, the Whispers like throw him out a window or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't know if he actually dies, but probably.
Well, we don't know because. So we get to Motorball here, and we are going to try and 3-cycle him the best we can.
Yeah, we want a 3-cycle. So he's going to spin these wheels. He's going to hit the other ones. It takes a bunch of hits. And kind of the idea is you want to use your ending attack to start the stagger phase. When you break all of these, he's instantly staggered. And the idea is that you want about 5 full combos plus your meter, your move. And you can kind of look at the stagger bar to see if you can get an extra hit or not. And you don't want to do it in reverse. Now that's good. I actually don't hit him here because it can push later. The health values are a bit finicky. He's tanking the damage to get his move back. I got unlucky.
I can't
Ideally,
push
he would have
him.
gotten 3.
I can't gain enough meter quickly enough.
Yeah, so if he were to burn these wheels, he wouldn't get enough in time. If he had gotten like 3 or 2 on one side, he could have used the move early, the spin, and then kind of forced the meter.
Got it.
So this is cycle 2, so we're gonna push him into the phase where he like goes away. He drives away from you, shoots out some electricity. You have to catch him, but he's low enough to where he's actually gonna do his how do I say it? His phase that would be after this, where he's actually gonna be shooting the big balls of energy as well. So he kind of skipped a phase there. Which you could accidentally trigger this early if you're not careful with your damage.
And luckily we did not trigger it early.
Yep. This is shaping up to be a good fight.
Good fight and a good run. I see people talking about it in chat. This still is currently PB pace for Boren, so we're getting pretty excited because we're less than like 3 minutes from the end of the run. I haven't checked the time.
No? Okay, good.
I knew it was 1 hit too early, but 3-cycle. That's all we care about. Good 3-cycle.
We're going to pick
a little bit shopping.
Just an elixir here. Safety.
Yep.
We're going to be
There's just 1 there for 1k. It's the final shopping.
putting Fury Ring back on Cloud. Putting Elemental Ice on. Because it turns out that the Whispers are, they resist all the elements except for ice. So if we're going to get usage out of our elemental materia, we can use ice in this last phase, and then we end up switching it to our armor after that.
Okay, I'm gonna explain this because there's a lot to go into. This is the Whispers fight. This was not in the original. We're gonna ignore that for now. So there's a mechanic here. This is gonna decide our final party. It's not random, it's not affection based, it's based on what you do here. Every move that you use with your other characters that are not Cloud gives you affection. Whoever staggers one of the Whispers, and whoever finishes off Whisper Bahamut or finishes off the Harbinger will get a bunch of points. Aerith gets the most because she comes in later. At the beginning here, so there is an important mechanic which I kind of worked out recently on phase 1 and phase 2. On phase 1, if you do a 1500 or more damage with an ATB move, so the move that would deal damage that uses ATB, you will get an extra attack from the boss, which is like intercession, etc. if you do 6,000 damage to it, you will not get it. So the best way to actually handle this, I don't know if Born's gonna do it or has learned it yet, is to not use counter stance or other moves. It's to use like unbridled. You can heal with mega potions, and you do just physical moves, and that can make this a lot quicker. It saves about 20 seconds on the first phase, and on the third phase, it's 5,500 damage instead, and it saves about 30 seconds there. But it takes a little practice and getting used to, and I just recently worked this out.
We can beat
Yeah, we've recently kind of figured this stuff out, and I haven't quite
I
updated
kind
my
of knew
routes to
about
include
this for a long time, but I didn't know what caused it. I couldn't figure it out, and then someone mentioned something from Ultimania, and then it didn't make sense, but then I worked on it and figured it out. Basically, if you don't use moves that use ATB to do damage, then you're good to go. Or if Tifa uses unbridled strengths, then that's fine. She can use the triangle moves. And the idea here is we want to pressure Rubrum right away because he goes for your party leader, which is Cloud.
Well, each kind of whisper is attached to a certain character.
Yeah. This first phase, it's attached to it. On the second phase, Rubrum will target the leader. And I use Tifa there. Reformation, that's fine. So, these are supposed to be like the Advent Children guys, Kadaj, the trio, etc. That's who they are supposed to represent. The blue one, it causes a lot of stuns. That one's really annoying. The yellow one kind of just like hits you and can be annoying, but it's like mosquito bite annoying. And the red one is like the damage dealer that stays on you and controls you. So with that, we're done with the first phase. And he's gonna run to the left because it's gonna push Cloud right. And hopefully Tifa's over to the right. Okay, she is. So you can't progress until your party goes up there, and you see Bourne kind of did a thing where he went left. That is to avoid a soft lock in this tunnel. You can go up here. Like if you go directly to it, you have a chance of getting a soft lock. Basically, I've seen it happen.
I've watched 3 world runs get lost, or world record runs get lost to that soft lock. It's so devastating.
And now
Basically
I play it
sends you
extremely
back to the
carefully.
beginning.
Ever since I got soft lock there, I've been playing that extremely carefully.
I've always been worried about it, but I haven't had it yet. We're gonna go up to Rubrum again. We're just gonna take him down. And then he's gonna do Viridi, Criseo. Same as phase 1.
Other Reformation.
Yeah, and I guess we can talk about the story here. So, as kind of the team is deciding to go up against these whispers. They want to change destiny. They want to kill these for some reason, because they were given a glimpse of what's going to happen. And between these phases that are coming up next, we're going to see a little bit of the 480p FMVs from the original game. They kind of show things. And they want to change that because this is not a remaster, it is a remake. Oh, Tifa. And we'll find out later, like, the story could go anywhere, honestly.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's been unleashed, basically.
Alright, so here we're going back to this guy we've been fighting pretty much the entire time we've been here.
Go away, Kadaj. Except now he's empowered. He's really mad. And he's pressured, so now it's over for him. And he's gonna do some healing as needed. Stagger it. worth noting, if you wanted to have Tifa first on Sephiroth, he would be like staggering here. I go for Tifa first. It is more dangerous. Aerith is safer.
Yeah, I go for Aerith.
Yeah, Aerith is safer. I had Aerith in my PBN accident, and I was like, I guess I'm doing a backup.
And the general reason why I like to have Aerith is just that way she can have, you know, 3 ATB to kind of nuke Sephiroth when we get to his third phase.
Yep.
Alright, and we saw a little glimpse there. That was the actual ending of Episode 7. So obviously there's something not quite right with that ending if the crew wants to change it. So kind of throughout the the entirety, we've already fought Whispers. We've already kind of been interacting with Whispers kind of throughout the storyline, and they've been keeping it to the plot. And now we're trying to find a way to kind of escape kind of the original. Well, some people perceive it as that way. But we'll see for sure what exactly all this means when we get part 2.
Yep, so next up we have Viridi and Closetowar. They're mad. I think it's Viridi that's just mad right now. Ooh, that's very good grouping. And you focus on Viridi first because again it can stun. So we want to take it out.
Both of them here. Yeah, I'll probably take
that was crazy grouping.
Yeah, no, it was.
Unfortunately, you can only deal with one at once. Once it's staggered, you can't like take care of both. And Closetowar was just like standing there, not interrupting, which usually it interrupts.
Well, I think he just came off a stagger, and I think the notes
No,
exactly.
he's mad, and now he's staggered. Holy cow!
We want ATV going into this next section of the fight.
Yeah, the next segment is really dangerous, to put it lightly. We're going to be fighting this trio again. I should mention that he was kind of against some timers here, actually. If you take too long, you get blown to another part of the stage. That's extra animation, it wastes a bunch of time, and you take damage. So you want to be quick. But on this next part, we see some meteor there. Now we're gonna fight the trio. And again, Cloud is kind of going up against Room here.
Is always a blank page.
But how do I say it? So this trio, when it takes enough damage, it's gonna go into the next phase of this phase, which is where they combine and they become Whisper Bahamut. And this is kind of in a homage to like the trio from Advent Children becoming Sephiroth.
Well, they also summon Bahamut in the exact same way that Bahamut is summoned here, where they line up and then they start spinning very rapidly.
Yeah. Just like that pushes into the next phase here. And here you can counter Bahamut and go into counter stance and stuff like this. He's gonna probably shoot out a Firaga. And we're trying to do something. We're trying to skip Mega Flare, which can come out extremely quickly once he starts charging it. Because it's kind of, I don't know how to say it. Based off a health value or something. Sometimes he just shoots it right away. Okay, he's pressure now. He's really going to try to push here.
There we go.
Yep, and now for a very, very dangerous, the most dangerous part of the fight. All three of these are empowered. they're tempered, they're mad. They can do unite attacks. And the idea is that you want to focus on one. Take it out, because the next two will have to kind of like respawn in and you get time to react.
And in that one, it kind of does kind of what the first phase is, where the blue one will focus down Tifa, the red one will focus down Cloud, and the yellow one will focus down kind of the ranged character, which is Aerith. Aerith at the moment.
All right, here we are.
Yep, now for Viridi, because again, Crusader's whatever.
Yeah, now they start kind of attacking whoever they want to. And we will finish the rest of these guys off with Infinity's End to get Whisper Harbinger to kind of 0 HP.
Yeah, so
1 HP
you
left.
can push the boss at a certain threshold, but like Born said, we want it to be at 1 HP, so just a Thunder will finish him off. Because the minimum damage that you can push him at, you have to sit there and do like so many spells, and we don't want to do that.
It's over.
There we saw we do a little circle with the cross through, and that means he's at 1 HP. I mean, all we have to do is throw a Thunder with Aerith, and that is it. We come up to the last fight, which is personally my favorite fight in this entire game.
I love the Sephiroth fight. It looks so cool, honestly.
And it is cool. You start off with just Cloud, and then you build up to your party members.
There we go, Harbinger's down, and we're actually just gonna end up going right into this fight, pretty much. There's no cutscene in between it. He's gonna menu to do a little setup. He's gonna go with Elemental Lightning, I think, for defense.
And there's not a lot of glitches in this final chapter of the game, but there is one kind of interesting one that if you use Limit like as Cloud right as you fall through the ground during the Sephiroth fight, which happens in the next phase, you get to fight him in midair, which is, it kind of freezes the falling animation. It's pretty enjoyable to watch.
I've never seen that.
Going in.
So because we're under-leveled, we have to stagger him and to be able to push him to the next phase.
Yep, so when you do this little animation, it adds a little bit to your stagger. In no major glitches, there's a way to get that, but again, he's incredibly under-leveled compared to that. So it's a real fight.
And one interesting thing there is if I cast like regen there, it actually might soft lock where Sephiroth will have kind of infinite HP. He'll hit his HP threshold, and then he'll never go to the next phase. So I have to be
I've seen
careful
that
when
in
I
all kinds of bosses.
I have to be careful when I cast certain spells.
Did you miss me?
Not really. He's tough.
Yeah, so what? Screw him.
Ride for me.
My favorite Aerith line in the game.
You're mine. Time to get.
Aerith is gonna kind of levitate down here. Although we're probably not gonna see it. He sets up his regen. Just his survivability for the next phase. Next phase is incredibly dangerous.
And I use my second time to refocus. Refocus gives me kind of 3 ATB, as well as.
So refocus is. I thought that was interesting when I saw that. It's kind of like haste.
Yeah, it's kind of a fancy haste.
Yep, and he's got ATP ready for cross slash when he needs it. Personally, when I have cross slash, I use it on this phase because the final phase you can. Once you practice it enough, you can't die there basically.
But I like to save my cross slash for the end, just to make it really quick. Where I have refocus, I have regen, I have a ways to like survive Sephiroth here. Let's go. And lightning infusion. Oh, he gave me a good one.
Yep, so the infusion here is random between the elements. And he got fire, which Blizzaga is great for pressuring, so he's actually going to pressure the boss a little earlier than normal. So you have to use the opposite element and supplement it with damage, and he's going to try to stagger with counters and focus thrusts.
Alright everybody, I'm gonna have to ask you to get your hypes ready because this is looking like a good PB for Boren here. Everything's going really smoothly here in this final hour.
Not quite enough. And when he has his infusion up, like right now, he's not weak to anything, but he's not resisting anything. When he has an infusion, he's only weak to opposite element and resists everything else. Lightning is pretty dangerous, but he didn't open with it, which is good. I never see ice, but ice is like the most pathetic form.
Oh darn, that was not good.
Popping elixir, this is definitely elixir moment. He's kind of stuck in a corner. There we go, final phase, right now. So this final phase, he actually has kind of an attack pattern that he'll go through. He'll open with Shadow Flare. He'll do the feather stuff, which you can block. If you don't block it, your character will be bound and take a ton of damage. He has an AoE close range attack he can do. If you are not in range, he'll do a long range linear attack, which causes death status effect. But it's really easy to dodge. But he's gonna nuke the boss right away and get ready on time. Time.
All right.
Good job, Boren.
GG.
There we go. So
that's a PB, isn't it?
Probably is. Oh, that is a pretty good time for me.
That's a very good time, Boren. Right as the sun cracks over the horizon where I am.
All right. Oof. This was just a really good run. Everything just kind of went good. I only had a mess up on the Sahagins and chapter 10 skip, but other than that, it was just really, really good. Okay.
Yeah, that's not bad. Good. A great time considering the reload.
Oh, look at that happy chat. Everybody loves a good PB.
How are you feeling afterwards?
Oh man, I just feel
this run always drains me completely afterwards.
Oh yeah, no, and it's definitely up that I had a couch help me out this time around. I was able to focus on the game and able to perform well, so it was good. No, I like this game. It feels good whenever I get a PV, so I'm quite happy that I ended up getting that. So all right, well, I'm happy
it's a
that,
great game.
Yeah, no, I'm happy that I was able to showcase this run. Able to show off kind of what we do. I have a little strats that are a little different than kind of other runners, but in the end, we got a pretty good time.
No, I respect it. I like when people make their own routes. I really respect that because I'm a router.
Yet exist.
There's so many ways to play this game. I mean, seriously. And if any of you are interested in speeding this game, we have a really active Discord, really active community. Lots of people are getting into it now, and we hope GDQ kind of brings some attention to that, and somebody can kind of help us figure out some more of this routing and get this game even faster for the next GDQ.
This is...
It's a pleasure to be here at GDQ. It's a pleasure to be able to run this. I was actually kind of surprised they accepted this run because it was a new game and it was quite lengthy. But
lend me your strength.
I was definitely very grateful that I was able to show off
let us defy.
show off this game, show off the tricks in it, and be able to have Closetowar and Foxy help me out. They've done quite a bit for this game, and I've definitely taken pages out of from both of them.
Never.
So if people want to speedrun this, where should they go? Find info.
So Foxy was talking about it. We have a Discord on speedrun.com, where if you just go to speedrun.com FS7R, we have a Discord there, and if you click on it, there's several people that are willing to help, and we're still kind of working on this game a little bit, but at the same time, there's a lot of people willing to help and willing to.
You can always bug Borin. But can go by stream and bug him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Shout out to Chiaki for being the best waifu. There we go. And you know, like Bourne said, shout outs to everyone in the community. Every runner, you know, for the different categories, regardless of what it is, people have helped push the game, and yeah, no, we keep learning from each other, and speedruns are a community effort. And, you know, shout outs to GDQ for all the good they do.
But what will you do?
Yeah, shout outs to GDQ for sure for taking such a long run. I think this is the longest run in this entire SGDQ marathon. So thank you so much for allowing us to, you know, sit here for 6.5 hours and talk your ear off about this awesome game.
All right, and I think that's it for us. So again, thanks again, and we'll see you guys later.
Mr. Vice President.
Goodbye, guys.
Can I get another round of applause from chat for that amazing Final Fantasy VII Remake? Oh my god, PB run! That is super hype. Coming up next, we have a Toho game, Toho 09.5, Shoot the Bullet. It's gonna be that's gonna be super exciting. In the meantime, we have some donations though. We still got a lot of donations to go through. We have a $5 donation from Demon's Gate that says, "Mwahaha! I can't wait for you to get to my fight so I can destroy your run." Wait, what do you mean I'm not in the remake? Maybe next time, Demon's Gate. We also have a $25 donation from Emperor M that says, "Just woke up to check out the Final Fantasy VII Remake run. Go Borin, and thank you, GDQ." We also have a $7.77 donation from Scarte that reads, "Not a lot of people are donating for Aerith as best girl because it's so obvious that it doesn't need saying." Smiley face. All right, chat, we are approaching our regular stream restart time, so don't go anywhere. It will only be a couple of seconds, and we will see you shortly. And we're back to Summer Games Done Quick 2020 online. Next up, we have Toho 09.5 Shoot the Bullet, run by Pingval. And but first, we still have more donations to go through. So let's read some of those. We have a $77.77 donation from Soul Foxy that said, "Had to donate for my favorite game of 2020. My favorite memory of the original FF7 was taking 99 mops into North Crater to wipe the floor with Sephiroth. Here's hoping the rest of this run is just as squeaky clean. I would say it was." We also have a $7.77 donation from Rockangus, which reads, "So I was convinced to try to make Minecraft happen by joining a donation train. $7.77 for the remake being played. That way we can make SGDQ Online 2020 last just that much longer and play a game. Well, more or less like it was intended to, without glitches. Also, thank you for doing this during these troubled times. Most things seem to have run smoothly with the occasional hiccup. Great job, tech team, and all the runners." Thank you. We have a $97.77 donation from Pingu, which reads, "Amazing seeing this game run for the first time. Great work by Boring, and brilliant to see so much support from the community." And it looks like that is going to be it for me for the rest of the marathon. Thank you all for being so kind and wonderful. And before I head off, though, we're going to get a quick word from our sponsors.
There is a world that exists beyond our own, hidden on the edge of shadows. To liberate this realm, we must become the warrior of darkness.
Good day, everyone. I, Vital, am your next host. It is early in the morning in my neck of the woods, and that means it is the dawn of the final day of Summer Games Done Quick 2020 online, powered by Twitch. We have had a fabulous week filled with fantastic speedruns, and while it is the last day of the marathon, the day is not yet over. We have a host of speedruns still to come, all to raise money for Doctors Without Borders. We have currently raised more than $1.1 million for that organization. Let's see how high we can push that total. Next on the schedule is Shoot 'em Up or Shmup Block, starting with runner Pingval running Toho 9.5 Shoot the Bullet. As we prepare for that run, we will run a quick Twitch ad. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone. As we get ready for the upcoming Touhou 9.5 Shoot the Bullet run, let's go ahead and read some donations. We have a $500 donation from Anonymous saying, "Thanks to all the runners and staff for putting on such an amazing show for such a great cause. Keep up the great work." We have a $250 donation from Mallory saying, "I loved Final Fantasy VII Remake and I am so happy to see the speedrun in SGDQ. Thank you to all the volunteers that make this event possible, including the speedrunners as well for the runs." We have a $500 donation from Hiyomoto saying, "I haven't been able to watch live, but I wanted to donate. So I'll just leave this here and let the announcer put it towards whatever incentives need to get met." Well, it does look like that we have a Minecraft bonus game later today that we have raised a little over $25,000 for when we need 400,000. So why don't you in the chat help out Hiyomoto here? Get those donations rolling in and let's try to meet that bonus game incentive. To finish that donation, good luck, insert streamer name, which will be Pingval coming up, on your insert game name, which today will be Touhou 9.5 Shoot the Bullet, and make sure you crush that blindfold run. In the donation, it says insert strat name, and thanks to your generous donations, Pingval will be doing a blindfold completion of one of the final stages of Touhou 9.5 Shoot the Bullet. And I'm looking really forward to that. Honk, orb, hype, etc.